A Gingerbread Christmas, the Mistletoe Book Club Series, Book 6, A Christmas Mountain Novel. By Susan Hatler. Chapter 1. Running through my to-do list in my head only confirmed that I didn't have time to wait around anymore for a repairman who apparently didn't own a device for keeping time. His 9:30 guaranteed arrival time had passed 15 minutes ago. Glancing out the window of my grandpa's house for the umpteenth time, I suddenly spotted a gentleman standing on the sidewalk outside. "Finally!" I said, shoving my feet into soft, fur-lined boots and stepping onto the porch to greet the repairman. The air outside was crisp, with a gust of wind that reminded me my feet were the only part of me currently prepared for the outdoors. Winter in Christmas Mountain, Montana was not a good time of year to rush outside without a hat, gloves, and coat. Brrr. Bouncing on my heels, I waved my hands in the air to get the man's attention since he seemed to be looking around everywhere but at me. Once he met my gaze, I gestured for him to come inside before I froze on the front steps of my grandpa's house. "Come on in already," I said, a cold shiver rolling through me. "I'm glad you're here. I can show you the heater, and then I need to be on my way. I'm late now." He looked at me with complete confusion. I sighed. Was this his first day on the job? And where was his toolbox? I stepped across the threshold, hoping he'd hurry up and follow as I crossed my arms to bring some semblance of warmth my way, and tapped my toe against the wooden floor. I jutted my chin out and tilted my head. "Do you need to get your tools?" "I'm sorry?" He stared at me, coming closer. "I don't have any tools." "You don't," I said, thinking this was definitely his first day on the job. But I didn't need to turn blue in the doorway just because this guy arrived late and unprepared. "Fine. We have some tools you can use. It's cold out here. Let's just get inside." Exasperated, I waved him into the house and shut the door behind him. Then I grabbed the toolbox from the hall closet before heading downstairs. The old wooden steps were slanted downwards, making it necessary to hold onto the railing. Another reason why I'd told my grandpa I would handle this appointment for him. I didn't need him falling and breaking his leg again. Glancing back at the repairman, I noticed he looked a little trepidatious, making me feel bad for my initial behavior. It wasn't his fault my world was combusting before my eyes. "Sorry if I was snippy," I said, my gaze connecting with his deep green eyes. Wow. They looked like two sparkling emeralds framed by those dark lashes. Dark eyebrows and short dark hair were the perfect complement to those twinkling green eyes. Yeah, like this was really something I should be thinking about right now. I was clearly losing it. I'm a bit frazzled, to say the least. I'm sure you know what it's like to have a busy schedule. "I can relate," he said, his full mouth twitching a little. "Anyway, my day is jam-packed with stress and frustration," I said, putting a hand to my chest. "I might have taken a bit of that out on you, which isn't very jolly of me, especially considering it's the beginning of December," I said, pointing to the furnace. "Here is the furnace, let me know if I can help, not that I know how to help." I cringed, a sure sign that the pressure was getting to me, and handed him the toolbox. As he tinkered with the contraption, I bit my bottom lip, noticing that he was tall with broad shoulders and what seemed like very capable hands. There must be something about the fact that this man was fixing a huge problem of mine because I suddenly found him very attractive. "I'm hoping we can get one more season out of this thing," I said, focusing my attention on the task at hand. This is my grandpa's house and, quite frankly, the list of stuff that needs to be fixed is a bit overwhelming for me. But Gram passed away not that long ago, and I want him to be able to stay here as long as he wants. Moving can be traumatizing, you know, especially at his age. I paused, taking a breath, and realizing that I was rambling. "I'm sure you get it more than most that these old houses always need some type of maintenance." "Yes, but I'm not. And if that wasn't enough, I said, barely catching that he was trying to talk, the new owners of the country club are meeting with the staff this afternoon. Have you heard about the transition? I don't know if you maintain the systems up there, but these new owners are complete out-of-towners, from San Francisco or something like that, and you just know they don't understand a small town like ours. He cleared his throat. Do you have a wrench in here? Yes. Right there. Blue handle. Aw, thank you. No problem, I said, glad to be of help. Anyway, you just know this rich family is coming to our beloved little town with plans to tear down the Christmas Mountain Country Club and put us all out of a job. Can you imagine someone being so heartless? What will we do without the country club? How do you know they plan to tear it down? Well, I suppose I don't know for sure, but destruction seems to be the main goal of these types of companies when purchasing properties, I said, stress settling into my stomach. They come in, acting as if they care about the community, but they really don't. They only care about how much money they can make with whatever new shiny building they put there to bring in more dough they don't need. Unlike us working folk. He nodded, meeting my eyes. Once again, I noticed how they were deep green, like the deep green of an evergreen tree. There was also a scar just above the left eyebrow, not quite visible unless you were staring. Which I was. Oh, shoot. Sorry. I didn't mean to stare. You're fine. He gestured to the scar above his eyebrow. Skiing accident. I took on a tree and lost. Do you ski? Ha. Are you kidding? I laughed, leaning against the wall a little. Since I could walk. I'm actually an instructor at the It's All Downhill From Here ski resort. My name is Nina, by the way. Nice to meet you, Nina. I'm Grayson, he said, his brow furrowing. Wait a minute. I thought you worked at the doomed country club. He gave me a playful smile, obviously teasing me. I do that, too. I'm a server there. I work 2 jobs to help out my grandpa. That takes dedication. What do you do in your spare time? Spare time? Well, seeing as there are only about 7 minutes left in the day when I finish everything, I read. Or eat. If I'm careful, I can do both at the same time. Nice, he said, nodding a little. Just 1 book every 6 months, then? At 7 minutes a day, you're not getting to the end very quickly. I laughed. That might be why I never have anything good to add during book club. He grinned and stood, rubbing his hands together. Well, Nina, I have good news and bad news. Lay it on me. Bad news first, please. You're going to need a new furnace, he said, his eyes darkening. This one has taken its last gasp. But you'll find that a new one, although expensive upfront, will pay for itself pretty quickly. And the good news? I would love to take you out to dinner to help you de-stress. Maybe you could carve out more than just 7 minutes of free time for a date. You can bring your book if you'd like. My cheeks heated. Handsome and funny. A wonderful combination, if only I had the time. Racking my brain, I tried to remember when the last time was that I'd done something for myself. I wasn't sure, which made me realize it had been a long time. I felt his eyes on me, waiting for an answer. If I were going by attraction, I would say yes all day. But I had too many other things on my mind. A relationship wasn't in the plan. I'm sorry, I said, with a sigh. I appreciate the offer, but now isn't the right time. Between my jobs and caring for my grandpa, there's not a lot left over. I get it, he said, holding up his hands. But if you change your mind, I would love to treat you to a hot meal and good conversation. I'm new in town, so maybe you could show me around as well. New to town? That explained why he was late in the first place, because he probably got lost. Nice one, Nina. I'd just made the craziest first impression on the cute new guy in town. Hopefully, the rest of his calls today would wipe out my ramblings. May I give you my phone number, just in case? He asked, his tone light. It doesn't have to be a big thing, but I wouldn't mind getting to know the town better, and you're easy to talk to. My lips twisted to the side. I'm fairly certain I've done all the talking. That would make you a good listener and me a bit scattered. It sounds like we're the perfect team. Against my better judgment, I handed him my cell phone. He punched in his number and then handed it back to me, grinning from ear to ear. I guess I need to get to my next appointment, he said. He followed me up the stairs, and I showed him out, watching him get into an SUV. Exhaling slowly, I couldn't help thinking about how handsome he was with those eyes and his dark hair, cropped short. I wasn't sure what kind of repairman showed up without tools, though. Shaking it off, I added new furnace to my bulging list of things to figure out and headed to the kitchen. Staring at the counter, I realized I'd left my latest gingerbread drawings laying out on it. I'd been working on them earlier and must have forgotten to put them away. Scooping them up and sliding them into my backpack, I knew it was a good thing my grandpa didn't see them. Making gingerbread houses was something Gran and I had loved doing together. With her gone, I tried my best to keep the memories of her tucked away so they wouldn't hurt Gramp, especially this time of year. Speaking of Gramp, where was he? Checking the main floor and upstairs, he was nowhere to be found. I hadn't heard him leave, though. My heart raced at the thought of him going somewhere on his own without telling me. It wasn't that he was bedridden or anything, far from it. The man had broken his leg skiing alone on the mountain last year. It was difficult some days to keep track of him, but he was getting older, and I worried about him. It really had been a nice conversation with the repairman, Grayson. If I ever had time to go on a date, he would be my first choice. Then I remembered I did have his phone number. But with purchasing a furnace I couldn't afford and the country club about to go under, I had too much to deal with, so I pushed those eyes and that smile out of my mind. Chapter 2. I need to tackle my long list of errands before work, but when I went to say goodbye to Gramp he was nowhere to be found. I joked more than once about putting a tracker on him so that I wouldn't have to worry like this. He'd laughed at the time, but now it actually sounded like a good idea. Where did he disappear to while I'd been handling the furnace issue? Checking the hall closet, my worries and irritation collided because his coat and gloves were gone. Why had he left without saying anything to me? Arg! Shoving my boots back on, I grabbed my own coat and gloves and headed outside. Surely Gramp couldn't have gone too far. At the yard's edge, I noticed the next-door neighbor with the snowblower. He must have noticed my frantic expression because he gestured to his right, knowing immediately who I was looking to find. Thanks, I said, heading down the sidewalk and slipping on patches of ice for the first block, while my irritation changed into straight-up worry. I wasn't sure how to get Gramp to understand that he was getting older and needed to take precautions. He seemed to think he was as fit and spry as he'd been in his early 20s. Emotion welled in my eyes, and I thought about Gramp and Gran. They had been the perfect couple, and I felt lucky to have been raised by them. We didn't have much in the way of material possessions, but the love they gave me was invaluable. Nina! Whoa! Where are you going? I looked up to see my friend Macy Wilcox unloading a box of what I assumed were her scrumptious cookies since she owned a thriving business with her friend Cara called Cupid's Cupcakes and Cookies. Hi, Macy, I said, hoping she had seen Gramp. I'm looking for my grandpa. Have you seen him pass by this way? She shook her head. Is he missing again? Missing in my eyes since he didn't tell me he was leaving, I said, trying not to panic. I'm sure he will tell me he knew exactly where he was the whole time. The man is incorrigible. Sounds just like him, she said, clapping a hand over her mouth to cover up a smile. I'm sorry, Nina. That must be stressful. I can help you look once I drop this order off. That's okay. Thank you, though, I said, not wanting to burden her with my problems. I'll see you later. Oh, wait. Have you and Kara heard anything about the new country club owners? We're having a meeting today. No, sorry, she said, shaking her head. I'm sure they want to talk with staff and figure out what to do before discussing the plans with any vendors. It's hard to believe they might knock the place down, but that's the rumor that's going around. Yes, I heard that too. Serving there has been the perfect part-time gig for me. I hate to lose my job. Chin up, Nina, she said, giving an encouraging smile. Remember how down I was that Christmas when I lost almost all my customers? Life has a way of working out. Thanks, Macy, I said, trying to stay positive. We hugged quickly, and then I continued my search. Yes, I sure did remember what had happened to her. I'd been so worried about Macy when her business had taken a dive thanks to her ex-best friend coming to town and opening a cupcake business. But eventually the two ladies, now best friends again, joined their businesses and things were better than good. Now, Macy was in love with the sweetest man, Cal, and she and her high school best friend were killing it as co-owners of Cupid's Cupcakes and Cookies. As for me, I simply needed one thing to go my way. Was that asking too much of life? Up ahead, I saw my grandpa talking to a neighbor. I let out a sigh of relief. Thank goodness I'd found him. Taking care to step through the snow without falling, I reached him before he moved on. Gramp, I said, my voice laced with relief. What are you doing? He lifted his head, seeming to notice me for the first time, and a smile spread across his beautifully weathered face. I'm tracking that nice young man who asked you on a date. What? Gramp. I can't believe you told him no. He was cute as a button. His eyes twinkled with laughter, cheeks round and jolly. Seriously? This was why he'd slipped out the door without letting me know? With that jolly smile, I couldn't be mad at him for too long. You heard that conversation, Gramp? I shook my head, even though I shouldn't have been surprised he'd been spying on me. You know I don't have time for dating. Besides, you could have just taken my phone. He left his number for me. Well, then, he said, adjusting his crocheted beanie hat my grandma had made years ago. That would have been much easier than trudging through the snow. Let's go back home where it's warm. Good idea. I looped my arm through his and walked back to the house. You know you're my priority, right? I need to make sure you're cared for, I said, squeezing his arm. I'm fine, Nina, he said, his voice forceful. You need to live your life. Before you know it, you'll look back and regret the things you're missing out on. How can I regret them if I never had them? I said, shrugging. He rolled his eyes. You know what I mean. I want you to enjoy your life, not spend it worrying about me. I'll be fine. I can always go live at the Living Well Center. You will do no such thing, I said, firmly. Not as long as I can keep you in the home where I was raised. This is the home you shared with Gran. That's the best thing for you. He opened his mouth, then closed it again, focusing on the sidewalk. It had been a tough 2 years for him, even though he tried to hide it from me. Maybe that's what I was doing to him, too. We were both dodging the emotions of missing Gran. For me, my late-night gingerbread sessions kept her memory alive, but there was no way I would let him know that's what I was doing. I could only imagine what the smell of ginger and molasses would do to him. It had been much easier when I wasn't living with him. I'd given up my apartment to save money not too long after Gran passed away, because the house kept needing work and fixing it didn't come cheap. Since then, I've had to make my gingerbread houses in the Christmas Mountain Country Club kitchen at night so I'd have some privacy. This was another reason I was so fired up about the new owners possibly knocking it down. If that happened, then maybe I could talk to Kara and Macy about borrowing their kitchen? Or I could just come clean to Grandpa. Neither option seemed good though. I didn't want anyone to know I was struggling. People had enough problems of their own and I didn't want to add to them. Reaching the house, I looked over at Gramp. "I'm sorry I was so worried," I said, giving him a long look. "Actually, that's not true. Worrying for you is in my DNA. You're the only family I have left. I need you to be careful." "I know that, sweetheart, but you can't spend every day worrying about me. I'm not ready to kick the bucket yet." "Thank goodness," I said. "And while I'm still living, I want to enjoy myself." His eyes met mine. "Just like I want you to enjoy yourself." "Noted. But I'm not sure that will be accomplished by saying yes to a date." "You can't be sure it won't either." I shrugged, since I clearly wasn't winning this debate. We went inside, hung up our coats, and then I made hot chocolate for us while I told him the news about the furnace. He said it might be a good thing, I said, hoping that would turn out to be true. "A new furnace will be more efficient. I'm sure we can figure it out. For now, we have the space heaters and the fireplace." My mind immediately latched onto the fear of our space heaters starting a fire, but I kept that concern to myself. I was pretty certain my worryometer was plumb tuckered out, and it wasn't even noon yet. "What do you have planned for the day?" he asked, setting his mug on the side table beside the couch. "The new country club owners are meeting with staff this afternoon," I said, not looking forward to that meeting one bit. "And then I have a few ski lessons scheduled on the mountain before a shift at the club. I won't be home until late. I'll make my world-famous chili tonight then. You can warm it up when you get home." I raised my eyebrows. "World-famous?" "Until someone proves me wrong, I stand by my beliefs," he said, with a firm nod. "Just like the furnace. Everything has a way of working out." "I'm glad you feel positive. Maybe a little bit of that can rub off on me." Checking the time, I needed to get dressed for the meeting. I'd taken the time to jot down a few notes as to why the new owners needed to consider keeping the country club standing. First, it was an integral part of the town. So many memories were tangled in its web, from weddings to dances, holidays and more. Of course, those rich owners weren't from Christmas Mountain and didn't know how much those details mattered to the townspeople. "Now, about that young man you turned down, Nina." "Gramp," I stood, lifting both of our empty mugs to take to the kitchen. "I have to get ready for the meeting. Can we table this discussion for later?" "Yes. But don't think I'll forget because I'm old." "I have a memory like a steel trap," he said, tapping the side of his head with a finger, his smile widening. "That's interesting since you keep leaving the house without telling me, even though I've asked you 100 times not to," I said, giving him a look. "Oh, I remember. I just choose to do my own thing." He chuckled again and tapped my leg before picking up a hardback novel from the coffee table and opening it. 15 minutes later, I was ready to go, and kissed him on the cheek. "I'll check in later. Have a good day, Gramp." He gave me a half wave, flipping the page of his book without glancing over at me. As I closed and locked the front door, I thought about what he'd said earlier. It wasn't the first time he'd mentioned the Living Well Center. I couldn't believe that's what he really wanted. More than likely, that was his concern for me coming out, something I didn't want him even to consider. He was right about one thing, though. I would find a way for it all to work out. Chapter 3. I drove up the private drive of the Christmas Mountain Country Club, which sat high on a hill with acres of pine and fir trees surrounding it. The building's cedar siding and shingles made it blend with the great outdoors, and it looked natural and welcoming. Since the sun was hiding behind the gray clouds, the Christmas lights twinkled a bit around the windows, along the roofline, and on the trees that lined the driveway, which had just been decorated for Christmas. My gut tightened. I loved this place and didn't want anything to change. Spotting an empty parking stall in the employee area, I parked my car and checked my reflection in the rearview mirror. I wanted to look extra professional for this meeting. I'd replayed my pitch on the ride over, hoping the new owners might be swayed to consider the community's thoughts on the future of this place. Taking a deep breath, I got out of the car and hurried inside to the meeting room, putting my bag on a seat near the back before I went to talk to a few coworkers. "Has anyone heard anything about what the plans are?" I asked. "Nothing," Amber said, shaking her head. She was a server as well, and had to be worried about losing her job too. I was hoping some information would leak out, but the new owners have been pretty hush-hush since they arrived in town yesterday. It didn't surprise me that word had spread the moment the new owners arrived. Not much went unnoticed in a small town like ours. "I heard from Ruby that they are staying at the Sugar Plum Inn," Max said. Max was the chef here and was a neighbor to Ruby, a friend of mine who was in the Mistletoe Book Club with me. Ruby's parents owned the Sugar Plum Inn, so they knew a lot of the comings and goings of visitors and newbies. "When did they get there?" I asked, eyeing the door to make sure they couldn't overhear us. "Last night," Max said, glancing toward the door as well. "It sounds like they're not super invested in getting to know much about us if they scheduled a meeting less than 24 hours after arriving." "True," I said, nodding in agreement. They would have spent more time in town before making the big announcement if they cared. In the back of my mind, Gramps' positivity struggled to break through. Maybe this meeting was so they could introduce themselves to us, not to announce a teardown. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw another book club friend, Harmony Harris, rush into the room, looking a little frazzled. She pointed at me, making her way over. "We need to talk." "I texted you." "Did you get it?" she asked. "My phone is in my bag," I said, watching her blonde hair bounce as she came to a stop in front of me. "What's up? Did you happen to let someone into your house today?" "Thinking they were a repairman?" "I let the furnace guy in." "Why? And how did you know that?" Gramp talked to a neighbor, who talked to Macy, who told Amanda, who talked to Giselle, who texted me. "My head is spinning," I said, since she'd rattled off so many of our friends in the Mistletoe Book Club. "Nina, that was not the furnace repairman." I blinked at her. "Then who?" "Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Grayson Fisher. Thank you for coming." My eyes widened at the familiar voice. "The Fishers bought the country club," Harmony said, in a whisper that sounded way too loud to my ears. I turned around slowly to confirm who had entered the room. Tall, broad shoulders, dark hair and beautiful green eyes. No. This couldn't be true. Grayson was the furnace repairman. He had told me we needed a new one. My mouth dropped open as I turned to Harmony. "Yep. That's why I texted you," she whispered, putting a hand to the side of her mouth, and I could only hope that made her harder to hear. "Apparently, your grandpa's house reminded him of his grandparents' house and he was looking around the neighborhood. That's why you saw him outside. And dragged him inside." I swallowed, remembering he'd been reluctant to come in. He had no company van, and no tools. Clearly, living in a small town my whole life had made me entirely too trusting. That's not the worst of what happened, Harmony. What could be worse than this? She asked. I flinched. I might have told him. Grayson looked around the room, and then his gaze settled on me. I know some of you might have the preconceived notion that I'm one of those rich types coming into your small mountain town with plans to tear Christmas Mountain Country Club down and put you all out of a job. You didn't, Harmony said. I cringed. I did. But that's not what I'm about, Grayson said, his tone reassuring. I came into town last night, and I've already made a connection with someone who I hope will help me get to know all of you and your town. From what I've seen so far, the people of Christmas Mountain are smart and dedicated, which is exactly what's needed to make a new venture spark and take life. I will be evaluating this business, and if I can figure out how to make this work for everyone, I promise you I will. Murmurs erupted around the room amongst my coworkers, everyone probably wondering who he'd connected with and if he could be trusted. Meanwhile, my cheeks heated, making me wish I had an invisibility cloak. If it helps any, he seems amused by the encounter with you, Harmony said, tilting her head so her blonde ponytail rested on her opposite shoulder. At least you didn't make judgments on his entire family. Or, at least, he didn't mention that. It wasn't that bad, I said, hoping the lie would become reality. Really? She said, her mouth turned upward. It's not often that someone causes you to squirm. Did he make a connection with you as well? I squeezed her arm. He asked me out. She let out a little gasp. He did? When is your date? I told him no, but he still gave me his phone number. Persistent and cute. Why would you turn him down? You know I'm too busy working and making sure my gramp is okay. Oh, I see. She nodded. You're using your grandpa as an excuse. Making a face, I didn't answer. Logic was the last thing I needed right now. I need to get back to Silver Bell's luxury tours, she said, glancing at her cell. I was pretty distressed checking on Ginger Snap earlier, which must be how I missed Grayson walking around town. Usually, I'm much more in the know. She squeezed my arm before slipping out the door at the back of the room. I appreciated my friend trying to warn me and wondered what was going on with Ginger Snap, knowing he was Harmony's favorite horse even though she claimed she didn't have a favorite. I focused on Grayson, who was answering some scheduling questions. Why hadn't Grayson told me who he was when I'd thought he was the repairman? Thinking back over the conversation, it hit me that I hadn't given him a chance. I'd been babbling and pushy, and instead of correcting me he'd actually helped me out. Very sweet of him. Wait a minute, I shouldn't be thinking about the fact that Grayson was sweet. I mean, he owned the country club. He was my boss. What was I going to do now? Groaning internally, I knew I should take him up on his invitation and go out with him. It was the only way to turn things around. If I could get him to forgive my preconceived notions and show him what Christmas Mountain was all about, we might still have a chance of keeping everything the way it was now. I listened as staff members asked questions, thinking of the notes I had made that were in my purse. No way would I open my mouth and say anything right now. Not after he'd called me out. So, I waited patiently for the meeting to end. As soon as Grayson was done speaking, I took advantage of the people crowding around him and snuck out quietly. Before I had to get ready for work, I wanted to make a quick stop somewhere. Hey, Harmony said, giving me a wave as I approached her at the Silver Bell's luxury tours stables. You survived the meeting at the country club. The humiliation felt brutal but deserved, I said, breathing in the stable smell as I stepped over a chunk of ice to get to where Harmony stood. She was grooming Ginger Snap, the old Clydesdale. He'd always been my favorite, and I wasn't his only fan. With a white spot on his forehead that looked like a snowflake and his gentle demeanor, he was a favorite for most people in town. I was so focused on my distress that I didn't ask you what you meant about being stressed over this guy, I said, rubbing my gloved fingers over his white spot in greeting. Is he hurt? Not hurt, she said, cupping his ears, like she was joking that he shouldn't hear this. Just old. I'm worried it might be time to find him a new home. Oh, Harmony. I'm really sorry. I know how attached you are to him. It's true, she said, making a pouty face with her lower lip jutted out. He and I have been through a lot together. But I at least get to pick the home for him. By the way, I wanted to apologize to you too. My brow wrinkled. I shouldn't have made that comment about using your grandpa as an excuse not to date. I know he means the world to you. No worries. I know how much you care. It's hard to figure out what's best for our loved ones. Although, I'm pretty sure Gramp is more stubborn than Ginger Snap. Ginger Snap whinnied, tilting his head back as if he had something to say about that. What are you going to do about Grayson? Harmony asked. Try to fix the mess I made, I guess. Hopefully, I can charm him at dinner. You're going to go out to dinner with him? If he's still interested, yes, I said, knowing that this was the best way to get him to see how much the country club means to everyone in town, including me. He asked me on a date after I made the obnoxious rich person comment, so I assume he still wants a date with off-kilter me. Sweetie, you've never been off-kilter a day in your life, Harmony said, giving me a look. Every move you make has a purpose. And more often than not, your moves have more to do with helping others than helping yourself. I'm sure you'll smooth things over with Grayson and it will all be fine. Everyone seemed to have the same positive message for me today, as if my worries weren't necessary. I wished I had their confidence. Chapter 4. After teaching ski lessons, I had my shift at the country club restaurant, and by the end of the night I was beat. Once the last staff member at the country club left for the evening, it was time for me to relax. For some people, that meant taking a long bath, or enjoying a cup of hot tea or a glass of wine. For me, it meant building gingerbread houses. Since I was little, working with Gran in the kitchen had always been the best way for me to unwind. Now, it was just me. It would have been easy to break down with a good cry after my long day, but I was stronger than that and forced myself to keep it together. I'd baked my bases a couple of days ago, drafted my plans, and was ready to go. Mixing up the icing, the world fell away as I started to create. My grandparents didn't have much money when I was growing up, but they had always made me feel special. Christmas time had been no exception. Gran told me you didn't need a passport to travel, not when you could create whatever you wanted in gingerbread. Together, she and I had made everything from the Gardens of Babylon to Buckingham Palace. Tonight, I was making something a little more local. I wasn't sure how much time had passed when I heard footsteps in the kitchen. Flipping my head up, I saw who was coming in and my face immediately heated. Great! It was Grayson. I didn't want anyone to know what I did in my spare time here, but especially not him. Wow, Nina, he said, eyeing my creation. Did you make this? I sucked in a deep breath. Yes. It's incredible. Do you have a kit? I put the piping bag down, shaking my head. No. I often get the plans online or with something like this, I just draw it on my own. Plans online? Do you just do houses? I'm not kidding, Nina. This is amazing. It's not a big deal, just a hobby, I said, feeling shy that he seemed to be taking such an interest. What else can you make? I lifted a shoulder. I can do famous landmarks, vehicles, anything really. My grand taught me. I love that, he said, a warm expression crossing his handsome features. Where do you display your finished products? I sat back, startled by the question. Oh, I don't display them. I create them, take a snapshot and knock them down. His face looked like I'd struck him. You knock them down? That's it. Seriously. These are too magnificent not to display. You should sell them. They would be a hit. I guess, I raised my eyebrows, needing to get him off this topic. I've never really thought about it. Hey, I wanted to apologize for this morning. I was stressed and I acted really judgy and should have kept my comments to myself. No, you shouldn't have. And it's not like I haven't heard that before. He paused, still looking at the house I'd created. I'm the one who should apologize. It wasn't fair that I let you think I was the repairman. That's true. I couldn't help myself, grinning as I teased him, but appreciating him letting me off the hook. Maybe we should start over. That would be great, he said, the corners of his mouth lifting. Sitting on the metal stool across from me, his eyes connected with mine and he held out his hand. I'm Grayson, the new owner of the Christmas Mountain Country Club. He wrapped his warm hand around mine, and my skin immediately felt like it was on fire the minute I touched him, fire in a good way, though, with all the happy feels. Seriously, the electricity flowed all the way to my toes. Fighting to steady my breath, I pulled my hand back. I'm Nina, secret gingerbread baker. He grinned. If I have my way, it won't be a secret for long. It's truly just something I play around with, I said, not wanting to get personal about how hard things had been lately and how making the gingerbread houses made me feel closer to Gran, who I miss dearly. By the way, I thought about dinner. If you want to learn more about Christmas Mountain, then I'd be happy to show you. His eyes widened. Really? That's great. How about Friday? That works, I said. Earlier, I'd hoped my dinner agreement would push us past the repairman's snafu. Now I needed him to move past the gingerbread thing, too. I wondered what the success rate of a first date was when it started in the red. I looked for you after the meeting, but you'd already left, he said. You seemed busy, and I needed to check on a friend. Well, I'm glad we got the chance to talk now, he said, seeming sincere and friendly. I won't lie to you, Nina. You were accurate about my family business, but I'm not like them. Good to know, I said, remembering what Harmony said about his grandparents. Can I ask you a question? Of course. My friend heard you were out walking when you stumbled on my grandfather's house? And that maybe it looked like a familiar house to you? Yes. Here, I'll show you, he said, looking excited as he stood, pulled out his wallet, and then handed me a photo. Taking a look, I was astonished. If it hadn't been for the landscaping, I would have wondered if it was Gramps' house. This is a photo of my grandparents' house. Or it was their house. His jaw quivered as I watched his chest rise slowly. Was? I asked. Yes, he said, with a short nod. The house was set on prime real estate, and the family decided the land would be better suited if condos sat on it. They waited for my grandparents to pass, thankfully. But it was still a big blow for me when they had it torn down and replaced. I spent a lot of time there growing up. I get it, I said, thinking of the warm fuzzies I got just being in Gramps' house. My grandparents raised me in that house. He paused, a strange look passing across his handsome features. And now it's just you and your grandpa? Yes, I said, admitting the truth. My gran passed unexpectedly, and then Gramp went skiing last year and broke a leg. He tells me he doesn't need a babysitter, but we agree to disagree. It's been hard. I'm sorry about your grandma, he said, his voice filled with sincerity and understanding. It sounds like a stubborn streak runs through your family. He chuckled, smacking the metal table. You're a funny guy. I twisted my lips to the side but couldn't argue. I'd been told more than once that I was stubborn, and there was no doubt my grandfather was as well. I yawned, noticing my hand was caked with icing. Great. I probably looked like a mess. I should probably head home. I have chili waiting for me. He nodded. Thank you for talking with me and giving me a second chance. You're not the only one who needed the second chance, I said, lifting my lashes and meeting his gaze. The air thickened between us and I felt a little zap of electricity hit my belly. Whoa, where had that come from? This unexpected attraction made me more than a little nervous. Time to go now. Good night, Grayson. Good night, Nina, he said. I scooted past him, catching a scent of pine, cedar, and amber. It was earthy and divine. Meanwhile, I smelled like molasses, sugar, and spaghetti that I had accidentally bumped against while clearing tables at the end of my shift. Grabbing my bag, I didn't even bother to take the apron off and throw it into the laundry. I could wash it at home and bring it back, anything to escape. Pushing open the door that led to the parking lot, I took a massive gulp of air. It had been a long time since a man had made me feel this way. And I wasn't sure how I felt about it. It took a few minutes for me to calm down enough even to drive home. Scolding myself for reacting like a schoolgirl, I decided I'd imagined the chemistry between us. Obviously, Grayson was simply being nice. Like he told the staff, he needed a connection to show him around town, and I was that person. Nothing more. But still, the way he looked at me made me feel as if he could see into my soul. When I got home, I threw my clothes into the washing machine. I'd talked to Gramp earlier, ensuring he took his medicine before bed, and now I went to check on him. Listening to his soft snoring at his door, I knew I would be lost without him. Did my need to have him close by supersede what he might need? Shaking my head, I stepped into the kitchen to warm the chili. I laughed, seeing a doodle on the counter he'd left for me. The drawing came with a message telling me good night and that another repairman had stopped by after I left. The burning in my cheeks returned briefly, and then I shook my head chuckling. Gramp would get a hoot out of the mistaken repairman story in the morning. Shaking my head, I took my bowl to the big comfy chair by the fireplace. When I was younger, I would sit on Gramp's lap while he told me stories. Other kids talked about the books their parents read to them, but my grandpa created a new story for me every night. They were always outlandish, funny, and completely unrealistic, but I loved them with all of my heart. Chapter 5. I spent the entire next day at the It's All Downhill From Here ski resort instructing one class after another. I loved being on the slopes, and although my main job was individual lessons, the group classes we offered were fun too. Spending time on the mountain always put me in a good mood. I'd even had a chance to finish the last 2 chapters of the book during my lunch break. After work, I pulled the door to Rudolph's Reeds open and stepped inside. The familiar scent of wood, leather, and books always made me feel content. I'd often thought it would be cool to be a librarian. I could easily get lost in the giant floor-to-ceiling bookcases I'd seen in big libraries. Maybe Carol needed some part-time help here in her store? I needed a backup plan if I couldn't convince Grayson that the country club mattered and the bookstore would be a good fit. My mind shifted to Grayson. I'd told him I loved to read. Did he enjoy reading? Gramp was convinced our meeting was fate. He chatted all about it this morning over breakfast. When I finished the Mistletoe Book Club's book of choice today, it hit me that the characters had a lot of similarities to Grayson and me. The hero was a millionaire and the heroine was a baker, which I was in secret. Interesting. Hi, I said, slipping into the private back room. Hey, you made it, Harmony said, her voice jingled through the space. I wasn't sure if you worked at the country club tonight. Not tonight, I said, reaching over to give her a hug. Or if you were hanging out with Grayson tonight, she said, pulling away and winking. Not that either. I playfully hip-checked her, thinking surely there were better things to talk about than the man who might put me out of a job. I moved about the room, saying hi to the other friends in the club before settling on the couch beside Macy. I am assuming you found your grandpa? Macy asked. I did, thank you, I said, squeezing her arm. He was just a few houses down from where I saw you. Not lost? I shook my head. He was chatting it up with a neighbor. How is your grandfather doing, Nina? Giselle sat down across from us, focusing on me. Giselle was by far my most exotic friend, although she would laugh at that statement, saying it was all in the name. In all honesty, she was an actual professional writer. How awesome would it be to do your favorite thing day in and day out? Looking around the room, it hit me that they all did. I was the only one hiding my true passion. So much for my good mood. He's good. Thank you for asking, Giselle. How is the writing going? It's going, she said, wearing a disappointed expression. In truth, I'm having a bit of writer's block right now. But it's all good. I'll get past it. I always do. I'm sure you will, I said, even though she didn't look too convinced. Scooch over, Nina, so I can sit next to you, Amanda said, sliding onto the couch beside me. Hey, you, I said, smiling at my friend. I'd never admitted it, but there were times I wished I could record Amanda's voice. It didn't matter if she was reading a favorite book or the weather report. As a massage therapist, her voice was so soothing that it made a puddle of my anxiety. And she had followed her dream when she opened a space at CM Salon on Main Street, providing massage therapy. How had I never noticed that I was the only one treading water career-wise? Warning bells sounded in my head, letting me know I was headed down a dark path. I'd always been hard on myself, never feeling like I lived up to my potential. It wasn't anything specific that had been said to me, or about me. It was all my own thinking. But still, I couldn't help feeling like I was not as successful at following my dreams as my friends were. The last two ladies arrived amid cries of congratulations. I stood, hugging Lacey and sneaking a look at her engagement ring. It was a stunning antique setting with an oval diamond. I'd never seen anything like it, but it fit her and Jacob perfectly. Lacey and her boyfriend, strike that, fiancé, were the cutest, 2 peas in a pod for sure. Jacob did an outstanding job with the design, Harmony said, looking a little wistful. Clapping her hands to get us all in line, Carol's eyes twinkled when we turned around. I could tell she was cooking up something. I just didn't know what. I've been stuck inside the past few days, Carol said, surprisingly looking restless at the admission. What would you ladies say if we took the book club to the streets? We can stop and get gingerbread lattes and look at the lights and window displays while we talk? Fresh air sounds great to me, I said. Thankfully the other ladies agreed. Gathering our coats, we stepped outside just as the snow started falling. We walked across the street to Jingle Bell's Bakery. After we had purchased our lattes, we headed toward the town square, chatting about the book along the way. All I know is that I need to find my opposites attract hero so I can feel warm and fuzzy, too, Amanda said, and we all laughed. I think by the time some people find the right one, they're so exhausted with life that they don't even give it a chance, Harmony said. I could feel her eyes on me, and I was kicking myself for telling her about the dinner offer from Grayson. I wasn't sure how she would respond if she knew I'd changed my mind and told him that I'd accepted his offer. Yes, I had ulterior motives, but she wouldn't see it that way. I gave her a look, warning her that she was dangerously close to a snowball in the back. Macy looked back at us. I agree. I know I wasn't looking for Cal, and he is 100% my opposite. He's impulsive, whereas I like to plan. But I'm happy to say some of his spontaneity has rubbed off on me. Maybe that's the benefit of the match? That, or you're happy because you ended up with a super cute boyfriend, Ruby said, winking at her. There is that as well. Macy grinned. At least the last time I saw him. Kara and I are so busy at the store I've almost forgotten what he looks like. Macy and her friend Kara had opened Cupid's Cupcakes and Cookies a couple years ago, and they had been buried in work since opening. Business is good, then? Ruby asked. It is, she said, looking tired but happy. Better than I expected, honestly. But it would be nice to get to see Cal more, of course. I was thrilled that she'd found love, just like I was happy for Lacey. But that didn't mean I was open to believing Grayson would be that person for me. It was just a date, and a reluctant one at that, since I had so much going on. Are you ladies up to walking by Silver Bell's luxury tours? I want to check on Ginger Snap. Then we can do a loop around the Christmas Falls and head back, Harmony said. I was aware that walking up to the falls would give us a good view of the Christmas Mountain Country Club. I wondered if Grayson was there right now or back at Sugar Plum Inn. Not that it mattered. Half an hour later, we talked about the book, had checked on Ginger Snap, and walked up to the falls with its view of the club. I loved the country club at night. The twinkling Christmas lights along the roof's edge danced in the snow tonight, especially since the flakes were bigger than when we'd first started walking. Well, the country club is a popular place tonight, Macy said. Looking up, I noticed a small crowd standing outside the club. I checked the time. It should still be open, but there was no reason for people to stand outside when there was a perfectly good foyer, not to mention dining tables. Let's check it out, Giselle said, giving me a look. Sure, I said, giving a shrug, even though I wondered what exactly was happening there. Hopefully Grayson hadn't made any decisions about tearing down the club. The thought made a knot form in my stomach. Together, we walked up the long driveway, and when we reached the top near the front door, I stopped in my tracks, fear pounding in my heart. Look at that! Ruby pointed. Oh, wow. That's pretty cool. Harmony looked back at me. Did the kitchen staff do this? It's amazing! My eyes bulged at what I saw displayed in the club window for all to see. For a moment, I wondered if this had been Harmony's game the whole time, to get me here. Was it possible Grayson had mentioned last night to her? But although she looked fascinated by the display, I could tell she had no clue I was the creator of the gingerbread house. I felt mortified. This was my private creation. How could Grayson have done this to me? Chapter 6. The crowd that had gathered outside the country club to view my gingerbread house in the window had mixed reactions. To say I felt exposed and horrified would be putting it mildly, giving me every reason to stand back in the shadows. I was afraid my expression would give me away if anyone focused on me. I love it. I wonder if they will make more. Like a whole gingerbread neighborhood. It's a bit messy, but I'm picky, a man beside me said, with a shrug. An unhealthy obsession with all those baking shows, a woman said, and the group laughed. Then one of them suggested moving into the building to get a better look. Once they were out of earshot, I heard another woman say, those people have lost their minds having any sort of criticism. That creation is beyond impressive. Nina? Nina, are you okay? Feeling numb, I turned slowly to Amanda, who stood beside me. What? You look like you've seen a ghost, she said, touching my elbow, causing me to jump. I'm sorry, I said, putting a hand over my heart as I tried to pull my emotions together. I was listening to them critique the gingerbread house. It sounds like the baker needs a few more lessons. Her brow furrowed and she tilted her head as if confused. That one guy was a total curmudgeon. Everyone else seemed to love it. You think? I'm curious who made it, she said, taking a look around. There doesn't appear to be a label in the window with the name of the baker/artist. Maybe it was someone the club hired? I didn't want to lie to my friend, so I just said, we should probably get back. Agreed, Macy said, her voice sounding exhausted. I need to be at the shop bright and early in the morning. If the orders keep coming in like this, we might need more help. A good problem to have as a business owner, Amanda said, probably since she owned her own massage business. Turning away, I tried to follow the rest of the conversation, but I couldn't stop thinking about the gingerbread house. How dare Grayson take my creation and put it in the window? I told him I knocked them down, which I'd forgotten to do since he'd been hovering last night. Harmony came up beside me as we passed the town square again. I'm sorry about teasing you earlier. I think you and Grayson would be sweet together, that's all. I don't think you let yourself have any fun. I worry about you. You're one to talk. How long has it been since you were out on a date? I said, but the minute the words were out of my mouth, I felt horrible. I'm sorry, Harmony. That was a low blow. You've dated more recently than me. Even though he turned out to be a jerk, she said, but not seeming as upset as she used to be about her cheating ex. Everything okay with you? For real? I have a lot on my mind, that's all. I get it, sweetie, she said, giving me a sympathetic smile. But love is still important and we know true love is out there. Just look at Lacey and Jacob. Ruby and Connor. Macy and... Point made, Harmony, I said, holding my palms up to stop her from going through all of our friends in the book club who have found their perfect match. So, consider finding out what Grayson is all about. He might surprise you. My voice trailed off as we walked down Main Street. Part of me considered confessing that I'd agreed to a date with him, but now that he'd put the display in the window, I was leaning toward canceling our upcoming dinner Friday night. Finally, we reached Rudolph's Reads and went our separate ways after getting our new book pick for the next gathering. Sliding into the driver's side seat of my car, I let the engine warm up while I flipped through emails on my cell. My eyes scrunched when I saw an email from Grayson. He'd sent it to all the employees, stating he wanted to meet with us individually. I groaned when I noticed mine was scheduled for the following day. After how he'd betrayed me, the last thing I wanted to do was start the day seeing him. It wasn't like I couldn't go to the meeting, though. He was my boss. I had to believe we could convince him the Christmas Mountain Country Club had value, and I loved my job. I just needed to hang on tight until he completed his evaluation, decided to leave the country club as it was, and then return to wherever he came from. Putting the car in drive, I had half a mind to go back to the country club and remove the gingerbread house. Instead, I decided to head home and calm down. At home, I was glad to have the house to myself for another hour or so. Gramp was at the bingo hall with his friends. He told me he was determined to win the big pot and buy the best furnace out there. I had my doubts. But I'd been positive when he told me his plan. Deciding cocoa would be a bad idea on top of the latte I'd had earlier, I settled for warm milk and grabbed a photo album from my bedroom. The pages contained every gingerbread house that Gran and I had ever made. Through my tears, I thumbed through it, trying to push back the negative comments I'd heard tonight. Had Amanda been right? Had there been more positive than bad? Not that it mattered. I never planned to take my gingerbread houses public, and I planned to let Grayson know that at our little meeting in the morning. Sighing, I tried not to let myself think about what would happen after Grayson's family knocked down the club. There were only so many lessons I could give at the ski resort. I would need another job to make up the difference in pay. The country club had always been a great gig. Plus, the old owners knew I took care of Gramp and would let me off if I needed to take him to an appointment or something. I wasn't sure where else I could get that kind of flexibility. Grayson's suggestion that I sell the gingerbread houses seeped into my thoughts. Would I dare come clean to Grandpa about the houses and consider selling them? Would there even be a market for them? And just like that, the negative comments from observers outside the club earlier echoed through my head, bringing me full circle and back, focusing on the criticism from tonight. No wonder I wasn't sleeping right now, even though I was bone tired. As soon as I heard a car door outside, I scrambled to put the photo album away. Then, I splashed my face with cold water in the bathroom and jumped back onto the couch and struck a casual pose before Gramp walked in. "Hey, Nina. How was your day?" "It was good," I lied, not wanting him to worry. "Am I looking at a rich man?" He grinned as he walked over and kissed me on the top of my head. "Rich because I have the best granddaughter, not because I hit bingo." "Well, I hope you at least had fun." "I had a blast." "It's nice to spend time with my friends," he said. "They're going to a play in the Living Well Center. I might see if I can go with them." "That sounds nice." "You should go if you want to." He eyed me, tilting his head. "Are you okay? You look tired. Maybe upset? Did you hear something about the country club?" "Only learned that the new owner is a slimy worm. And, apparently, I was in the first grade again." "Slimy worm?" I blinked back more tears, trying to meet his gaze. "I think I am tired," I said, inhaling deeply and trying to put on a happy face. "I might head to bed early. I have a new book to read for the book club that I can start reading." Pushing off the couch, I kissed him on the cheek and walked to my room, feeling his eyes on me the whole way. He'd always known when I was holding out on him. I was half expecting him to call me back to talk about whatever was bothering me. But I got to my room and shut the door without him stopping me. After a few minutes, I heard him turn on the television. Sighing, I felt in my heart that I needed to tell him everything about Grayson and the gingerbread houses, but I wasn't even sure where to start and I didn't want to hurt him. I would do anything to protect my grandpa from that pain. Chapter 7. The following morning, I was up with the sun. Well, what little there was behind the snow-covered mountain. Gramp came into the kitchen while I was finishing buttering my toast. I lifted my head when I heard his footsteps. "Want some?" "Nah. I might go to Jingle Bell Bakery and see if the guys are there. I haven't had a cinnamon roll in a long time." "Okay. I can drop you off if you want. I have a meeting with Grayson this morning." "Oh. What kind of meeting?" "He wants to meet with all the staff and get their take on what the Christmas Mountain Country Club means to them and the community." A grin spread across his face. "That's a good thing, right? Maybe he's more invested than you first thought." "I don't know. He's hard to pin down. I think he's a good guy, but then he goes and..." "What?" he said, since I'd stopped talking mid-sentence. His eyes wrinkled, worry crossing his face. "It's nothing," I said, shaking my head to blow it off. "I'm fine." I don't know how to make him understand how important the club is to the town. Maybe words aren't the way to convince him. Maybe you need to show him. He asked you to give him a tour around town, didn't he? Have you thought any more about that? It would be a nice thing too for a newcomer. I said yes, Gramp, I said, knowing I couldn't avoid talking about that fact right now. But I honestly don't know if I have time to meet him for dinner after all. Gramp grunted. It sounds like you're making excuses. Give the guy a chance, Nina. You can kick him to the curb if he ends up being less than he seems. I think you're thinking about this too much. Take one thing at a time. I realized he was right as I sipped the last of my coffee. I needed to focus on one piece of the puzzle and not lump all of the pieces together in one sitting. I smiled. You are a wise man. He chuckled. That is not what you called me when you were 16. Yes, well. I've grown up a bit since then. I'll see you tonight. I threw my bags in the back seat and drove through town to the country club. I would meet with Grayson, say my piece, and then head to It's All Downhill from here. I didn't have any lessons until this afternoon, but I needed to blow off some steam, and skiing would help. Pulling into the parking lot, the sight of my gingerbread house in the window fueled my irritation again, but I couldn't let my emotions take over. I would politely ask Grayson to remove my creation from the window, and then I'd answer his questions. If only I knew what to do about our upcoming dinner plans. As I entered the club, I stomped the snow off my boots a little too hard as I jammed my foot the wrong way, almost twisting it. Taking a deep breath, I tried to relax because the last thing I needed was to injure myself. If I did that, I might end up losing both jobs, which would be an even bigger nightmare. I headed to the main office, reminding myself the whole time that I just needed to get through this meeting. The door opened as I knocked, but no one was inside. Feeling unsure of what to do, my eye caught on something on his desk. What was that? Inching closer to his desk, I picked up the glossy brochure for the National Gingerbread Show. He had to be messing around with me. Didn't he get that I wanted this kept secret? Hearing movement behind me, I spun around. I was still holding the pamphlet and my jaw was hanging open when I locked my gaze on those beautiful eyes. Immediately, I felt butterflies in my stomach and pounding in my head. Oh. This wasn't going the way I'd practiced while driving through town. Who do you think you are, putting my gingerbread house on display? And this? I held up the pamphlet as evidence. What is this? I told you my creations aren't something I want to share. My grandpa doesn't even know I still bake gingerbread, let alone make houses. And now, the whole town is talking about the mystery house at the country club. How could you do this to me? So much for staying calm. Grayson stared at me, sliding a hand into one of his pants pockets, but saying nothing. It was almost as if he were trying to decide how to react. Feeling annoyed that he wasn't answering me, that my sweet grandma was gone, and that all I had left was making gingerbread houses, I set the pamphlet onto his desk. If you think I'm still going to dinner with you, then you're crazy, I said, calmly but firmly. You can find someone else to show you around. Then I turned around and rushed out of the room, hot tears burning my eyes. I was pretty confident I didn't need to worry about what his family planned to do with the club anymore because I was probably fired. But he had some nerve looking up gingerbread contests. Who did he think he was invading my privacy and trying to push me into something I didn't want? I opened the door and stepped outside, noticing a few more people standing at the window looking at the gingerbread house I'd made. A tear slipped down my cheek, but I swiped it away. Now that I'd been outed, I'd have to be more careful, so that was probably the last gingerbread house I'd be able to create for a while. The thought was devastating, but I needed to be strong and hold myself together. I managed to drive to the ski resort without shedding tears. I grabbed a few tissues from the console and blew my nose. I hated to cry. I looked down as my phone vibrated. It was Harmony. Either news traveled really fast, or she had impeccable timing. I silenced the call. I couldn't talk to anyone right now. Inside the resort, I slipped past the main desk and headed straight to the staff locker room. I knew I would feel better once I was out on the slopes and in the fresh air. Glancing in the mirror, I almost scared myself. My face was tense and my eyes were glassy. Pulling a few towels from the dispenser, I wet them and patted my face just as one of my coworkers came in. "Oh, hey there," Jade said, looking surprised to see me. "You're early. I was going to tell you when you came in that your 4 o'clock appointment canceled. I can add in someone else if they call. Sound good?" I nodded. "That would be great. Thanks. I'm going to hit the slopes for a while." "Have a great time," she said and walked back out. Exhaling slowly, I made myself count my breaths until I felt grounded. I didn't want to take any bad energy with me on the slopes. After a minute, I felt calmer. Whatever mess I'd made for myself would be here when I got back. But, for now, I needed to focus on the day ahead. Hearing my phone, I grabbed it and noticed it was Harmony again. What was going on? "Hello? Hey, sorry to bother you, but I wanted to run something past you," she said, sounding nervous. "And please don't tell your grandpa I called. Everything all right?" "Yes and no," she said, letting out an audible sigh. "He signed up to go to a play at the Living Well Center? Are you okay with that? I know he's competent, but I also know you. That I'm a bit overprotective?" I asked, somehow managing a laugh. "To put it plainly, yeah." I chuckled. "Don't worry, it's all good. He told me about the event. Is Silver Bells involved?" "He said it was through the Living Well Center." "We are involved." "Hey, are you okay? You sound a little off." "Nothing the slopes won't fix." "If that's all?" "Oh, yeah, sure. I'm glad you're fine with it. I'll talk to you later." "Hang in there, Nina." "I'll try," I said, then hung up and hit the ski run. Chapter 8. I arrived outside the lodge at the It's All Downhill From Here ski resort to teach ski lessons, ready to forget about the mess I'd made of my life by managing to lose my job even though it hadn't been announced yet that the club was being shut down. I wasn't sure how I would get by without that income, but I would figure something out. I had a little bit of savings that could help with Gramps' bills until I found another job. I would have to talk to the real furnace guy, though, and see how he felt about payments. At least I still had this job. Focusing on the kids lifted my spirits, and I even cracked a smile or two. Mallory, one of the kids I'd been working with for a few lessons, stayed on her feet the whole time after my instruction, and I felt so proud of her. We were in the middle of our celebration when I noticed Grayson standing off to the side. What was he doing here? Obviously, Grayson wanted to talk to me about something. But what? Okay, I was totally confrontational about what he'd done, but I felt that was justified. Maybe it had been an overreaction to cancel dinner. Still, it would be unprofessional, not to mention rude, to fire me while I was at another job. So, what else could he want from me? I skied Mallory over to her mom and told them I would see her next week. With my skiers gone, I just wished my 4 o'clock appointment was here to save me from this conversation with Grayson. Taking a deep breath, I skied over to him, doing a fancy little stop that sprayed snow just off to his right. "Hey, Grayson," I said, unable to help noticing that ski wear was a very good look on him. Shiver. "Just so you know, I only have a few minutes before my next lesson." "What's up?" The corner of his mouth hitched up. "I'm your 4 o'clock. I blinked. "Wait. What?" I called and they said there was an opening. I bit my lip. "Well, your lesson is probably with instructor Cal Bradley. You'll like him. He's a very good ski instructor and—" "I specifically asked for you," he said, his eyes lighting up, as if he found my surprise amusing. Huh. That was interesting. I blew out a breath. "Are you telling me you don't know how to ski?" "I find that a little unbelievable." "I know how to ski," he said, his expression getting a little more serious. "But I needed to talk to you. Since you tend to disappear whenever that happens, I figured I'd make an appointment." My stomach nodded. "If you're going to fire me, just send an email." He shook his head. "I have no intention of firing you." I blinked. "Really?" "And as for what happened with the gingerbread house," he said, looking chagrined. "You're right that I should have asked first." "I'm sorry, Nina. I just happen to think you're extremely talented and that you should show people your creations." Well, my voice trailed off, since I found it hard to argue with an apology thrown in with a compliment. "Why did you enter my work in a national championship?" "I didn't," he said, firmly. "Is that what you thought?" "I mean, sure, I looked into it and you should enter if you want to. You're certainly talented enough, but that's not what the brochure was about. I was looking at ways to bring more interest and income to the club. You know, if we decide to keep it open." "Your gingerbread house inspired me to think of a contest." I inquired about hosting a competition. "Oh," I said, realizing I'd jumped to conclusions. He'd been acting in the best interests of the club, had even found a good idea, and I'd been so rude to him. I was feeling pretty foolish right about now. Looking down at my feet, I wasn't sure what to do to make things right. He shouldn't have displayed the house without my okay, but as much as I wanted him to be the bad guy, he didn't seem to be. I glanced up. "Do you really need a ski lesson?" He laughed. "Probably not. I'm one of those rich types, remember? I've been skiing since I was 4. But, if you're done for the day, I would like to have that meeting we were supposed to have had earlier. Then, maybe dinner? If you're willing to reconsider? No pressure." I remembered what Gramps said about showing Grayson how special the club was to the town, instead of telling him. "Okay. But let's do the meeting my way." He held up his hands. "Absolutely. I will follow your lead." "All right." The last one down the hill buys the gingerbread lattes. A few minutes later, I was winded but victorious. He'd been fast and I hadn't pushed myself like that in a long time, but I'd managed to cut him off and victory was mine. He slid in beside me, taking off his goggles and planting his poles. "I'm not sure that was fair play, but I'm going to let it slide," he said, looking more than a little amused at my competitive behavior. "Where are we getting lattes?" "At Jingle Bell's Bakery." "We can get cinnamon rolls, too," I said, thinking that his skiing abilities made him even more attractive. Or maybe it was the fact that he had seemed to have fun with our little race and, surprisingly, I had too. "I've decided to take you on a tour of the town. The only way to understand the club's importance to our small town is for you to see what our small businesses mean to the community. We don't just live in Christmas Mountain. We are Christmas Mountain." "I'm learning so much about you," he said, looking happy about that fact. I raised my eyebrows. We have a deal? Deal. Do you want to drive or am I? Oh, no, I said, waving a finger at him. We're walking. He grinned. Sounds good to me. Half an hour later, we headed down to Main Street, passing Silver Bell's luxury tours along the way. It was a long and beautiful walk, which lifted my spirits. It's truly beautiful here in Christmas Mountain, he said, sounding like he meant it. And peaceful. It's my first time to Montana. You've lived here all your life? I nodded. It would be strange to live anywhere else. I can imagine, he said, with an understanding nod. My family tends to move a lot. Always in the San Francisco Bay Area, just to newer and bigger houses. That's part of the reason I love the charm of my grandparents' home so much. I glanced up at him. What are the true plans for the country club? He raised a shoulder. No decisions have been made yet. I came here to assess the club and determine the next course of action. There's a whole formula involved for profitability. And who has the final say? My father. He's in charge. I'm just in charge of the assessment. And if you disagree with what he says? I asked. It doesn't work that way. But it could. If you pushed hard enough. Are the tables turning here? I do believe I encouraged you to think outside the box for your gingerbread houses. But you're not changing anything. My eyebrows came together. That's different. I'm not sure that it is, he said, giving me a sideways glance. I sighed. Let's table this discussion for later. The most amazing cinnamon roll you've ever tasted is calling. Opening the door for him, my heart and head were at war. Since Grayson could destroy our beloved country club, I felt like I shouldn't like him. But I did. He and I were total opposites, like the hero and heroine in that novel the book club was reading, The Baker and the Billionaire. If he didn't see the value in the things that I loved, like the country club, then it didn't matter how fast his touch made my heart race when he didn't understand my soul. Stepping inside, out of the cold, calm washed over me as my senses absorbed the aroma of coffee and cinnamon. Jingle Bell Rock played softly through the speakers as we checked out the menu board. Despite my anxious mood, I had to smile at the reindeer doodles on the special of the day board. It reminded me why I was on this walk in the first place. In my mind, nowhere else on earth wrapped you in a hug and made you feel like you belonged, like Christmas Mountain. I just needed to convince Grayson of that fact. From the twinkle in his eyes, I was hopeful that it might not be as hard as it initially seemed. We put in our orders, and then moved to the side so the next customer could approach the counter. Once we received our orders, I turned to Grayson and gave him a hopeful smile. Loving it here yet? Okay, I'll admit it. This place is pretty special. Grinning with what felt like my second victory of the day, I led him to a booth near the back of the cafe. I need to ask you something, he said, slipping into the booth across from me. My stomach danced a little. Okay. He paused a moment. Is there ever less Christmas here? With a name like Christmas Mountain, I'm wondering if it still feels like this in June? Less magical? No, it always feels like this. Santa can wear Bermuda shorts just as easily as his red pants and coat, you know, I said, smiling. Magical is a great word for this town, he said, taking a sip of his coffee as he looked around the restaurant. It feels like anything is possible here. Exactly. I tapped the wooden table with my finger. Put that in the proposal to your family. Christmas Mountain, you'll want to bottle the magic and take it with you. Leaning back, he gave me a slow clap, as you see in the movies. That's a really good line. Do you have marketing experience? None whatsoever, but I do believe in my small mountain town. Not to point out the obvious, but you seem to believe in your town more than you believe in yourself as a gingerbread house artist, he said, his words feeling like an icicle to the heart. Ouch, I said, giving him a look. It's not that I don't believe in myself. More that I don't want to cause my grandfather any pain. Bear with me because I truly want to understand, he said, reaching across the table and giving my hand a squeeze before releasing it again. Goosebumps skittered across my skin from where his skin had touched mine and my heart rate kicked up. How could a mere touch from this man send my heart spinning like this? Your grandpa knows that you baked gingerbread houses with your grandma, right? Of course. He took the pictures and watched the process many times, I said, lifting my gingerbread latte to my lips and taking a warm, delicious sip. Don't you think he would love to see you make them again? He asked, gently. To enjoy a memory so ingrained in both of you that it has the ability to lift you past the grief and celebrate her every day? My nose wrinkled as I focused on my mug. Who's the marketing genius now? How long have you been working on that line? Essentially, all the way from the mountain. Did it work? I shook my head. Not so much. Do you know how many comments we've received at the country club about your gingerbread house? People loved it. In my mind, I remembered the negative comments as well. He flipped his spoon sideways on the table, rolling it to one side and back to the other. The metal against the wood seemed to dance in rhythm with the music overhead. His fidgeting had a weird way of calming me, which was a bit unnerving. I didn't want him to have any effect on me, but I quickly realized I was losing that battle. I'm glad people loved it, I said, looking him in the eyes. I truly am. And they could keep enjoying them if you made more. It could be great for the club, he said. No, I said, leaning back in my seat. And that's final, Grayson. I could pay you, he said. I blinked. Pay me? Yes. My voice trailed off, because I wasn't sure what to say. All I could think about was that my grandpa needed a new furnace. We'd pay for the supplies, too, of course, he said, looking at me with a hopeful expression. Plus, $1,000 for the creation. My jaw dropped open. For real? He nodded. Did you see the crowd that gathered there last night? This is a great promotion for the country club. Everything in me screamed to agree since that $1,000 could go toward the new furnace. But Gramps' feelings were my priority. How could I work this? If I agreed to your proposal, my name couldn't be connected to the gingerbread house. Agreed, he said, holding his hand out toward me. We have a deal? I paused for a moment, unable to believe this was happening. Even though my name wouldn't be associated, I still felt uncomfortable but didn't know why. But income was income, and that was a lot of extra income. I put my hand in his. It's a deal. The corners of his mouth curved upward as he squeezed my hand, causing more tingles to skitter up my arm. He also continued to hold my hand, lacing his fingers through mine easily as if holding hands with me were natural. Oh, my. If this goes the way I think it will, I'd like to order a whole village from you, he said. A village? I blinked, unable to fathom how much money that would be. My mind was doing math faster than it ever had before. That was a lot of money. Exhaling slowly, I knew this was an opportunity one couldn't pass up. Gramp needed the money. I needed the money. It was going to make a difference for us. Thanks, Grayson, I said, my eyes watering. Thank you, Nina, he said, his thumb brushing across my skin. This could be exactly what we all need. What I needed was to keep his hand around mine for the foreseeable future. It felt so warm and comforting with mine, like it was meant to be there. But I reminded myself Grayson was my boss and we needed to keep things professional, especially with this new agreement. Regretfully, I pulled my hand away. Now that we've settled that, let's finish up here so we can continue our tour. He grinned and my stomach did little flips. Despite all my logical warnings, that smile had my heart going in a very risky direction. Chapter 9. Walking into Rudolph's Reads the following week, I was sure someone was messing with me. I'd seen Grayson at work several times, and I couldn't get him off my mind. And reading Kissin' by the Mistletoe wasn't exactly helping me clear all thoughts of him. It also didn't help that I knew he was checking the kitchen inventory while I came to the Mistletoe Book Club gathering, so I would have the supplies needed to make the next gingerbread house. Plopping down on the couch beside Harmony, I listened as the ladies laughed about the novel we'd read this week. It was a rom-com type book that I'd finished late last night and felt a little too much like my current life to make me fall asleep easily. I'd kept picturing those green eyes and those tingles up my arm when he'd held my hand. He hadn't been anything but professional since our evening at the Jingle Bells Bakery, which for some reason made me irritated. He'd seemed interested in me, but now it was all business. Why the change? Obviously, I'd been too cranky for my own good. But that was fine, totally fine, and I didn't care at all. If only I could make myself believe those words were true. Hey, Harmony. How are you doing? I asked. She looked up, shrugging. Ginger Snap had a hard day. I'm sorry. Are you having any luck finding a home for her? No, she said, the corners of her lips turning downward. Between you and me, I might be a little too picky. Or too controlling. Maybe both? I can't help it. She's my baby. I get it, I said, giving her a sympathetic smile. I'm sorry. If you have options, we could talk about them together if you want. I can give an unbiased opinion. That's not a bad idea. She tilted her head, seeming to think it over before smiling at me. You're a good friend. Right back at you, I said, watching her blonde ponytail flip swing back and forth as she tilted her head more. Ruby clapped her hands lightly, getting our attention. Carol is helping the last customer in the bookstore, but everyone else is here so we can get started. What did you think about Kissin' by the Mistletoe? Lacey slid her book onto a coffee table, taking a deep breath. I wasn't a fan of Anastasia. How can you expect to get what you want when you hide behind secrets? Exactly. She frustrated me, Giselle said, rolling her eyes. Although if I'm being fair, it's not always easy to put yourself out there when you've built walls to protect yourself from getting hurt. That's exactly how I felt, Giselle, I said, hoping my fear that I was just like Anastasia didn't glow like Rudolph's nose. There were good reasons she felt she had to keep hiding. It's not always easy to put yourself out there. I don't know, Ruby said, brushing dog fur off her sleeve. She didn't even confide in her friends until she had no other choice. She could have saved herself a lot of pain if she'd leaned on them from the start. I watched Ruby as she said this, feeling exposed. I realized this would be the perfect time to spill the beans about what was happening with the gingerbread houses. Just put it out there. What's the worst that could happen? I opened my mouth to confess. Speaking of secrets, Macy, did you or Cara make that gingerbread house at the country club? Carol asked, coming into the room and sitting on my other side. It was impressive. I wish. Macy held her hands up and shook her head. That's beyond my experience level. I barely make a decent gingerbread dough, let alone have the ability to build something beautiful with it. I don't know who made it. I assume it was the chef at the club. Is that right, Nina? My stomach roiled as I opened my mouth to answer. No. Harmony cleared her throat, leaning forward. It wasn't the chef. He was at Silver Bells today, and we were talking about the gingerbread house. We were both excited to see if the mystery builder keeps going. There are so many places in town to create. Watching my friend, I was glad she shared that she was excited, but it was easy for me to see her heart wasn't truly in it. I wondered what I could do to help her out besides looking at options for Ginger Snap with her. I also needed this conversation to get away from the gingerbread house creator and back to the book. Did you know there's an actual gingerbread contest show? Amanda said, crossing one scrub-covered leg over the other as she leaned back in the chair. She obviously hadn't had time to change after she'd finished working across the street. The creations they make with gingerbread are crazy good. I found the contest while flipping through the television last night. I saw that, too, Giselle said, taking a sip of the tea Carol had put out for each of us. You and I must have been on the same wavelength, Amanda. I'm saving that series for this weekend to binge the whole thing. I bet it would be soothing to create something like that, Amanda said, her tone calm and melodic. You're working with your hands, focusing on something, and letting the outside world go. Almost like meditation, really. So true, Lacey said, nodding in agreement. Maybe that's why they are keeping the baker's identity a secret. If everyone knows, then it's not that person's safe thing anymore. What do you think, Nina? I sat up taller. That's what I meant about Anastasia. No one really knows what a person is dealing with on the inside or why a person might need to build walls or make certain decisions that might not be understood by everyone. Sometimes a person takes the right path only when there's no other option. And even then it's hard. Or, it must be hard, I would think. Sitting back again, I knew I'd chickened out. For a moment, I had been ready to tell them the creator was me, but hiding behind the book seemed so much easier. Groaning internally, I knew I was getting very good at hiding. I listened as they debated the topic a bit more. Finally, Macy pulled out cookies she'd brought from her shop. She was trying out a few new flavors and needed our opinions. Halfway through my second caramel, vanilla, and pecan cookie, Harmony spoke up again. This is a safe space, right? Harmony said. Everyone stopped talking and turned her way. Of course. Are you okay? You've been quiet tonight, Amanda said. She swallowed noticeably. It's Ginger Snap, which I know sounds silly. But I'm having the worst time figuring out what to do with her. I know she needs to retire, but I can't imagine not seeing her every day. Tears blurred my vision, and my heart pounded for her. This was worse than I thought. I'd been wrapped up in gingerbread drama while she struggled with a real issue. I put my hand on her arm and squeezed. What can we do to help you? Carol said. I don't know, she said, swiping under her eyes as she blinked back tears. I told Nina I was probably being too picky and too controlling. She offered to look at options with me. I'm worried I'll make a mistake and not pick the right home for her. She shook her head. It's hard to separate my feelings from her needs. For a moment, I thought of Gramp. His needs were all that mattered to me. I could totally relate to Harmony feeling the same way about sweet Ginger Snap, who she loved. We're here for you, Harmony, I said, rubbing her arm. Just tell us what you need. A great place accepted her, but it's 3 hours away. I wouldn't be able to see her as often as I might like. Sometimes I think maybe I'm being selfish, but she lights up when she sees me. I'm worried that she'll be lonely. This has been really hard. I've considered taking some time off work because it all feels like too much right now. What do you guys think I should do? It sounds like you know the issue, Ruby said, looking very serious for someone wearing a sweater that had a Santa dog on the chest. I know that doesn't mean your decision is easier, which is what is probably hurting you so much. What did you like about the place that was 3 hours away? She would have plenty of space to roam, and they are organic. Plus, it's a petting farm, so she would still interact with kids. Which she loves to do, Macy pointed out. She does, Harmony said, nodding. But she'll be so far away. What if she needs me? I think you might need to come to terms with how your relationship with her is changing, Lacey said, sounding wise beyond her years. You're right. You won't see her every day. However, it's only 3 hours away. It's not like you'd have to fly to see her. Good point, I said, thinking of how Lacey had moved here from New York. You would be able to drive to see her, and that's a plus. You can see her a couple of times a month, Carol said, sounding positive and hopeful. Just because she's gone from your everyday life doesn't mean you stop doing what you love or honoring her however you can. Listening in, it seemed like I couldn't escape my inner struggles. Between the book and Harmony's dilemma, I was beginning to see just how big the walls I'd built around my heart were. It also gave me an idea of how I could help Harmony and how I could make a dent in those walls. Suddenly, I was excited to get to the country club and start my next creation. Thanks for the support, everyone. Harmony wiped her tears beside me as I gave her a quick hug. I'll think on everything you said. It will be all right, sweetie, I said, squeezing her one more time. I wasn't sure cookies and rom-coms were supposed to get this deep. Although, my gran used to remind me that we get what we need when we need it. Her saying seemed right in this case, that was for sure. Once the meeting was over, I stood to put my coat back on, and checked the time. I texted Gramp to make sure he had taken his medicine. He sent me a quick reply confirming he had, and I grinned. Despite all he and I had lost, we were blessed to have each other still. I said goodbye to the ladies and jumped in my car, heading toward the Christmas Mountain Country Club. As I zoomed up the drive, I felt goosebumps on my arm, wondering if Grayson would be there. Chapter 10. After work at the country club, I was feeling unexpectedly festive in the kitchen, even though there was a twinge of disappointment that Grayson hadn't been at the club this evening. Sure, he'd sent me an email that my supplies would be ready and waiting for my next creation, and I couldn't very well expect him to hang around waiting for me to show up. Although would that be so much to ask? I connected my cell phone to the speakers to play music and turned on my Christmas playlist and increased the volume. Halfway through the 12 days of Christmas, my mind was totally focused on the task at hand, even as I tapped my foot to the beat. Amanda had been right about the calming effect I felt when working on my gingerbread houses. It was hard to explain. Everything else fell away while I created. Feeling pumped up, I started singing to my wooden spoon microphone, belting out the 5th day of Christmas when I turned and spotted Grayson standing in the corner. My face heated and I lowered my mic, wanting to facepalm myself. Hi, I said, jumping back and fiddling with my cell to lower the volume to a normal level. What are you doing in the shadows? You scared me. He shook his head, jaw dropped. I didn't want to interrupt the performance. That was impressive. More talent I didn't know about. Very funny, I said, knowing I couldn't carry a tune. If there were a contest for voices that crack while singing, I'd definitely win. You now know 2 secrets about me, and I don't know anything about you. Not fair. You know some things, he said, coming toward me. You know I loved my grandfather with all my heart, and I love your gingerbread houses. No offense to your grandfather or me, but those are not real secrets. You should tell me something bigger than that just to even things out, I said, rationalizing the fact that I wanted to know more about him, like everything. Chuckling, he pulled out one of the metal stools and sat back on it. I noticed there was a dimple on his left cheek when he fully smiled. Adorable. It led my eye to the twinkling in his eyes. Either that or I was drawn there naturally. Whatever the case, he was lovely to look at. I'll make you a deal, Nina, he said, setting a palm flat on the counter. I'll give you a story in return for a story from you. Deal? Another deal? I said, thinking this one had a high probability of being a horrible idea. How much did I want him to know about me? Remembering Anastasia, I decided to take one brick away at a time from my wall, hoping it wouldn't come back to bite me in the gingerbread booty. All right, but you're two behind me. Don't think you're getting off that easy. I guess I should ask a question first, he said, his gaze dropping to where I was working my hands on autopilot. Will I bother you if I'm in here while you're creating? I can leave if you need privacy. My heart skipped a beat, and I felt appreciative of his consideration. You're fine, I said, hoping my voice sounded casual since no part of me wanted him to leave. I'd been waiting to see him for hours. Oh, man. I just realized I had it bad. Needed to keep this casual, for sure. You can help if you want to grab an apron. The words were out of my mouth before I had time to think about it. My stomach twisted. I'd never made gingerbread with anyone but my gran. I couldn't take it back now, though. Emotions washed over me as he jumped up and grabbed one of the aprons off the hook. Reminding myself to breathe, I felt like I was barreling down a ski slope at top-rate speed. Hopefully I'd end up with a medal and not running from an avalanche. 15 minutes later, Grayson was using the template to cut out the sides of the building. Stealing a glance, I noticed that he stuck out his tongue while he was focusing. It was totally adorable. Shaking my head, I knew I was in deep trouble here. What was your favorite Christmas gift as a child? I asked, wanting to know more about him. He stepped back with a far-off look, a slow grin playing off his face. I was 7. My grandfather gave me fishing equipment. Not just any equipment either. It was his old tackle box with the lure I'd always begged to use, plus my own fishing pole. We used to fish every weekend we could. My heart warmed. Wow. I love that. Did you eat the fish too? He nodded. Ling cod mainly. He made a mean batter. His mouth twisted, tightening his lips. Christmas wasn't the same after he was gone. I'm the old soul in my family. I love tradition. After he passed away, we spent Christmas at ski lodges or on an island somewhere. It didn't feel the same. What about you? Favorite gift? Warmth spread over me, thinking about how lucky I'd been. My grandparents didn't have much money. I would get 2, maybe 3 gifts. They were all things I needed or practical gifts. See this bowl? I held up the green earthenware bowl with the embossed holly leaf edging. This was my favorite gift ever. I was 15 when they gave it to me. It's beautiful, he said, sounding like he meant it. I always got a new apron that my gran sewed for me, I said, remembering all of the aprons I'd opened. You think my gingerbread baking is my secret? The biggest secret is that I have every apron she ever made me. I still use the ones that fit. He gestured to what I was wearing, giving me a nod. That's why you have the cool festive apron, and I'm wearing a standard black one. Sounds like she was incredible. She was the best. I miss her. I paused, feeling tears welling up, blurring my vision a little. With flour and icing on both hands, I couldn't do much, so I blinked rapidly, but one hot tear managed to slip down my cheek. Moving closer to me, Grayson lifted his hand and gently brushed the tear away with his thumb. The gesture was touching and sweet, making my stomach do a little flip. "Thank you for sharing," he said, brushing my cheek again in the same spot even though I knew only the one tear had escaped. "Sorry about that," I said, feeling incredibly vulnerable right now. "I don't talk about her much, so it's hard." "Does your grandfather talk about her?" "Not really," I said, realizing that he didn't, at least not to me. I wasn't sure if that was my doing or his, but I knew if we were going to heal, that needed to stop. "That's probably something we should work on. I'll add it to my long to-do list." I finished stirring the icing and set the bowl in the sink, washing my hands. Turning back around, I took a long look at Grayson. Even though I teared up, I hadn't imagined I would feel this comfortable with him. Having him here with me while I worked didn't feel like I was dishonoring Gran at all. Instead, it felt good sharing the gift she'd shared with me. "All right, Mr. Fisher, are you ready for the next part?" An hour later, I felt a bit like a surgeon, asking for pieces and having him hand them to me. Once I had the basic structure constructed, I let him loose with the fencing. "This is cool. The details are amazing. I can't believe you do all of this with gingerbread." He stepped back, looking at his part of the project. "I would imagine your childhood kitchen always smelled of molasses and ginger. If I'd been there, I don't know if I would ever leave. It did smell delicious. That's part of the reason I bake here. When I moved in to help my grandpa, I lost the ability to make my creations at home. It's none of my business, but I hope you plan to talk with him about all this. You know he's bound to figure it out, right? I mean, this is a real talent. And you're using your grandma's techniques. He watched the two of you for years." I sucked in a breath, twisting my lips to the side. "You know you do that a lot, Nina," he said. What? "Twist your lips to the side like that, making me wonder what you're thinking but not saying," he said. I felt my cheeks flush. Maybe I'm just trying to be mysterious. Whoa. Now we're getting to the deep dark secrets. Why would you do that? I lifted my lashes, meeting those beautiful green eyes. Well, I can't reveal everything to you all at once. Where would that leave us? Maybe it would make us closer. Too close, I said, honestly. He held my gaze for a long moment and then leaned toward me a little, making me wonder if he might kiss me. The air thickened between us until it felt palpable. I held my breath, but when he paused midway, the magnetic pull between us seemed to break. So, I stepped back and put the last touches on the icing. "Well, what do you think?" I said, taking a look at what we'd created. "I think it looks just like Silver Bell's luxury tours." "Is that one of the horses?" I nodded. "That is Ginger Snap. See the snowflake on his forehead. He's a town favorite. Unfortunately, he's getting old, and this is his last Christmas season giving tours." Wait. Isn't that Harmony's favorite horse? She told me about him when I first arrived. Yes, he is her favorite, I said, thinking of my dear friend. She's having a hard time letting him go. Which is what inspired me to make this tonight, in her honor. She will love it. Do you want to help me display it with the other one? Sure, I said, wiping my hands on a small towel. What will you do when you run out of window space for all these gingerbread houses you want? I'll think of something. He tapped his fingers together like a genius mastermind. You keep creating. Let me worry about the logistics. Deal, I said, feeling happier than I had in a long time. Chapter 11. The next day, I pulled into the lot at the country club with my nerves on edge, knowing last night's creation was now on display for everyone to see. After a surprisingly peaceful night's sleep, I'd woken up in a great mood, had breakfast with Gramp, and finished a few early morning lessons at It's All Downhill from here. Now, I was sitting in my car, watching the growing crowd at the club door. Rapping on my car window made me jump. I looked out my window and saw Harmony leaning over my car wearing a huge grin. She bounced up and down like a kid on her birthday, and I hoped I knew the reason why. "You scared me," I said, stepping out of my car. The energy emanating from her was palpable. It was certainly different from the last time I'd seen her. "What is going on?" "There's a new gingerbread house, Nina. You're never going to believe what the artist did." "An artist? Me?" I kind of liked the sound of that. "Tell me," I said, as she pulled my arm, making me walk faster. At the front of the club, the doors were opening for the lunch shift, but very few people were actually going in. They were all huddled around the window, talking excitedly. "Look at the detail. That must be ginger snap. This had to take hours to create. I wonder if it has to do with the new owners. Has anyone heard what they plan to do with the club? I assumed they would tear it down, but these beautiful displays make me feel hopeful they have something else in mind." Harmony pulled me closer. "Don't look, but there's Grayson's dad." Of course, I looked. How could I not? In many ways, he looked like an older version of Grayson, but without the twinkling in the eyes. This man looked serious and maybe a little bored and annoyed. He stood between the window display and the front doors, tightening the belt of his long coat and then rubbing his gloved hands together. Last night, Grayson hadn't said anything about his dad coming into town. Not that he had to tell me about his family's moves. Then a horrible thought crossed my mind. Every muscle in my body tightened. Did this mean his dad was forcing a decision on the club? "Whoever is creating these gingerbread houses just made my morning," Harmony said, bouncing in her heeled boots. "They captured Ginger Snap perfectly. Right down to her snowflake." "I'm glad you love it," I said, a warm feeling settling over me. Harmony's eyes sparkled as she rambled on about how much she loved seeing the delicious-looking model of Silver Bell's luxury tours. Getting closer, she took a few pictures before turning back to me. The look of pure joy warmed every part of me, despite the chilly temperature coming from Mr. Fisher. He mumbled something, wore a scowl on his face, and then marched inside. "Harmony, I'm sure Grayson would let you get closer pictures without the glass in the way," I said, wanting to go inside and see what Mr. Fisher was up to. "You should ask him." Her eyes widened. "That's a great idea. I might wait until his father leaves." He seemed a little intense, pushing his way inside. "You noticed that he seemed cranky too?" I was hoping it was just me. "I'm going to head to Silver Bell's luxury tours and get back to work," she said, giving me a quick hug. I just had to come and see that beautiful creation for myself. It's really made my day. And with that, Harmony turned and headed to the stables. I knew I had a goofy grin, but I didn't care. I wasn't sure how the other gingerbread houses would affect people, but this one had hit its mark and I was glad. My mind pinged with Grayson's comments, and I knew I probably had a big "I told you so" coming my way. Taking one last look at the window display, I pulled open the club door and went in. I couldn't help but laugh when I stepped inside. "You're a mean one," from the Grinch echoed through the speakers in the lobby. Rather fitting as I watched Mr. Fisher take the hallway toward the offices. I headed the other way to the kitchen, ready to start my day serving tables. An hour later, my breath caught when I spotted Grayson and his father walking into the dining room. Grayson's arms were stiff at his sides, his jaw was tight and his brow furrowed. It was easy to see that their conversation was a tense one. As I got closer, it was easy to hear as well. Grayson, I sent you here to make a quick assessment, not to make the people of Christmas Mountain hopeful this place stands a chance. What would you two like to drink? I said, politely, even though I wanted to give Mr. Fisher a piece of my mind. Did the man even care that I might have overheard he wanted to put me out of a job? Sure didn't seem like it. I glanced at Grayson, whose green eyes lit up when he saw me. Catching a brief smile from him, I forced my breathing to slow down. Letting his father know exactly what I thought about his plan wasn't a good idea. So I jotted down their drink choices with a professional smile and started to walk away, slowly, so I could eavesdrop. I mean, what are you thinking? Mr. Fisher said, as if his son were wearing him out and he didn't deserve the stress he was giving him. Displaying those candy houses like that? It's drawing unnecessary attention to a dying property right now. The gingerbread houses are iconic images of the town, Dad, he said, his tone sounding firm and defensive. Do you know how much time it takes to make just the fence? I covered my grin with my hand at the comment, since Grayson did know how long it took to make a fence, but it sounded so funny coming from a hot guy in a suit. I moved away. Returning a few minutes later with their drinks, I set them down and took their orders. I was barely walking away when Grayson's dad started rattling on again about Grayson's wrongdoings, which made me feel sorry for Grayson. Who is making those houses? Mr. Fisher said, reaching for his gin and tonic. I've heard it's a secret, but you have to know the creator. Why does it matter to you? Grayson said, giving his dad a challenging look. It doesn't, he said, in a tone that said he still wanted to know but was not happy he wasn't getting his way. At this point, they're wasting time and resources. The only value in this club is the land. You know that. We need to demolish it and start anew. My stomach clenched. I knew that had been the plan all along. My assessment isn't complete yet, and that was our agreement, Dad. I'm still gathering data. As for the gingerbread houses, it's Christmas time. They're festive, personal to the town, and it's a pure delight to look at them. They bring joy and excitement to the townspeople and to this building. And we want a good reputation whether we keep the club or build something new, right? You don't want to be considered Scrooge, do you? Glad to hear that you are using your business mind after all, Mr. Fisher said, taking a long pull of his drink. What else have you been doing since you arrived? I glanced at Grayson, who winked at me when his dad turned his head. My tummy did a somersault, and I headed back to the kitchen feeling like I was floating. I hadn't expected Grayson to defend the gingerbread houses in such a way. He seemed protective of the club and the town as well. But did he have the power to change things here? That was what I needed to figure out. Looking up, I noticed a familiar face entering the dining room just as I was about to hit the kitchen doors. Giselle, what are you doing here? I said, happy to see my friend. Picking up some vegetable soup, she said, using a whisper as if it were a secret. I ordered a gallon this time. I freeze it, so I have something easy to heat up when I'm deep into writing. Not crazy at all. I love the soup too. She tilted her head toward my section. What do you think of the two Mr. Fishers? I leaned closer to her. I'm still curious about Grayson, but his father seems to have his mind made up. And the gingerbread houses, she said, looking excited. I can keep a secret. Who's making them? You must have heard. I felt a bit guilty when I shrugged. You'll just have to wonder with the rest of the town. Let me get your soup. Chapter 12. When I got home from work, I was tired and hungry, so I convinced Gramp to accompany me to dinner at the Sugar Plum Inn. He immediately slipped on his shoes and was in the car before I even found my keys. Dropping him off at the front of the inn first, I parked the car and met him inside, where he was chatting up Mrs. Curtis, my friend Ruby's mom, who stood behind the desk near the entry. "I'm a sucker for dimples, and you have them for days," Gramp said, sounding very energetic. "So does my granddaughter. She's an instructor at the ski resort. She works at the country club, as well. Basically, she works too much. You have to make time for fun in life. I tell her that all the time." "I do make time for fun, Gramp," I said, coming up beside him. "I'm in a book club with Mrs. Curtis's daughter, Ruby, remember? I'm not talking about books. You need to find a nice man and get married." My eyes widened. "I'm so sorry. Gramp has his own ideas, but I know what's best for me." Mrs. Curtis put a hand over her heart. "No worries. He reminds me of my grandfather. So charming." "Thank you, young lady," he said, making Mrs. Curtis blush. "I'm taking my granddaughter to dinner. Do you perhaps have a table with a view of that beautiful Christmas tree by the fireplace? Let me show you to the best seat in the house," she said, smiling at him. We followed her to the table. I'd not been here this season, and I had to say, Ruby's parents had outdone themselves this year. The tables were draped with shimmery silver tablecloths as a base. On top of that were deep teal overlays. The centerpieces were cylindrical glass vases filled with pine cones and mini round ornaments in jewel-toned colors. With the addition of a Trans-Siberian Orchestra track playing overhead, it was a magical wonderland. When I sat down, I was struck by two things. First, I'd been so busy that we didn't have a Christmas tree for the house yet. Yikes! The second thing that had slipped my mind and made my belly do a flip was I noticed who walked into the inn and caught my eye. Grayson. I'd completely forgotten he was staying here. "Isn't that the plumber?" Gramp laughed, waving at him. "Why are you waving, Gramp? You're trying to get to know him, right?" "I can help." The hostess said I was charming. "She said you reminded her of her grandfather." He shrugged. "Same thing." Grayson came over to our table. "Hi, Nina." "Hi, Mr. Abbott. How are you?" "I couldn't be better. Please call me Walter." He gestured to a chair. "Would you like to join us for dinner? It's rare we get out and we enjoy good company." "I'd love to, as long as Nina doesn't mind." "She doesn't. She's the one who noticed you first. Seeing you made her forget what she was saying." She paused right in the middle of her sentence and never finished. "Gramp," I said, feeling like a schoolgirl again on my first date. There were so many ways this could go wrong, namely my inquisitive grandpa being here. Gramp was beaming and definitely getting a kick out of this. I couldn't help but smile as well. I loved seeing Gramp out and about. He'd always loved socializing with everyone. He was one of those people who had never met a stranger. It was probably why he enjoyed hanging out with his friends at the Living Well Center. Grayson raised his eyebrows at me, making me realize I hadn't spoken. "I don't mind at all if you join us," I said, noticing that he looked a little tired. Maybe debating with his dad had worn him down a bit. It made me want to give him a shoulder rub as he told me about his day. My cheeks heated at the thought. "In that case, I'll drop my things off upstairs and be back down shortly." "Thank you, Walter." He winked at me before turning around. My second wink of the day. This one sent sparks right through me, Just like the first one. You didn't have to invite him to join us, Gramp, I said, making sure Gramp knew he was my priority. He and I had a good talk last night. I think he might be starting to see why the country club is important. All the more reason to drive the point home, honey. You can't give up once you're ahead. 10 minutes later, Grayson was back down. He'd added a sweater over his dress shirt. It was a deep shade of turquoise that complemented his deep green eyes. For a moment, I lost focus on where I was. I didn't need to give my grandfather any more ammunition, though. I had a feeling he already knew I was smitten. He had a way of knowing everything. Walter, I feel like I know you, Grayson said, as Mrs. Curtis set down waters in front of each of us. Thanks to Nina. Your granddaughter is very proud of you. A smile spread across Gramp's face as he waved a hand in the air. She exaggerates. Her grandma was amazing, and she's just like her. I get that feeling. Grayson grinned my way. Best compliment of my life, I said, as my heart hurtled forward, worried he would forget our agreement or assume I'd already told my grandpa about the gingerbread houses. The heat rising in my face wasn't from the fireplace. She mentioned you worked for the railroad? Grayson said. I did. In the yard initially. It was a dangerous job. Most folks don't realize that the train's sound is muffled on the tracks when it snows. It makes them harder to hear when you're focused on getting your tasks done. I didn't know that. When I was a kid, I thought driving the train would be fun. There are worse things to do, that's for sure, Gramp said. There are plenty of days I would love to leave business meetings and ties behind to get my hands dirty, Grayson said, surprising me. So that's why you posed as a furnace repairman, Gramp said, the corners of his mouth twitching in a mischievous way. It makes sense now. Funny, Grayson said, letting out a chuckle. I'm glad you're both still getting a kick out of that. The server came by, and we ordered our meals from her. She was a young woman I didn't recognize, maybe from the local community college. My mind flashed with scenes including more dinners with Grayson and my grandpa, some even at our house. My chin dropped slightly. I was getting ahead of myself. Grayson, Nina tells me you're still deciding what to do with the country club. Gramp, I said, giving him a look. Grayson was still my boss, after all. That's not appropriate conversation for us. It's all right, Grayson said, eyeing me quickly. My father was in town today. Unfortunately, he's upset that I'm taking my time with our evaluation of the current business. But I like to be thorough and certain before I submit my findings. Isn't that a good thing? You need to make sure you're making the right decision. That's part of the problem, Grayson said, speaking as though he'd known Gramp for years. My family isn't known for their patience. I've been outspoken on a few of their projects when I disagreed with them, but by the time I could collect enough data, they had already jumped 10 steps ahead. You mentioned your dad has the final say here, too, I said, feeling my neck stiffen, a sure sign I was tensing up. Is he willing to wait until you're done with your assessment of the Christmas Mountain Country Club? He's not happy about it, but we came to an agreement. He leaned back, smoothing the napkin in his lap. I have a question for the two of you. I felt my throat tighten, worried about what he'd say next. Do you have plans for tomorrow night? When I was playing repairman the other day, I noticed that you don't have a tree up yet, Grayson said, but then paused and put a hand to his chest. I'm sure I'm intruding, but I can't remember the last time I got to decorate a real live tree. And since I'll be here this Christmas. Are you kidding? We would love that, Grayson, my boy, Gramp said, his eyes glowing as he tapped the table. We normally cut one from Tinsel Tree Farm, but we haven't had time this year. Tomorrow it is. Nina? They both looked at me with delight. Good to know they were still aware that I was here. They had been chatting away like old pals. There was no way I could dampen their plans. Besides, I had tomorrow evening off and would love to spend more time with Grayson. Tomorrow evening works for me, I said, feeling happier than I had in as long as I could remember. I can make chili. We will listen to carols. It will be fun. Our dinner arrived, and they started including me in the conversation as we enjoyed our meal. Afterward, Gramp made his way to the car while I said goodbye to Grayson in the lobby, letting him know what time to meet us at the house tomorrow. We hugged goodbye and then I walked outside, standing in front of the inn and trying to calm the butterflies in my belly. That's when I noticed Ruby and her brother Jacob approaching carrying bags of what looked like more decorations for the inn. Jacob! I said, waving at him. I hear congratulations are in order. Lacey's engagement ring is beautiful. I'm so happy for you both. Thanks, Nina. We're excited. Did you enjoy dinner? As always here, I said, loving the homey feeling at the Sugar Plum Inn. I've been so busy I haven't been by in forever. I love the decorations you've put up this year. Mom texted me that Grayson Fisher was dining with you tonight, Ruby said, her eyes widening as she waggled her eyebrows. That's an interesting development. Jacob chuckled. Don't let my bratty sister get to you, Nina. She's in love and wants everyone else to be as well. This time next year, she'll probably be married. Ruby's jaw dropped and she smacked her brother in the arm. Connor and I just got engaged last year. We're not planning the wedding yet. Although a tropical destination wedding is sounding good right about now. BRRR. I'll let you two get inside, I said, laughing at the two of them. It was sweet how they supported each other. I waved to Gramp, thinking about how he and Gran had raised me since my parents died in a car crash. I'd been a baby when they passed away, so it had always been just Gramp and Gran and me. There had been many times I'd wished for siblings, especially when I'd see siblings who were close like Ruby and Jacob. I walked carefully down the sidewalk toward the car, watching for ice. Tonight, it had just been Gramp, Grayson, and me. The only way it could have been more perfect was if Gran had been here. She would have liked Grayson, for sure. Chapter 13. The next day went by fast, with ski lessons back to back and barely time to wolf down a sandwich for lunch. I fought texting Grayson a few times, wondering if he'd changed his mind about getting a tree together, but at 6 o'clock he knocked on the door just like we'd agreed. Opening the door, I smiled at him, noticing how nice he looked dressed down. He wore vintage jeans and a heathered burgundy sweatshirt, making it very hard to keep my eyes off him. Not for the first time, I wondered if he had any clue what he was doing to me. Right on time, I said, waving him inside. Had to park around the block for 20 minutes so I wouldn't seem too eager, he said, smiling at me, making me wonder if he was joking or not. It smells amazing in here. Is that cocoa powder? Do you put cocoa powder in your chili? Motioning for him to follow me, I nodded, feeling impressed that he could detect the scent in the air. Do you have some super secret bloodhound skill I don't know about? Chuckling, he tapped his nose. You can't get anything past me. We'll see about that, I said, challenging him. I heard Gramp's footsteps coming down the hallway and straightened my face. I wasn't about to give away how I felt to anyone. I needed to figure it out for myself first. Grayson! Are you ready for this adventure? Gramp's booming voice echoed in the kitchen. He was decked out in his flannel coat, trapper hat, and duck boots. He took tree cutting seriously. Good evening, Walter, Grayson said, reaching out to shake his hand. I'm ready, but I have a question. When you said we were cutting the tree down, was that real? My family just went down to the tree lot and picked one up. That is, when we had a tree, which wasn't every year. Gramp patted him on the back. We'll cut it down ourselves. I'm glad you're coming. I'm getting up there in age and we need to drag it out too. Gramp handed Grayson some work gloves, and we headed to the truck. Tinsel Tree Farm was on the outskirts of town. We'd cut our tree down there for as long as I could remember. I thought about the tree lots Grayson had mentioned. Watching him in the rearview mirror, I couldn't help thinking we were so different. Would a relationship work out if we tried? When we arrived at Tinsel Tree Farm, I slid out of the truck and the smell of pine hit me hard. The perimeter was lit with lights, and Christmas music blared from speakers. I turned to Grayson, watching him check out our surroundings. He was strolling, taking in the trees in front of him. Meeting my eye, he shook his head as if in amazement, and then he came up beside me. I have no words, he said, taking in a deep breath before he exhaled, his breath coming out in puffy clouds in the cold evening air. I never imagined anything like this. You and I need to come back here and get a real tree for the country club. You didn't chop down a tree for a business you were tearing down. Right? We can do that, I said, in a reassuring tone. I'll bring the truck to work tomorrow. Gramps stopped, checking an aisle, then going down the other one. Turning back to us, he called for Grayson. We have an intricate star that Nina's grandma crocheted, Gramps said, as if letting Grayson in on a family secret. We can't get a tree taller than 6 feet to make sure it fits on top. She crocheted too? What a talented woman. My head snapped toward him and I flared my eyes, unable to believe he had let that slip. He immediately mouthed an apology. Glancing ahead, I looked at Gramp for his reaction. If he had noticed the mention of more than one talent, he didn't react. I could breathe again. Here we go. What do you think, Nina? Gramp asked. Staring at his pick, I nodded. I'm impressed. I was worried we wouldn't find a full one since we were getting it a little later than usual. It's great. I may need to pop some more popcorn. Grayson spun around. You string popcorn too? That's it. I'm officially spending every Christmas with you two from now on. Fine by me, Gramps said, as if it were normal for him to say. Every Christmas with Grayson? I couldn't tell if he was just making a point or if he was thinking we might have a future together. But that was ridiculous. We hadn't even had a date, so he must have just been wanting to be polite. We took turns cutting the tree down, with Grayson getting the last chop. Between the two of us, we dragged it to the truck while Gramp paid and piled back in. Halfway back to town, I realized this was the second tradition I'd opened up about with Grayson. It made my belly flutter more than I was comfortable with. Back home, I ladled the chili, listening to the two of them talk about Christmas mountain and town traditions in the front room. Gramp was doing his best marketing pitch, which I loved. Grabbing the wooden tray, I piled the bowls and toppings for the chili on and met Gramp and Grayson just as they finished getting the tree set up. It's perfect, I said, taking in the fullness of the branches. Nice find, Gramp. Speaking of perfect, the chili smells and looks amazing, Grayson said. I handed him his bowl, our fingers grazing. So far, every time we touched, my body reacted with electricity. That wasn't something that normally happened to me. I'd dated, sure. But nobody had ever made me giddy like this. If I were being honest, I'd admit that this feeling was just as scary as it was exhilarating. Halfway into the first box of ornaments, Gramps started in on the stories again. He remembered where each ornament came from and told each story of how they came to be here with us. I knew the stories, of course, but I loved hearing them every year. Grayson hung on every word he said, taking it all in. I'm jealous. He twisted around, looking at me. You have such history. My parents bought new ornaments yearly for no rhyme or reason, typically because they matched the room. This is tradition. I love it. And you needed new ornaments every year? Couldn't you keep the ones that matched? Gramp asked, surprised that someone would shop for sport. You would think, but my mother redecorated all the time, he said, looking deep in thought. Plus, the tree wasn't always in the same room. I looked around the house. We had one room the tree would fit in, and that was it. I couldn't imagine having a choice of multiple rooms. Finishing up, we stood back and looked at our handiwork. Behind me, Gramp pulled out the stepping stool for me to add the star. And just like that, Grayson was part of my family tradition. All right, you too, Gramp said, wagging a finger at us. I'm headed to my room to watch some television. Grayson, make sure she gives you her special hot chocolate before you leave. You need the full experience. Thanks for the tip, Grayson said. Night, Gramp. Love you, I said. He padded down the hallway, leaving me alone with Grayson. Once he was out of sight, Grayson touched my arm. I'm so sorry about the crochet comment, he said, looking guilty like he just robbed a bank. The comment just slipped out. I shook my head. He didn't notice. In truth, I forgot all about that. It's fine. I've been thinking about what you said the other night, and you might be right. He probably does have some idea who could be behind the gingerbread houses. Does that mean you're closer to telling him? It means I'm considering it, which is more than I was doing before. He chuckled, his laugh filling the room. Baby steps. I get it. I reached down for his hand, surprising myself. Want that hot chocolate? I thought you'd never ask, he said, lacing his fingers through mine. Together, we went into the kitchen. I made him my peppermint hot chocolate and we sat down and talked for hours, long after the drinks were gone. Chapter 14. The next morning, I met Grayson before my shift so we could drive to Tinsel Tree Farm and bring back a tree. He told me that after helping with the tree at my house, he wanted to stick to Christmas lights and popcorn strings for now and not purchase ornaments right away, but to wait for the perfect ornaments to cross his path. You could talk to Christmas Mountain Elementary School and see if the kids want to create ornaments, I said, thinking we didn't want the tree to look empty. That is a great idea. Do you know the principal? Of course. Small town. Remember? I gave him the name and number and headed to the back room to freshen up. It was good to see him excited about my beloved town. In my mind, the more invested he was, the better our chances were of keeping the country club. My lips parted, and I smiled wide. Gramp was right. Showing Grayson what was special about this town had been the way to go. He was the one who put that idea into my mind in the first place. I'm sure he would give me a hard time when I confessed that it had worked. He'd remind me that he was not only older but also wiser. When we returned from our trip to the tree farm, I was surprised to find Harmony in the kitchen during my lunch break. I'd planned on seeing her at Silver Bells later today, so this was perfect. She smiled at me. I'm grabbing a snack for Ginger Snap. Are you on break? I am. Is everyone's favorite horse actually with you? She is. Just out back. I walked outside with her, taking my food with me. Watching as she fed Ginger Snap the rest of her snack, I wondered how Harmony was doing. I knew she'd love the gingerbread house nod to Ginger Snap, but the fact remained that she had to find a home for him soon. Do you get an extra long break now that you're Grayson's favorite? You're funny, I said, giving her a couple of fake laughs for teasing's sake. I did come in early, so I have an extra half hour. Grayson and I went to Tinsel Tree Farm this morning. I'm well aware, teacher's pet. She waved a hand at me. You know I'm teasing, of course. I saw the two of you headed out there during my first tour earlier. If he's buying a tree for the club, does that mean he's decided to hold off on demolition for now? I wondered the same thing, but I was too afraid to ask. If his father had it his way, the club would have been torn down already. Mr. Fisher wasn't happy to hear that Grayson was still assessing and hadn't made up his mind. The man wasn't even very quiet about his feelings. Grayson seems like the odd duck in that family, from everything I've heard. After spending time with him, I have to agree. And, yes, I realize you've noticed we've been hanging out a little. He's different than I first thought, Harmony. I'm not the only one who's noticed you two are getting chummy, sweetie. It was the talk of the town at Prancer's Pancake House this morning. Does dinner at Sugar Plum Inn with your grandpa sound familiar? It was a coincidence that Grayson joined us, actually. One spurned on by Gramp, I said, thinking about how well the two of them had gotten along. Grayson has only been in Christmas Mountain for a short time, so I've only learned a little about him. But mostly the information adds up to the fact that we're incredibly different. That doesn't mean a relationship wouldn't work with you two. Look at Ginger Snap and me. We've been in love since day one and we're totally different. For example, I don't have hooves. Squinting against the sun, her eyes sparkled with mischief and I laughed. I suppose that's a good point. Speaking of Ginger Snap, have you considered any more homes? I'll call the one we talked about at book club the other night. It can't hurt to look. Her eyes narrowed, leaning in closer. Just like it can't hurt to keep an open mind about Grayson. Touché, my friend. Back inside, I washed my hands and offered to help one of the other servers, who looked like she had her hands full. Halfway to the dining room, I realized the meal had been plated incorrectly and that it was for one of our more impatient regulars. Bracing for her teardown, I smiled sweetly as I approached the table. Hello, how are you, ladies? I realized halfway here that the sandwich was made on wheat, not sourdough. I will leave this here with you so you can enjoy the soup, but will return once your sandwich has been remade. Really? The woman said, turning her nose up at me. It's soup and a sandwich. How can you get that wrong? I wanted to tell her I was on break and simply helping another server out, but from experience, I knew it was easier to apologize. After all, I wasn't about to upset a regular customer at the country club. I'm not certain what went wrong. I'll have the chef fix it quickly. Well, I certainly hope so. It's quite difficult to dip my sandwich into my soup if it isn't here, and by the time you come back, my soup won't be hot anymore. I will bring you a new soup as well if you would like. I would like you to have made it the correct way to begin with. Behind me, someone cleared their throat. Is there a problem? I tried not to react, realizing the voice belonged to Grayson. Perfect. I was being chastised in front of my boss, who I happened to be crushing on big time. Just great. Turning to answer him, he looked past me to the customer. I believe Ms. Abbott offered a few suggestions, and if I'm not mistaken, she is simply filling in to help your regular server. So, the fact that she caught the mistake and had a plan to fix it should be commended. I'm sure you agree? The customer sputtered, her cheeks flushing red. Yes. I appreciate the thoughtfulness. If you don't mind bringing them both back at the same time, that would be nice. Right away. I nodded, turning on my heel and making it to the kitchen in record time. Grayson had just stood up for me, even though the #1 rule in business is to keep the customer happy. If that cranky woman had left, the club would hurt because she'd bad-mouthed the experience to all of her friends. My stomach was doing a funny little dance while I returned the sandwich and soup for the cook to remake. "Please tell me that my ears weren't deceiving me," Amber said, sidling over to me. "Did Grayson Fisher just stand up for a server?" I nodded at Amber, who was ending her shift. "He did. Quite surprising, I'll say. The old owners wouldn't have done that, and this place had been their pride and joy." "Well, until they sold the place to the highest bidder," Amber said, tapping a finger to her chin. "By the way, I don't think Grayson has stopped working to take a lunch today. Maybe you could say thanks by taking him a snack? If we can keep him on our side, that's a big win." "I'd be happy to help," I said, glad for an excuse to say hi to Grayson. Letting the original server handle our grouchy customer, I put a few things on a tray that I thought Grayson might like and took the back hall to the offices. Knocking lightly on the door, I peered in to see him studying blueprints. I wasn't sure if that was a good or a bad sign. "Hi, Nina," he said, lifting his head. "What's up?" "I heard a rumor that you hadn't eaten," I said, lifting the tray. "If you're going to solve the world's problems, it's better to do it on a full stomach." Grinning, he stood and took the tray. "You're too good to me. Sorry for jumping in earlier. I knew you could handle the situation, but that's the second time this week she's gotten all riled up. I'm not sure I'm cut out to be on the dining room floor." If I'd realized what table it was for before taking the tray, I would have double-checked it in the kitchen. Even then, she probably would have complained about something. "We're used to it." "May I ask you a question?" he asked. "Sure," I said, feeling more than a little curious. He gestured to one of the empty chairs in front of his desk. I sat and he took the other chair. "You work hard, Nina. At 2 jobs. Are you invested in both, or would you prefer to remain in one place? Because that's a lot of driving around. I guess I'm worried you don't have enough time for yourself. You have a lot on your plate between your jobs and your grandpa." Am I invested in both? That's a tricky question. I do my best at both, but if someone came along and told me I could make the same money doing one job, sure, I'd jump at it, I said, wishing my life were that simple. I haven't always worked 2 jobs. But I need to help my grandpa, and this way I can work more than 40 hours per week. It's okay, though. Eventually, I'd like to have my own place again. If he moved into the home he was telling me about last night, would you keep the house? He asked, taking a bite of the pumpkin bread I'd brought. Gramp mentioned the Living Well Center to you? I said, shaking my head. I wasn't sure what to think about that. He did. Sorry, I didn't mean to upset you. You didn't, I said, blowing out a breath. Okay, I'll admit it bothers me a little. He's mentioned the Living Well Center to me a few times. I'm not sure why. I'm doing my best to keep him at home where he belongs and close to my grand's memories. Grayson sat back, taking in a slow breath. My eyebrows came together. What? He raised one shoulder. I didn't say anything. You did a breath thing, I said, gesturing to his nose like he'd committed a crime. Like you wanted to say something and thought better of it. What is it? It's just, he cringed, before pausing to take another bite of his bread. He chewed thoughtfully before swallowing. I'm sorry. I should never have gone down this path. It's not my place to comment. I rolled my hand in circles. But now that you've started, you need to go ahead and finish whatever it was you wanted to say. He nodded. I'm just wondering if you've listened to him and what he wants. It sounds like he spends a lot of time at that place. They have activities, and his friends are there. We've talked about it, I said, wondering what he was getting at. That's not what I said. I asked if you've listened to what he wants. My fists closed at the same time my jaw tightened. A sure sign I was losing my cool. But then Grayson reached out and took my hand. Forget I said anything, he said, rubbing his thumb over the back of my hand in a way that had me relaxing immediately. I have no right to come in and ask these things. I'm sure the two of you are on the same page. The irritation faded completely. As he continued looking into my eyes, I couldn't help wondering how his lips would feel on mine. I considered leaning forward and closing the distance between us to plant my mouth on his. I really wanted to, and only one thing stopped me, the nagging thought that he might be right about my not listening to what Gramp really wants. Chapter 15. I returned to the kitchen shortly after reassuring Grayson that I appreciated his thoughts and concern. He'd thanked me again for the snack, before answering a call. After my shift, I stayed to create another gingerbread house per an earlier email from Grayson. This one was of Rudolph's reeds. I added an open room so you could see the bookshelves inside. I wanted to catch the essence of the bookstore as much as possible. As I worked, wearing my snowflake apron made by Gran, I found myself hoping Grayson would show up. I worked for a long time, before adding the last book on the shelf. Stepping back to look at my finished work, I had to admit this creation was brilliant. I'd captured the ornate trim on the overhang to the building, as well as the view from the sidewalk. Books lined the gingerbread bookshelves. I could feel the magic of the space and the love I'd put into the creation. Surprisingly, I couldn't wait to share this house with the town. I sent Grayson a quick text, attaching a photo of the completed house. He responded immediately, "Beautiful work, Nina. Go ahead and place it into the window display beside the others." Gathering my coat, I scooped up the house and headed to the front of the building. Gramp had come by near the end of my shift to pick up the truck, so I was walking home tonight. I looked through the front window, intrigued by a path of Christmas lights outside. I didn't remember those lights being there before. After putting the newest edition in the display case, I pulled on my woolen hat and put on my gloves and headed outside. Much to my delight, soft snowflakes started to fall, creating a bit of a fairy tale scene. I couldn't help but smile. The new lights looked so beautiful on the trees, and they seemed to lead around the corner. I walked in that direction and stopped short when I noticed Grayson standing just beyond the tree we'd picked up that morning that was decorated with what looked like ornaments that were handmade by children. I put a hand to my mouth, realizing that he'd taken my advice about kids from Christmas Mountain Elementary decorating the tree. So sweet. What are you doing out here, Grayson? Why did you decide to put the tree out here? I said. I had an idea and decided to roll with it, he said, bouncing on his heels like a kid at Christmas. You took forever and it's been hard to wait. 5 more minutes and I was coming to get you. My belly danced. He'd known I was in there working and he was waiting for me. I was continually surprised by him. I had a feeling this lighted path might be the biggest surprise yet. Okay, picture this, he said, holding his arms wide. Customers leave the country club but are not ready to go home yet. They see this lighted path and wonder where it goes. You realize you look like Christmas Mountain's version of Vanna White with your arm motions and dramatics, I said, teasing him. He grinned. I've always been a Wheel of Fortune fan. Anyway, guests decide to head down the lighted path instead of down the road, and then they're able to see some of the best things Christmas Mountain offers. The words rang in my head. I'd used similar words to convince him to go on a walk with me not long ago. I could hear my heart pounding in my ears, my body tensing with the growing feelings toward him. Wait, is this supposed to be like the path you and I took the other night? Inspired by you, he said, the excited glow on his face lighting up the night sky. I might have received a little help from your grandpa to make this path. I held the rods while he hammered them in. We tried it the other way around, but it turns out I'm not great with a hammer. Don't worry, though. He said it wasn't his fishing thumb. You two are going to be trouble together, I said, touched that he was hanging out with Gramp again and seeming to enjoy it. I loved spending time with him. I hope you don't mind. He's full of these rich, amazing stories. That's one of the things I miss most about my grandfather. I could sit and listen to him all night long. He rocked on his feet. You're lucky he's still around, but I know you know that already. He's a special man. I know what you mean, I said, feeling touched at the growing friendship between the two of them. And of course, I don't mind. He's taken a liking to you. Grayson reached for my hand. I hope he's not the only one. The corner of my mouth rose. Definitely not the only one. Can I walk you home? He asked, squeezing my hand and started to lead the way after I nodded. I was certain he could hear my heart pounding now. People in the next county could probably hear it. This was one of those moments that seemed too wonderful to be true. It was certainly a moment I'd never dreamed of happening to me. Snowflakes fell all around us as we started down the path, my cheeks tightening from the intensity of my smile. This man made my insides do flip-flops and warmed my soul. Thank you for stopping to see me in the office earlier, he said, as we strolled through the cold evening air, the lights around us creating a magical glow. And for bringing me food. It was really thoughtful. Sometimes I get so wrapped up in things that I forget to eat. You're welcome, I said, wanting to bring him lunch anytime. And thanks again for defending the staff. As servers, we're not quite used to that. No one should treat anyone badly like that, he said, letting our arms swing back and forth, and he gave me a side glance. But I couldn't stand watching it be done to you. A shiver rolled through me. You're sweet. As we came closer to the center of town, I could start to hear the Christmas music piping through the speakers. Silent Night flowed in to deck the halls, and the holiday music made this evening even more perfect. The full moon peeked through the clouds, dancing with the snowflakes. There was an air of peace and calm, like everything was right in the world. This path is wonderful. I can't believe you did this. You know I was taking you for a walk last time to show you whatever I could to make you fall in love with Christmas Mountain. I knew what you were up to, he said, glancing over at me with a wry smile. But what you didn't know was that I was already halfway there to loving this town. Not just for the architecture or the historic buildings, but due to the people as well. All of the people? I put my free hand under my chin and tilted my head, blinking rapidly to make him laugh. Comedic relief was called for here because I didn't feel ready for such heightened feelings, especially since I was still coming to terms with how I felt for him. Letting out a sigh, I thought that wasn't entirely true. My heart knew what it wanted, but my brain was lagging behind. More specifically to one person, he said, making my heart rate kick up. She's a mystery, though. She creates the most amazing gingerbread houses and then disappears into the night. He turned to me. She might live in the woods behind the club. Maybe even off this path. My laughter echoed into the night. She might live in the woods? That is quite the theory. Have you tried setting a trap to catch her? I did, of course. He gestured behind us, making me giggle more. I created this lighted path that goes all the way into town. You're silly. But I'm impressed and touched. I'm glad. I wanted to show you that I get it, Nina. I understand how each part of Christmas Mountain connects to create the whole. It's magical here. It truly is. He squeezed my hand. The country club deserves to be treasured. Do you think you'll be able to convince your father of that? He nodded, with a far-off look in his eyes. I'm going to try. He's not the easiest to convince when his mind is headed toward a target. It's worth standing up for, though. We left the path and walked down the sidewalk, only a block from my house. The snow started falling harder now. If I didn't know any better, I would think Mother Nature was conspiring with my grandfather and Grayson to make the moment right. And then, under a glowing streetlight, he pulled me closer to him and looked down at me. He reached out and stroked my cheek with a gloved hand, the scent of leather wafting to my nose. I wasn't sure who leaned in first, but the minute our lips met, a fire ran through me that I was sure could melt the snow beneath my feet. Whether I was ready or not, this was happening. Chapter 16. I was wide awake before my alarm went off the following day, serenading me with jingle bells which I'd plugged into my cell. Reaching up to touch my lips, I was still thinking about the fact that Grayson and I had kissed. The lighted pathway was such a wonderful surprise, much like Grayson himself. What would happen if he couldn't convince his father that the Christmas Mountain Country Club was worth saving? My phone pinged and butterflies fluttered in my belly as I waited to see the name across my screen. It was Macy, not Grayson. What did she want? Macy sent, "Sorry for the early morning text. I need help setting up the Jingle Bowl-a-thon this morning. Any chance you're available?" With everything else going on, I'd forgotten all about the bowl-a-thon she had set up. The proceeds were going to the local toy drive. It's a good thing she had just reminded me. I was a backup on the Christmas Mountain Country Club's team. I texted her back, "I'll be there." Then I rolled out of bed. When I made it to the kitchen, I realized Gramp had already left. He'd left me a note on the counter saying he'd be back soon. It wasn't the detailed communication I was hoping for, but at least he'd left a message this time. I added to the paper, letting him know where I was going. Maybe he would get the hint and try harder next time. 30 minutes later, I was thankful that messy buns were trending as I pulled into the bowling alley's parking lot just as Grayson arrived. How did he get roped into helping? "What are you doing here?" I asked. "Well, now that you have me hooked on gingerbread lattes, I get all the good gossip while waiting in line." "I heard help was needed." "That was incredibly sweet of you," I said, remembering that kiss. "I try," he said, holding the door open for me. "Thank you," I said, my heart skipping a beat as I slipped past him. I wondered if he'd woken up with me on his mind. I didn't get a chance to consider asking him since Macy grabbed me 2 seconds after we walked in. "Did you and Grayson show up together?" Her eyes widened, and her mouth opened wide. "We did not," I said, shaking my head, but I couldn't help the grin that spread across my face. "Stop looking at me like that. You're embarrassing me." "You're lucky I have a million things to do, but I will remember to ask about this later," she said, clapping her hands together in prayer position. "In the meantime, tell me how I can help," I said. She handed me a tote full of tinsel garland and pointed me toward the rental counter. "Start there. I need tinsel garland on the counters and anywhere else you think it looks nice. Come back when you're done. We need to transform this place into a Winterfest by this afternoon when our bowlers get here." She started to walk off but then looked back. "Are you on a team?" "I am a backup bowler for the country club. Hopefully, my assistance won't be needed since I'm fairly certain I haven't bowled since I was 10 years old." "Speaking of that," Max said, approaching and slipping an arm around me. "We're down 2 bowlers." "How can we be down 2 bowlers?" Both Sue and Amber are out sick. Must have been some late night partying for them last night. He shrugged like he wasn't going to tell the secrets he knew. I pulled in Grayson, too. I figure the more we can get him involved, the better. Macy covered her mouth, but not before I caught the grin. So, both Nina and Grayson are filling in? That's perfect. Just perfect. He watched her as she walked away, and then turned back to me. I'm sorry to pull you onto the team officially, Nina. I know you only said yes to be a good sport. It's okay. As long as you don't expect me to be good. Taking my tub and heading to the rental counter, I decided I couldn't be too upset. It was for a good cause, and I could definitely think of worse ways to spend my afternoon than with Grayson beside me. As if on cue, I saw Grayson walking toward me. I hear you and I are bowling together this afternoon, he said, giving a mock shudder. I'm not good, by the way. Not good at all. I giggled, tilting my head. Thankfully, it's for a good cause and not to compete. Have you been assigned a decorating task yet? You could help me if you'd like. I could feel Macy's eyes on me as I asked, knowing I was not doing a good job at hiding my feelings. But I wanted to spend some more time with him and that won out over hiding right now. I'm your man. What are we doing? Handing him some garland, we worked quietly together, covering every inch we could with the sparkling garland. He was easy to work with, and we found a rhythm quickly. This is for a toy drive? He asked. Yep. We do something different every year. You will find that we rarely pass up an opportunity to add another event to our already full calendars this time of year, I said, realizing I may have spoken too soon. That is if you stick around Christmas Mountain. The comment escaped before I had time to think about it. Once I did think about it, I hoped he wouldn't think I was trying to push him to stay over one amazing kiss. Although I didn't exactly hate the idea of him staying here permanently. My anxiety grew as he continued to remain silent, but then I realized he seemed lost in his own world. Grayson? Are you okay? Sorry, he looked up, wearing a melancholy expression. I was thinking about my grandfather and how he would have loved it here. He would have loved meeting you, Nina. And he and your Gramp? They would have been a troublesome twosome. Gramp doesn't need any help getting into trouble. But, seeing them together would have been nice. I smiled at Grayson and he smiled back at me, seeming to come back to this moment. Speaking of Gramp, he was gone when I woke up this morning. I've asked him to keep me posted when he leaves. He left a note, but I'm not sure where he went. I don't think he realizes how much I worry. It's like having a child. I'm sure he's fine. He's probably with friends or doing some Christmas shopping. You're probably right, I said, thinking I needed to give Gramp some space, but it was hard. We finished just as Macy rallied the troops and handed out new assignments. A short while later, there wasn't an inch of the bowling alley that hadn't been touched with Christmas cheer. We clapped and cheered as she dimmed the lights to show off the decor in all its glory. Grayson leaned close to my ear. Do you want any? He asked. Any what? I asked, feeling his breath on my cheek. Kids. Do you want any kids? The question knocked me back, rocking on the heels of my shoes. Me? I guess I always figured I'd have kids one day. What about you? For sure. He grinned. I think I'd be a good dad. Nina! Can you help me get the cookies out of my van? Macy called. Be right there. I turned toward the sound of Macy's voice and told Grayson I'd be back. Scrambling her way, my senses went on high alert. Grayson and I had just talked about the fact that he and I wanted kids. What did that mean? Reminding myself not to get too far ahead seemed pointless as my mind careened toward what a future with him might look like. A scene appeared in my head of Grayson and me walking down Main Street, holding hands with a little boy and a little girl. We were drinking hot chocolate and joking around. At the vision, I felt a smile spread across my face. Then I reminded myself that Grayson would be leaving soon. And just like that, the beautiful images in my head evaporated as quickly as they had come. Chapter 17. Did anyone get a serious Grayson Fisher vibe from All's Fair in Love and Renovation? Don't say it was just me, Ruby said, once we had all settled on the couches of the back room at Rudolph's Reeds later that week. I'd been prepared for the conversation to center around the gingerbread rendition I'd made of the bookstore but hadn't prepared for it to be about Grayson. I don't know. Macy grinned. Nina? What about you? Any thoughts about Grayson Fisher while you were reading our latest book? He does seem like the handy type. Wasn't he a furnace repairman a couple weeks ago? You are in so much trouble, I said, hissing at her under my breath. Yes. Sorry, Nina. Amanda chuckled, leaning forward to grab a slice of apple from a plate on the coffee table. I heard you're bowling buddies for the upcoming bowl-a-thon. We're on the same team for the country club. That's all, I said, knowing I wasn't ready to share about my feelings yet. Grayson had taken a call from his father as we were leaving the bowling alley yesterday, so we'd gone our separate ways. I wanted to spend more alone time with him and maybe go on an actual date before I announced our kiss. Whatever you want to call what's going on between you guys, I support you. Harmony squeezed my hand with a twinkle in her eyes. Seriously, he's pretty dreamy, Ruby said, wiping a dog hair from her sleeve. But, cute or not, I would love to know which way he's leaning in regards to the country club. Has he said anything else about the plan? I think he's beginning to see the value, but his father is a tougher sell. We need a way to convince him. If you think of anything, I'm all ears. I sighed, wishing I had better news. Not just for me, but for everyone on the club's staff who needs their job. I wish the building had the historical significance to back it up, Giselle said, taking a sip of her hot chocolate. The Sugar Plum Inn was declared a historical building, right, Ruby? Yes. Unfortunately, I don't think the country club would qualify. Excuse me, ladies, Grayson said, peeking his head through the doorway. We all turned at the voice, but no one's head snapped as quickly as mine did. What was Grayson doing here? And how much of our conversation had he overheard? I'm sorry to interrupt. Carol, I was looking for the books we talked about yesterday. He looked good today. Not that he didn't look good every other day, but there was something about the colors in his sweater and how they set off the green in his eyes. Yes. You're not interrupting. I can help you find them, Carol said, getting up from her chair. But first, maybe we could talk about the creator of that magnificent gingerbread version of Rudolph's Reeds. Surely you can hint as to who's making the gingerbread houses. He ran his hand across his chin, without glancing my way. They are spectacular, aren't they? Unfortunately, I'm sworn to secrecy. I think the creator doesn't realize the talent they have. I'm hoping the town rallies around the houses and pushes the person out of hiding. I know one thing, for sure, Macy said, adjusting the red nose on her Rudolph sweater. Kara and I would gladly bring that person on board at the bakery. We've had so many requests since those houses first went up. And neither of us has a gingerbread talent. My breath caught. Was it really a possibility to work at the bakery with Macy and her partner? My head was spinning, and it wasn't from the rousing rendition of Run Rudolph Run playing from the speakers. If I could make gingerbread houses full-time, I'd be able to leave my serving job. Maybe even my job at the ski lodge? It would change my entire life. And I would have a dedicated kitchen, instead of having to make them around the club's hours. I can relay the information to the person if you're serious, Grayson said, and I remember how he'd mentioned that I worked so many hours it would be nice to be able to combine all my working hours into just one job, which I had to agree would be amazing. Please do, Macy said, nodding enthusiastically. Before you came in, we were just talking about historical buildings in Christmas Mountain. I would love to see more of them represented. Maybe you could pass that on also? A gingerbread house of sugar plum would be so sweet, Lacey said, and Ruby nodded in agreement. My parents would flip, Ruby said, making a motion with her hand. They love those 3 gingerbread houses and talk about them a lot. I wonder if the person could do Pine Tree Lodge or Santa's Grotto. Carol tilted her head. The creations might be a great way to showcase what we have to offer in our town, right, Nina? Maybe that would turn Mr. Fisher's head. My eyes bulged. Carol leaned toward Grayson. Not you, your dad. He briefly glanced at me, then grinned. Oh, the creator has definitely turned my head already. I've never been more enamored. Definitely a special person with incredible talent. The thumping of my heart ramped up as I shifted uncomfortably in my seat. I was trying to pay attention to the positives they were bringing up about the houses while keeping my cool. Anything that saves the country club is a good idea, I managed to get out before clamping my mouth shut again. I didn't trust myself to keep my secret if I said more than that. I was beginning to wonder if I should just tell my friends. I'd still not talked to Gramp about it, though, and I wanted to do that before announcing it to everyone else. He'd been out late last night, telling me he and the guys watched football and played cards at the Living Well Center. After he'd gone to bed, I kept thinking about what Grayson had said about the center and that Gramp seemed to enjoy it there. My secret gingerbread making wasn't the only thing I needed to talk to Gramp about. When does your father want an answer about the country club? Harmony said, leaning forward a little so he could see her better beside me. Do you think a show of support from the community would help? I can't see how it would hurt, Grayson said, not seeming bothered at all by this candid conversation. I've been working on him, but I know it's not always easy to see the possibilities unless someone takes your hand and shows you what's right in front of your face. A low simmer fired in my belly again. I knew that was both an answer to her and a declaration to me. His willingness to keep my secret didn't go unnoticed, especially after the first miscommunication we'd had. He was doing his best to help me understand exactly how he felt. Touching my bottom lip, our kiss flashed through my mind again. Harmony clapped her hands. Then we need to come up with a good idea, ladies. We're the best group to do it. In the meantime, I have something for you, Grayson, Macy said, rubbing her hands together. You mentioned being willing to do some shopping for the kids? If you still want to do that, I have the money from the bowl-a-thon ready. It just needs to be done by Wednesday. Absolutely, he said, his willingness to volunteer for children making him even more appealing. I can do the shopping tomorrow if you want. I'll stop by the bakery and pick up whatever I need. He glanced my way. I was afraid he might ask me to go with him in front of the group. The thought quickly turned to wondering how I would feel if he didn't ask me to go. It was a roller coaster of emotions all in 5 seconds. Pushing the feelings away, I focused again, listening to them throw out ideas while Carol took Grayson to find the books he came in for. A few minutes later she returned and moments later, I felt my phone buzz. A text from Grayson appeared across my screen. What I said was true. You're exceptional. P.S. Want to go shopping with me? Are you okay? You're quiet. You and Grayson didn't fight again, did you? Harmony whispered to me. He seems to be on our side. No. I'm fine. Just tired. I smiled, playing his text over in my head, before quickly typing back that I would love to go shopping with him. Chapter 18. You're going toy shopping with Grayson? Gramp asked, peering at me over his coffee mug the next morning. He'd woken up before me this morning and baked me homemade blueberry muffins. I wondered what he was buttering me up for. It's for the kids, I said, trying to play it cool. In truth, I was more than a little excited to spend time with him. Even though this still wasn't a date. Gramp said, smirking at me. I didn't say anything. It was a simple question. It might have been the way you asked the question. Your tone. Or, you're defensive. He winked. Either way. I like him. That's good to know. Now, you remember what I said about the furnace guy? I did. You never did tell me how you ended up with the money for the payment though. Does it matter? I'm just happy our toes will be toasty warm for the winter. He looked at me again, brow furrowed. Is everything okay, Gramp? Yes. I was just thinking that a new furnace will be good for resale as well. That's something we should think about. Are you moving? That's probably something I should be in on, don't you think? I teased, but my body tensed, not sure I wanted to have this conversation. Not yet. But, it's still something to think about. I hadn't mentioned his conversation with Grayson about the Living Well Center or how much time he'd spent there lately. Part of me wondered if I was holding on to the memories and not paying attention to what he might want. It reminded me a bit of my conversation with Harmony about Ginger Snap. I will think about it. I forced a smile. Promise. He nodded, moving his focus back to the Christmas Mountain Herald's newspaper in front of him. I held my breath as I noticed a photo of the Rudolph's Reed's gingerbread house large and centered on the front page. Had Gramp recognized it as mine? Was that what this breakfast was about? He wasn't a blueberry muffin person, but he knew they were my favorite. Knock, knock, knock. Saved by a knock at the front door, Grayson was right on time. I opened the front door, looking at the snow that was piling up quickly. I didn't realize it was coming down this hard. Should we reschedule? I talked to Macy after checking the roads. It looks like they're getting worse by the minute. But she suggested online shopping. We might be able to check most of it off. What do you think? I know my California driving skills won't do much good in this. I laughed. I've always been glad that everything I needed was within walking distance. I'm not much for driving when it's snowing hard either. Grayson, coming out of the cold, Gramp hollered from the kitchen. I'm good with online shopping if you are. I said, not wanting to lose the day with him. We can have some hot cocoa and cookies. You'll feel like Santa in no time. Oh, and Gramp made blueberry muffins. Sounds perfect, he said. We moved to the kitchen, setting up our laptops on the small dining table while Gramp started making the cocoa. I wonder how much the bowl-a-thon will bring in, Grayson said, typing onto his keyboard. I'm happy to help. This is exactly the type of charity work I wish my family did more. Speaking of your family, have you heard anything else from your father? He's coming back in a few days to see if we can make a final decision. He sighed, his brow creasing as if recalling a stressful conversation that he might have had with him. If your book club comes up with something to convince him, that would be helpful. What is the book club doing? Gramp asked. We're not sure. Harmony mentioned that we should do something to show him what Christmas Mountain means to everyone, not just the country club, but how it all works together. He nodded. You should bring back Winterfest. We haven't had it in a few years. Each booth could focus on a different part of the town. My eyes lit up. That's a wonderful idea, Gramp. Do you think the booths are still in working order? I'm sure they are. We stored them out at Tinsel Tree Farm. The guys and I can take a look. Not today. I held up a finger and wiggled it back and forth. But maybe you could call the owners and have them take a look at them. That would be great. I can do that. He walked off, leaving me with Grayson. What is Winterfest? Grayson asked. At Winterfest, the stores in town pick an evening to set up booths around the sharing tree and the town square. Each booth has free quick crafts for the kids to complete, and the stores also set up their booth to sell a few things. Why did it stop? He asked. The person in charge moved. It's just not something anyone volunteered to coordinate again, but it could be the perfect way to show off our beloved town. Especially if we ask the shops to focus on the meaning of Christmas Mountain. I think we have our idea. Do you think the shop owners can set it up in time? I wrinkled my nose, giggling. You've not seen this town in overdrive yet. Just wait. We divided the papers from Macy and started working. In an hour, we had completed half of the assignment. As I flipped a page, looking for the next task, I noticed Grayson had gone quiet. Looking up, I caught him looking my way. You're not going to get anything done if you're looking at me, I said, in a teasing tone. I'm thinking about the other night, he said, his tone serious but his green eyes were twinkling. We haven't talked about it. But you invited me into your home, so I think that's a good sign. I leaned back in my chair, glancing around the corner to make sure Gramp wasn't listening. You can definitely take it as a good sign. Maybe it's time we went out on a real date, Nina. How about it? I would like that. I bit my lip, thinking about my friends teasing me at the book club. I should probably warn you the gals were asking me about us. It appears they've noticed us spending time together. I'm okay with that, he said, wearing a contented smile. Are you? If anyone asks, we can say we're getting to know each other. Which is the truth. I like that idea, I said. I like you, Nina. The feeling is mutual, I said, wanting to seal the admission with a kiss. We started to lean toward each other, but were interrupted by Gramp's footsteps coming from the living room. That's great. Thanks for looking, he said into his cell phone. How did it go, Gramp? I asked, glancing at Grayson from under my lashes. Grayson caught my eye and winked at me. The booths are in great condition, he said, glancing at me as he hung up and entered the kitchen. He'll pull them out for us and double-check, but he said if he finds any minor fixes, he can handle them. Perfect. Thanks for calling. Should we set up a meeting for the shop owners? Grayson asked. We can use the country club as a meeting location. That's a good idea. I'll let the gals know, and they can spread the word. We can meet tomorrow morning before everything opens. I planned on being there early anyway. Oh. Grayson looked up, grinning. For inventory, yes. I chuckled, thinking now I'd have to do a little inventory to make my statement true. The doorbell rang, but Gramp was quick to head down to answer it. A few moments later, I heard Harmony's voice. She and Grayson are back in the kitchen getting some shopping done, Gramp said, his voice unusually loud. Tell her I'm walking to Tom's, okay? I heard the last bit and shot out of my seat, but not before he was out the door and headed down the sidewalk. Is the snow still coming down hard? I asked, passing Harmony in the hallway. Not too badly. It's supposed to start up again in about an hour. He was wearing his hat and mittens. She pulled me back. He's fine, Nina. Tom's is 3 houses down. I know. I just worry. No. You? And what is Grayson doing here? I'm helping him shop for toys. Harmony grinned. That's convenient. I playfully nudged her arm. Very funny. Guess what? I have an idea to help bring Grayson's dad around, and I had to come tell you about it. Tell me, I said, eager to hear a good idea. She held her arms out and made a hopeful expression. What about bringing back Winterfest? Excellent idea, I said, hooking my arm through hers and then heading to the kitchen. But Gramp beat you to it by a few minutes. In fact, he already called Tinsel Tree Farm to check on the booths. Great minds think alike, she said, slipping into a chair at the table. Hey, Grayson. Could you get your secret gingerbread maker to do something spectacular for the country club booth at Winterfest? He looked up from his computer. Maybe. Do you have something in mind? What about the sugar plum inn and the sharing tree? Can you make trees out of gingerbread? You totally can, I said, the answer slipping out. My gran used to make them. Harmony nodded, tilting her head. I held my breath, hoping she didn't ask questions. Thankfully, she moved on. Good, I think it could be a showstopper. Grayson leaned forward. I agree. I'll talk to the person and see what they think. I told Nina we could meet with the shop owners tomorrow morning at the club to plan for Winterfest. Nice segue, Grayson. I smiled at him. We made a good team. I was texting you and the gals when you knocked. Perfect timing, she said, with a nod. I'll start texting shop owners right now. Gramp was on it with the booths. Harmony was coordinating with the owners. And Grayson and I would do whatever we needed to do. Winterfest was on. Chapter 19. I was out the door before the sun came up the next morning, and people had been up earlier than this because the streets had been snowplowed already. Yay! I parked in the lot at the country club and started walking toward the front door, smiling as I saw the newly lighted path that Grayson had put together. It had been a magical walk that I'd replayed in my mind a gazillion times already. I couldn't wait to do another one with him. I'd told Grayson I would be here early working on my next creation. If the sugar plum inn was my next gingerbread house, I needed to start early. Turning on my Christmas playlist, I danced around the kitchen to some of my favorites while lining everything up. I needed to get the pieces cut now in case something broke or I needed to make a few more. Good morning, Grayson said, walking in fully covered in outerwear from head to toe. I could barely see his eyes between his woolen hat and scarf. The fact that I'd been caught dancing around was nowhere near as funny as seeing him wrapped up like that. You weren't kidding about getting here early. I thought for sure I'd beat you. Can you move in all of that? I said, smiling as I gestured to his outfit. I feel like you might be teasing me. Which is funny considering you were just two-stepping to Reba McEntire, he said, gesturing to where I'd been getting my groove on. When exactly will my body adjust to this weather? Someone told me it wouldn't take long, but I'm beginning to think they were just trying to make me feel better since I'm used to cold weather being in the 60s Fahrenheit. I couldn't help but laugh. It's all in how you perceive it. The trick is to convince your body that you're warm. He rolled his eyes. I think you might be pulling my leg. Just trying to help, I joked, as I finished the last of my cuts and started working on my royal icing for the glue. Are there any fences for me to construct this morning? He finished taking off all of his outerwear, rubbed his hands together, and leaned in close. He smelled clean and fresh this morning. Looking up, I glanced at the small scar above his left eyebrow, wondering how badly that had hurt him. The thought made my stomach tighten, so I tried to focus on the fact that he was clean-shaven. The scent of tea leaves and vetiver mingled with amber. Yum. I was tempted to kiss him. Would that be too forward first thing in the morning? He glanced at me. Am I in your way? I cleared my throat. No. You just smell really nice. He grinned. Thank you. You got that scar skiing, right? My best friend convinced me I could fly on those skis. You tried to fly? Yep, and to be fair, I was flying for a few seconds right before I hit the ground and bounced into that tree. That last part? Not my finest moment. I wish I'd been there to kiss it all better, I said, boldly as I brushed my fingers across the scar, hating the thought of him being hurt at all. He looked at me as if surprised that I'd been so open, and then ever so slowly the corners of his lips turned upward. Gently, he lifted my hand and brought my wrist to his lips. Then he slipped his arm around my waist, pulling me in close as he gave me a soft kiss that turned my legs to jelly. That perfect kiss made me very glad that I'd been bold with my words. You taste like sugar and icing, he said, in a teasing tone. It could be worse, I suppose. I wouldn't care. As long as I got to kiss you, that's all that would matter, he said, making me think it would be a good idea to kiss him again. My phone rang just then, interrupting the thought. I let it go to voicemail, but it immediately started ringing again, and then I realized how early it was. Who would call me this early? Twice. My heart raced, and not in a good way. Pulling away, I noticed it was Gramp. I clicked the button to answer. Gramp, are you okay? I'm perfectly fine. I'm going to the center with the guys this morning for hot cocoa in the dining room and breakfast. I didn't want you to find me gone and worry. Okay. You could have texted Gramp or left a voicemail? So, I get in trouble for both not communicating and for communicating but not in the right way? He laughed on the other end. Is Grayson there with you at the club? Yes, I admitted, my cheeks heating knowing Grayson was so close he had to have heard the question too. Be safe, Gramp. I'll talk to you later. Hanging up, I leaned into Grayson as he wrapped his arms around me. I've been caught by a parental figure. He laughed, brushing his knuckles along my jawline. Sorry about that. I'll let it go this one time, I said, letting the tension ease from my body. Gramp was fine. He's right, though. I have been on him about communicating more. My phone buzzed again, a text this time. I picked it up, wondering what witty banter Gramp was hitting me with. Reading the text, my body went on red alert. I checked the time and realized how late it was now. Time for our Winterfest meeting. I jumped into action. Harmony is on her way. We can't let her see this. We managed to get the pieces I'd put together onto a tray and scooted them into the pantry just before we heard Harmony come around the corner and into the kitchen. Hey, Nina. I heard you're in here. Okay if I come in? Harmony called, pushing through the door like she owned the place. Oh, hi, Grayson. I didn't know you were back here, too. We were just talking, I said. In the kitchen? She asked, crossing her arms with a coy smile. Sure, okay, whatever. Is there anything I can do to help set up for the meeting? We should be good. I drew in a breath, hoping she didn't know I'd secretly been creating the gingerbread sugar plum-in. It felt weird keeping a secret from my best friend. Grayson, is the dry erase board still in your office? It is. I can go get it, he said. Now that he's gone, tell me everything. What is going on with you two? She grinned and nudged my shoulder. Something is up with the two of you. You can't deny it anymore. We're getting to know each other. That's all, I said, but couldn't help the smile that spread across my face. I put a hand to my cheek, feeling embarrassed at all this emotion. Well, he's good for you. Your smile is brighter, and you just look happy. Thanks, I said, feeling shy about my budding new relationship. It was wonderful but also nerve-wracking at the same time. Can you think of anything else we might need for the meeting? She grinned. Fine, change the subject. I think we're ready. We moved to the conference room just as the first shop owners arrived. I went back and forth, getting coffee for everyone as if I were on duty. Macy brought cookies for everyone, and there were cinnamon roll bites from Jingle Bell Bakery. Once everyone was settled, Grayson stood and explained why we had called the meeting. So, we need to wow your dad, basically, Mrs. Curtis said, with a nod. We can do that. I agree, I said, feeling positive for the first time since the country club sold. Besides, it's time to bring back Winterfest. It's been a few years now. When are we doing this event? Carol asked. I stood, meeting Grayson at the front. We know it's short notice and so close to Christmas, but we don't have much time. Does Friday work for everyone? Amanda nodded. As long as the booths get delivered, we should be fine. The other business owners agreed with her, with a few saying they might need extra help. Grayson offered a helping hand, and I knew Gramp and his friends would pitch in as well. We solidified the times, putting Ruby in charge of getting the word out about the event. I have digital copies of our marketing materials, she said, which I knew would be fantastic. She'd done a great job marketing her Doggy Day spa and her business was booming. I'll just change it up a bit and get it out to you all today. With the schedule and to-do list set, everyone went their separate ways to get their day started. Harmony stayed behind to help us get everything in order on our side. This is probably awful timing, but Nina, would you be able to go with me to check out the farm I told you about for Ginger Snap? She asked, looking vulnerable. Of course, I said, my heart going out to her. Are you going this week? That's the plan. I can move it back if you need me to. No. Don't do that. I can make it work. Besides, I'm just a helper bee. The country club's booth is handled by the gingerbread maker, I said, since that was how people had referred to my secret identity. As I said it, I remembered I needed to finish cleaning the kitchen before Max showed up and started asking questions. Awesome. Thank you. I'll text you once I set up the time. I turned around to talk with Grayson and realized he wasn't standing there anymore. I found him in the kitchen, putting things back where they belonged. You read my mind, I said, thinking about how sweet he was helping me clean up. I mean, the club was paying me for these creations. The boss shouldn't be doing the work. But I appreciated his help. I don't want Max to be upset when his kitchen is a mess. I guess you didn't get as much done as you wanted to this morning. He grinned, looking like a young boy who had been caught with his hand in the cookie jar. I apologize for my part in the distraction. Actually, no, I don't regret it all. Laughing, I shook my head. I didn't think I would get it all done, and the distraction, as you call it, was very worth it. I'll stay late tonight. It's not a big deal. We moved in sync, getting the rest of the kitchen cleaned and rolling the partial gingerbread house into his office to hide until later. We returned to the kitchen just as the staff was showing up. Grayson informed them about Friday night, letting them know the country club would close early for the event, but everyone would receive the same pay. Very generous. We could offer some sort of food there, Max said, looking like his creativity was brewing. Maybe a S'mores bar? I want to pitch in and help if this is going to save the club. I grinned. I am so down for a s'mores bar. That's a great idea, Max. Let me know what you need, and I'll make sure it's available, Grayson said, looking as nervous as all of us were. I think we can do this. We just need some Christmas mountain magic sprinkled around. My heart melted. Yes, he definitely sounded like one of us townspeople. Chapter 20. The next day, I woke up to my phone pinging. It was a text from Grayson. Good morning. What are your plans today? Getting a text from Grayson made me smile like a teenager in love. Oh, wait. In love? That might be going a little far. But I couldn't deny I was well on my way. I texted back, I have ski lessons all day. Thanks for staying to help me with the house last night. A moment later, another text from Grayson, of course. I'll be a competent assistant in no time. I'll talk to you later. Rolling over in my bed, I thought about how I'd worked at the country club until late last night with Grayson by my side again. He'd been charming and sweet and not pushy when it came to my creation. I had to admit I was looking forward to hearing what people would say about this one. That was a first for me, too. Opening up my calendar for the day, I double-checked my lesson times. With every gingerbread house that I finished, I knew my window for telling Gramp was growing shorter. Same thing for confessing to my friends about my secret hobby. Harmony almost catching me in the act yesterday was a perfect example of why I needed to rip off the bandage and confess everything to those I loved. Putting the phone to the side, I swung my legs over and headed to the bathroom. I was looking forward to arriving on the slopes a little early to clear my mind. Maybe the solution to pulling down my walls and exposing myself would come to me in the crisp morning air. Right now, the thought seemed terrifying. I dressed quickly in orange and yellow snow pants. My red jacket on top made me look like a walking sunset. It also made me smile, so I didn't mind. I decided to grab breakfast on the way. Halfway down the hall, I could hear Gramps snoring. I left him a note on the coffee pot, the one place I was sure he wouldn't miss, and asked him to call me when he got up. Heading out the door, I hoped he followed through. Lately, he'd seemed more stubborn than ever about accepting my help. Driving through town, I was surprised to see the staff from Tinsel Tree Farm delivering the booths already. But I shouldn't have been surprised. This town would do anything to save one of their own. When it came to our hearts, we were like one big Christmas mountain family. The booths were one more thing marked off the checklist for Operation Fisher Enterprises. Now we just needed everything else to go off without a hitch. Pulling into a parking spot in front of Jingle Bell Bakery, I was in and out in no time at all with my favorite gingerbread latte. A few minutes later, I had an extra pep in my step as I walked into the lodge and it's all downhill from here. Something told me it was going to be a great day. Maybe the feelings I had for Grayson had something to do with that. By noon, I was still riding the wave of optimism until I realized that Gramp hadn't called me yet. With back-to-back appointments, I couldn't take off to go check on him, though. I started to panic, worrying that he might be hurt and needing me. Weighing my options, I sent Grayson a text to see if he would check on him. He responded quickly, saying he would. Ms. Abbott. I've been practicing, a young girl called out. My next lesson ran up, giving me a big hug. We'd been practicing pizza and fries for how to point the skis for a couple of weeks now. Looking past her, her mother chuckled, shaking her head. She was out all day yesterday in the backyard with her skies on. If effort counts for anything, she will impress you today. I'm so glad she's enjoying learning, I said, excited to be helping create good skiers. Maybe I'd take them to a different place than usual. I had a secret spot with a good view of the valley that I'd loved since I was a child and suddenly wanted to share that with the kids. I'm going to switch out gloves, and I'll be right back. I have a special place to take the kids today. 2 hours later, I was starving and also stressed out. I'd told Grayson to call me or have Gramp call me, hadn't I? Once inside, I patted myself down, looking for my phone, and realized I must have put it down in my locker when I changed gloves. I guess I couldn't blame Grayson or Gramp when I was the bad communicator here. I was halfway to the locker room when the front desk clerk called me over. Nina, I was about to send someone to get you. Grayson Fisher called for you multiple times. He said he was taking your grandpa to the emergency room, the receptionist said. My heart fell to my stomach. What? Why didn't you send someone out to tell me? Cal went looking for you, but said you weren't in your usual spot. He assumed you'd gone to the emergency room. My fault, I said, running to the locker room. I found my cell and noticed missed phone calls and texts. I tapped on the latest message from Grayson. He's okay, but we're going to see his doctor. He said he was dizzy. Doctor? Or the emergency room like the receptionist had said? Those were two different things. I changed quickly, sending him a response. I was back in the lobby and canceling my lessons when he called back. How is he, Grayson? I'm freaking out, I said, my heart racing. He's okay. I'm sorry for scaring you. I tried getting a hold of you. I forgot my phone in the locker room, I said, tears blurring my vision. Are you at the emergency room or his doctor's office? Emergency room, but only to see his doctor. He was on rotation and told us to come over. They think he's dehydrated. I swallowed hard. I should have been reminding him to drink more water. But, at least dehydration was something I could handle. I'm on my way. Thank you so much. No problem at all. I have to warn you, though, he's been sharing all of your childhood secrets with me. He even grabbed a photo album on our way out the door. Lovely, I said, calming down a little. I'll be there in a few minutes. Driving to Christmas Mountain Hospital, I tried not to think about what might have happened. Gramp was a spitfire. Up until he broke his leg last year, people would joke that he was indestructible. He never wanted to admit he might not be able to do everything he once could. Still, if he paid attention to what he needed, he should be able to think on his own for a long time to come. But he needed to drink more water, obviously. I thought about the Living Well Center and how he seemed to gravitate to it. They would watch out for him there. I knew he liked to visit his friends, but in his heart of hearts didn't he want to stay in his house as long as possible? Parking in a visitor's spot, I knew this was something else I was avoiding talking to him about. If things like this started happening, I wouldn't have any choice. Dr. Simpson would make sure we had the conversation. You don't have to hover, Gramp said, sounding more than a little annoyed with me. I'm not a child, you know. Dr. Simpson said it was a combination of me not sleeping and the weather change. Who knew my body needed more liquid when the temperature dropped? I gave him a look, wondering if that was the doctor's assessment. Grayson had left, giving us some space, and the doctor was checking on a more serious patient who had just come in. I'm not hovering, I said. It feels like you're hovering. Gramp, I said, taking a deep breath, knowing I couldn't avoid this any longer. I heard you mention the Living Well Center to Grayson. Do you want to move there? There it was. out in the open. The thought of him not living in the home he and my gran had shared made me feel like my heart had been ripped out of my chest. Now that the question was out there, I braced myself for his response. "I don't know," he said, his voice thick with emotion. "I love living with you, but I think I hold you back. You shouldn't have to worry about me while you're working. You've worried about me my whole life. It's time for me to worry about you." Yes, but if I were at living well, other people could monitor me when I needed it. They have apartments where I could live on my own independently. Dr. Simpson would see me just as he does now, he said, waving a hand around the room. I could still come and go as I please. And you would be with your friends, I finished. You know me. I like to be social. I just thought you would like to stay in your house to keep the memories close. Honey, I have the memories with me all the time. They're not locked up in this house in some closet. They're in my heart. That's about as close as they get. He reached over, squeezing my knee. You and Grayson should come with me to bingo. You can take a tour, too. Grayson and me? Yes. Both of you. He cares about you. And you care about him. Any fool can see that. I wanted to ask what else he knew about that I hadn't admitted. But I wasn't sure I could handle this conversation and the gingerbread conversation in one night. Chapter 21. Harmony eyed me from the driver's seat of the Silver Bells luxury tourist truck as she drove to the highway, pulling the horse trailer and heading to the potential home on the farm for Ginger Snap. Thanks again for offering to come with me today. How's your grandpa doing after the big emergency room scare the other day? He's fine now, I said, which was totally true or I wouldn't have left him. I dropped him off at the Living Well Center this morning. Dr. Simpson approved him to hang out there all day. I exhaled slowly. Grayson and I are going to meet Gramp there tonight. Grayson? Yes, don't act surprised. According to Gramp, you'd be a fool not to notice what's going on between the two of us, I said, realizing how bad that sounded. Not you specifically. Anyone should notice, according to him. I understand what you mean. She giggled, obviously getting the meaning behind my poor choice of words. I love your grandpa. My heart warmed. Thanks, Harmony. Now, tell me about this farm. I'd much rather talk about you and Grayson on the way there, she said, sounding like she meant it. She had to be a bundle of nerves right now. We can talk about Ginger Snap on the way home. He lives in California, I said, putting the big problem out there. I live in Christmas Mountain. This is my home. I'm not sure how we would ever work out with that distance between us. Where there's a will, there's a way, she said, but that wasn't exactly a solution. Besides, how do you know he won't relocate? He seems to be enjoying his time in Christmas Mountain pretty well. And it's not as if he can't travel for work when needed. The airport isn't exactly far. I didn't think about that part. Honestly, our efforts to get to know each other keep bumping up against my issues with Gramp. She glanced my way, worry flashing across her face. I know you want your grandpa to stay in the house he shared with your grandma, but have you considered he might want to move on? Yes, I admitted, since everyone but me seemed to be headed in the same direction. Grayson has suggested the same thing, more than once. But Gramp lived with my gran in that house for so long. I suppose my desire to hold on to those memories might be the thing pushing me to keep him in the house. This is how Grayson fits into the picture when you mentioned the two of you meeting your Gramp at the Living Well Center. I'm caught up now. Sighing, I knew I had some decisions to make in the next few days. I've taken care of him every single day for so long, I can't remember what I did before that. If I'm not taking care of him, then what would my purpose be? To simply love him. He's spry enough that he can come and go from the center. If he wants to spend the night with you, he can. But he can also take advantage of the activities, meals, and services the center has to offer. It's a win-win if you think about it. Maybe that's what's bothering me. It's hard to think about. Change is hard, don't I know it? She nodded, biting her bottom lip. I realized as I watched her from the passenger seat that she was dealing with the same emotions as me, only with ginger snap. How had I not seen the similarities before? It sounds like you and I will need to lean on each other as we make some emotional choices, I said, looking over at my friend. It's a good thing we've got each other, she said, her voice cracking. She tilted her head, wiping a single tear from her cheek. We talked about happier things for a long stretch, including the book club book choices, and we filled each other in on how all of our friends from the book club were doing. Macy was still overloaded with her business. Giselle was getting burnt out writing articles. Ruby and Lacey were happily engaged. Amanda was relaxed and zen as always. Maybe we both needed to book a massage with Amanda so her zen attitude could rub off on us. I checked the GPS again, letting her know the farm was coming up. Seconds later, we could see the fences and barns looming ahead. According to the information she'd given me when she picked me up, the farm was spread over several hundred acres. Although they offered carriage rides during the fall and Christmas, Ginger Snap would be able to hang up his saddle and join the petting part of the farm. This place is magical, I said, pointing to the dainty white lines trimming the barns and house. Can you imagine the holiday memories made here? It's like a real-life Christmas card. I'm sure I'll be able to enjoy the view later. Right now, my stomach is rolling. I'm not sure I can do this, Nina. Hang in there, sweetie, I said, wishing I could comfort her more. Pulling alongside the house, her tension was palpable. I didn't blame her. Ginger Snap was her world. And I knew exactly how she was feeling. I reached over and squeezed her hand. I'm here for you. Let's keep an open mind and focus on Ginger Snap. Climbing out of the truck, we introduced ourselves to the woman who approached us. She introduced herself as Mrs. Samuels, one of the owners, and she seemed very nice. As Harmony let Ginger Snap out of the trailer, I noticed her hands shaking. I wasn't sure how I could help other than just be there for her. It was a helpless feeling watching someone go through a hard time. But I'd be there with her so she wouldn't go through it alone. We'd brought Ginger Snap along at the owner's request. They wanted their vet to check him out. They also wanted to get a feel for him. If everyone agreed he was a good fit for the farm, Harmony would bring him back after Christmas. He is gorgeous and so well-mannered. You can tell Ginger Snap has been loved, Mrs. Samuels said, once we had completed our tour. How long have you had him? Halfway through the tour, I'd noticed a calm wash over Harmony. She wasn't completely on board yet, but I could tell by the questions she asked and how they had been answered that she was beginning to see this as a true possibility. So many years, she said, patting his side. I started as a guest at Silver Bell's luxury tours, visiting Santa at the grotto. I loved that place so much, I applied for a job there in the office. A couple of years ago, I was promoted to manager. Ginger Snap has been there all the way, she said, her voice turning emotional. He's a fan favorite in Christmas Mountain, I added, rubbing my friend's back. Well, I can promise you that if you choose us, he will be well loved here as well, Mrs. Samuels said. We'd love to have him. You said he would be able to run in the fields? I asked. Yes. He would have his own stall in the petting barn, but when we're not open for business, he would have the whole run of the farm. Gesturing toward a man headed our way, she continued, "Our son is our vet on call. I'll admit I'm a little biased, but he's a wonderful vet." He tipped his hat, smiling warmly. "Afternoon, ladies. I'm Tad Samuels. Is this handsome horse Ginger Snap?" I looked at Harmony, expecting her to answer, but she seemed distracted by the handsome doctor, which made me smile. "Yes," I said, giving her a look. "This is Ginger Snap." Harmony nodded, coming out of her daze. "Sorry." I was lost in my thoughts. Yeah, I'd want to bet what those thoughts were. Harmony had her heart broken by her cheating ex, so it was good to see her considering her options again. "That's understandable," Dr. Samuels said, giving her a nod. "Our animals become a part of us. I can't imagine how you're feeling as you prepare for him to retire." He smiled her way. "Is there anything I need to know before I look at him?" She shook her head again and watched as he led Ginger Snap to the barn. "I'll let the two of you talk," Mrs. Samuels said, seeming to know that Harmony needed some time to consider this. "Let me know if you have any other questions." I made sure she was out of earshot before turning to Harmony and playfully smacking her arm. "Tongue-tied much? We can talk about Doc Samuels on the way home if you'd like." "What? You're being silly." I was just completely infatuated by him? Lost in your thoughts was a good excuse, however. "I think he bought it. Did you notice he didn't wear a wedding ring?" "I'm guessing you noticed." Her cheeks blushed. "That's enough." "Oh, no. After how you've been with Grayson and me, I think I'm just getting started." And when she smiled over at me on this difficult day, I knew her heart would be okay. Chapter 22. After Harmony and I returned to town, she dropped me off at the Christmas Mountain Country Club. I double-checked my latest gingerbread creation while Grayson finished a phone call with his father. Looking up as I heard his footsteps, I hoped things went well. "How was the visit to the farm?" he asked. "Pretty good, actually. I think it would be a good fit for Ginger Snap, and it's close, so Harmony can visit whenever she wants to." "How was the phone call with your dad?" "I wish it had been as good as the farm visit," he said, grumbling a little. "That's not completely fair. It went fine. I just wish I was more confident that I could sway him to our side." Looking down, I tried to hide my pleasure at his saying, "our side." "He's set in his ways." "That can be a major stumbling block," he said, obviously having affection for his dad but also seeing where their personalities were so different. "Maybe you have to hit his passion squarely with yours," I said, putting a hand on his arm. "Help him see why you've fallen in love." His head snapped up, eyebrows lifting. "I mean, how you've fallen in love with the town, of course." He nodded and a smile grew across his handsome face. "Of course. That's what I thought you meant." "Yep, exactly," I said, wanting to kick myself. "I think you're right about him," he said, seeming a little less frustrated after my point. "That's why I'm excited about the Winterfest idea." "Is the gingerbread house ready?" "It is. I wanted to check the trim in a few areas, but it seems to be holding," I said, stepping back from the house, which moved me even closer to Grayson. The telltale beating of my heart ramped up again, followed by the goosebumps on my arm as he reached for my hand. "How are you doing today?" he said, lacing his fingers through mine, which felt so natural. "Are you worried about your grandpa?" Strangely, no. I'm not sure if that's because I haven't let myself focus on it today or if it's because I know he's safe where he is. "Can you still come with me tonight?" I wouldn't miss it. In fact, I'm excited about checking that place out. Sounds like the hot spot for seniors in Christmas Mountain. Thank goodness the event is early because after that, we have the Jingle Bowl-a-thon. My nose wrinkled. I'm down with bowling, especially for charity, but you're truly excited about visiting the Living Well Center? Yes, he said, as if he'd be ridiculous to think otherwise. Tonight is pizza and bingo night. I am always down for pizza and bingo. I laughed. How do you know this, Grayson? He and I talked about it yesterday while we were waiting for you to return from the farm. He gave my hand a squeeze. I'm a bit competitive. I hope that's not a deal breaker. The comment caught me by surprise. He and Gramp had been hanging out together while I'd been gone? That had to be the most heartwarming thing I'd ever heard. And had Grayson said he was competitive? Thankfully, my phone rang before the silence became awkward. Stepping aside to answer it, my mind was pinging in a million directions. That's perfect, I said, to the person on the other end of the line. Yes, thank you for helping on such short notice. Wonderful. I'll see you there. Hanging up, my excitement overshadowed the moment we'd had before as I did a happy dance back to where Grayson was standing. He laughed, grinning from ear to ear. Good news? Great news, I said, slipping my cell into my pocket. There's a local band in town that is willing to play at Winterfest. I thought for sure they would be busy. That is great news. Can we go back to that deal-breaker comment you made? I asked, feeling adventurous. I have a few things I'd like to ask you about that. Oh, really? He said, pulling me close and leaning toward me. Grayson. Nina. I'm glad you're still here. I have my list of s'mores supplies. Max walked into the office and then stopped short, looking at both of us. Did I interrupt something? No, Grayson stood straighter and cleared his throat. We're good. Thank you for this. I'll stop at the store tomorrow morning and pick things up. Alrighty then. Max turned and walked out, leaving us alone again. Maybe we should table this discussion for now? There's no telling how many more times we might get interrupted, and we probably want to have a chance to talk, he said, checking the time on his phone. Besides, it's time to head to the center. Okay. But just for the record, I'm quite the competitor as well. Don't forget who beat you on skis not that long ago. I haven't forgotten, he said, that adorable dimple popping on his cheek. Good to be reminded because payback is in order. I should also mention that I let you beat me. No, you didn't. I laughed at his joke, following him out the door and knowing he had given his best effort on his skis. I was a professional who could tell, after all. Don't even try to convince me of that. 15 minutes later, we pulled into an empty spot at the Living Well Center. I hadn't realized until Grayson shifted the car into park just how nervous I was. Was I prepared to have Gramp move in here? Could I afford it? I had extra money right now, thanks to making the gingerbread houses. But if Grayson's father decided to level the country club, I'd be left with just one option: selling the house. The thought of it made my stomach turn. Nina? Grayson said. I looked over, realizing he had been talking to me. I'm sorry. I was. It's okay. Let's just take this one step at a time. We're here to see what this place is all about, and let them show us around. That's it. He's going home with you tonight. You're right. It's just a tour and some bingo, I said, thinking I definitely needed baby steps. Inside, we were greeted by the sweetest staff person, who pointed us toward where Gramp was with his friends. Looking around, I was surprised by the interior. I'd expected it to be cold and sterile, but it was a cozy space, more like a home than what I'd imagined. As we passed from one room into the next, I noted the moldings and ornate ceilings. Each room had a fireplace and a Christmas tree. The Trans-Siberian Orchestra played on the speakers, just loud enough to let you know it was there but quiet enough to still let conversations flow. "This is nice," Grayson whispered beside me. "It's the old Miller home," I said, introducing him to another part of our small town. As kids, we joked that it was haunted. Being one of the biggest homes in Christmas Mountain and empty, it was an easy story to believe. "Here she is, Phyllis. You all know my granddaughter, Nina." Gramps stood and waved as we approached his table. "And this is Grayson, her friend." They each said hello, joking and laughing about how Gramp had been driving them crazy all day. It was easy to see that Gramp was in his element and among good friends. I wasn't sure the last time I'd seen him this animated. It was like his energy had been given a boost. It made sense, I supposed. I felt the same when I was with my friends. "Are you two staying for bingo?" A woman walked up with a stack of bingo cards in her hand. I recognized her from town, but I couldn't place her name. "I'm Marina, the activities director." She smiled. "I believe my niece is one of your ski students." "Yes." "I knew you looked familiar." "You've picked her up before." "I have. We were on the slopes a few days ago." "She's really improving." "She is." "She works hard," I said, thankful to know that someone so kind worked here. Taking our cards, we sat around the table with Gramp and his friends, continuing to listen to them talk. There were plenty of good old days stories, but they also talked about current events as well. I wasn't sure what I was expecting, but the more I listened to them enjoying themselves, the more at ease I felt with the possibility of Gramp being here. "Nina, I hear you're spearheading the return of Winterfest," one of the men at the table said. "I think it's a wonderful idea. We need to rally together and bring back the events we lost over the last couple of years." "I will be there, for sure. I'm not certain how my doctor will feel about me having a gingerbread latte that late at night, but what he doesn't know won't hurt him," another man said, and then laughed. "I'm not sure I'm the one spearheading it, but I'm excited to see it in action again." "You know it was his idea," I said, pointing to Gramp. "I'm not sure I would have thought of it." He flipped his hand out, shrugging. "I just gave you the push you needed." We heard tapping on a microphone behind us just then. I looked over to see the bingo board light up, and the wheel start turning. Letting my eyes take in the space, the room was full of players. It was quite the happening spot. "You doing okay?" Grayson whispered in my ear, his thoughtfulness causing my toes to curl. "I'm okay," I said, wondering if he had any clue how much he meant to me. "Thanks for checking in there. I'm glad you're here with me. I wouldn't want to be anywhere else." With Grayson by my side, there was a comfort in this difficult evening that seemed to have turned it all around. I felt more open to the option of the Living Well Center for Gramp. And the funniest thing of all was that I did get to see Grayson's competitive side and his impressive and most hilarious victory dance when he won the first bingo round. They say that misery loves company, but terrible, horrible, laughably bad bowlers love company too, and I had been promised exactly that kind of company. As I watched Grayson, who looked adorable in his rented bowling shoes and the country club team shirt, bowl another strike, I was more dubious than ever of his assurance just 2 hours before that he hadn't bowled since his early retirement as a 10-year-old and would be just as bad as me. It had been a relief to know that with not one, but 2 dead weights dragging down the team that we'd be eliminated from the Jingle Bowl-a-thon in the first round in Grayson, and I would get to spend the rest of the charity event sipping spicy cider and bumping hands inside an extra-large bucket of fresh popcorn. Instead, I was mustering up a cheer in the final championship round as Grayson returned to our team's seats to receive boisterous high fives and excited pats on the back. Don't get me wrong, I would have enjoyed nothing more than watching from the sidelines as the country club comets dashed their way to bowl-a-thon glory. I mean, I would have been the best cheerleader ever, done cartwheels all up and down the red and green lit lanes. But I wasn't allowed to stay on the sidelines, and as my team supportively chanted my name, I got up reluctantly to do exactly what I'd been doing all afternoon: send the pink sparkly bowling ball straight into the gutter. Twice in a row. Sorry, guys, I said, as I shuffled in my bowling shoes back to my spot at the very end of the line of chairs. My coworkers were kind enough to give me encouragement, but there's only so many times you could hear "next time, Nina," before you realize I was really no time Nina. It was obvious that I was the weak link on the team, and I watched them eyeing the scoreboard nervously as Macy bowled a spare for Cupid's Cupcakes and Cookies, the one-time running bowl-a-thon victors. I felt terrible knowing my team might have stood a chance without me, and I already dreaded my next bowl. Sitting beside me, Grayson playfully nudged his shoulder against mine. He looked so happy that I smiled weakly. "Come on," he said. "Don't sweat it." "You were supposed to be really bad too," I said, feeling pity for myself. "I was just missing a hat and it would have been a party." Laughing, Grayson lifted his palms and said, "I really thought I was going to be terrible." It all came back, like riding a bike. The sound of the crash of pins made me even more nervous. It was such a different sound than when I bowled. That satisfying crack. The elation of your team. The noises from the funny animated video on the scoreboard. Whenever I bowled, it was the heavy thunk into the gutter and then crickets. In my mind, even the speakers cut off midway through "Deck the Halls" as I stood there bright-cheeked watching the machine descend down to realize no pins needed replacing. "Got any tips?" I asked, looking hopefully at Grayson. Grayson drummed his fingers on his knees, thinking. Meanwhile, Kara, practically famous now for her dazzling red bowling shoes and signature heel kick when she bowled, hit a strike. The Comets were really trailing behind Cupid's Cupcakes and Cookies now, and there was only one reason why. "I've got to come up with something to help us," I said, pleading to Grayson. He snapped his fingers. "There." I looked around in confusion. "Where?" He laughed before leaning in conspiratorially. My heartbeat quickened when he placed his hand on my arm. I don't remember much about the day I hung up my bowling shoes for good. "As a 10-year-old?" I said, reminding him with a grin. He nodded solemnly, making me giggle. But I do remember feeling that same way when I'd make a gutter ball. That I had to do something. I was aware of how close Grayson was to me now. The smell of popcorn faded, the noise of the pins rattling fell away, even the red and green lights over the lanes dimmed. There was only his amber and pine cedar cologne, his soft, gentle voice, and the brightness of his eyes as he realized something profound and decided to share it with no one but me. "See, things were strained between my parents when I was growing up," he said. "They fought often, ironically over money which seemed to be their go-to band-aid to their marital problems, exorbitant vacations to the Canary Islands, luxurious ski trips to Interlaken. I could sense that something was breaking in our family life, like I was on a frozen lake and I could feel the cracks beneath my feet. I did it without thinking, placed my hand on Grayson's, and he immediately laced his fingers through mine to slot them together like perfect puzzle pieces. My breath quickened. The bowling day was a rare time together. Even on these trips it was Dad at the golf course and Mom in the spa, Dad taking a phone call, Mom shopping. So, I felt like it was my chance to fix things, to make things right, to do something. By bowling well? I asked, the sweetness of it breaking my heart. 10-year-old logic, right? Grayson laughed with a shrug. Needless to say, I bowled like I thought the point was to get 0 points. Which I did. "Like I'm bowling?" I joked. Grayson squeezed my fingers between his. I know you carry a lot of weight around on your shoulders, Nina. The future of the club, your grandfather, like it's all dependent on you. Harmony even told me how worried you were for her and Ginger Snap. Maybe you feel, like I did, that you always have to do something? Chuckling weakly, I asked, my eyes fixed on his, but don't I? He gazed around us as he said, when I bowled with my parents, it was cold, stiff. Almost like we were at the theater instead of a bowling alley. But look around, Nina. All these people, your family, your friends. There's music and Christmas decorations. And happiness. Grayson, you're up. Max called. We both looked to see that the comets had pulled back within striking distance of Cupid's cupcakes and cookies. There was hope, I thought with a churning stomach. Just in time for me to dash it. Ugh. But Grayson smiled at me as he stood to take his turn, and said, sometimes there's nothing to be done but enjoy all the wonderful things in your life and be grateful to be a part of it. Life has a way of working out if we let it. He winked before leaving. I leaned forward on the chair along with the rest of the country club team to watch. Grayson held the ball to his chest, took a deep breath, and then proceeded to spin around till he was dizzy before bowling a gutter ball. The children broke out into hysterical giggles as he mimicked stumbling around. Which way am I supposed to roll it? He asked them with his second ball. They shouted at him as he pretended to get it wrong each time. This way? No. This way? Yes. Surely not this way. In the end, he had the kids gasping with laughter, and while he might not have earned the Comets any points, he did make our team the fan favorite. That was some really horrible bowling, I said, as he came back beside me. Shaking his head, he said, I told you I was terrible. It's not like we were going to win anyway. We're here for fun. Macy, unable to stop herself from still giggling at Grayson, uncharacteristically hit 2 gutter balls. She shrugged it off as the bakery team cheered nonetheless. Nina, Max hollered. This is it, friend. You've got this. I got high fives all down the line and selected my pink sparkly ball. I needed to hit 2 pins for the Comets to stay out of last place. Glancing over my shoulder, I found Grayson watching me. He gave me an encouraging nod. Well, here goes nothing, I mumbled, and rolled the ball. Pins. I hit pins. I jumped up and down like I'd bowled a strike even though only 4 had been knocked over. Grayson threw his arms around me and my team cheered like I'd won the gold at the Olympics. Later, when Cupid's cupcakes and cookies were awarded the Bowl-a-thon Cup, Macy came over and congratulated me on my better bowl. You looked like a completely different bowler, she said. I actually closed my eyes before throwing it, I laughed. Really? Macy asked. What? Like to visualize the pins all falling or something? I noticed Grayson talking to Gramp, and my heart warmed. We were all having fun. Yeah, I said, catching Grayson's eye, and he winked at me. Something like that. Chapter 23. The following morning was Friday, the sun was shining, and my heart was full. I had enjoyed bingo and visiting the Living Well Center more than I'd expected. And as Grayson said, Gramp had come home and shared some late-night cocoa with me before going to bed. I'd left Gramp a note before I headed out to the ski lodge this morning, telling him I'd had fun and that we could talk more about the center if he thought he might like to consider some changes. It was a big step for me, but I felt much better about it with Grayson by my side. We'd still not talked about his deal-breaker comment or discussed the fact that we lived in 2 different states, but there was something about him that made me feel it would all work out. Tonight, and how his father reacted, would give me some insight as to our options. What would we do if his father rejected the club after everything we'd done to save it? I didn't even want to think about that possibility, but it was hanging over me in the background like a dark cloud looming in the distance. After a day of ski lessons, I was dressed and ready for Winterfest. Everyone I'd talked to said they would be here tonight. I shook out the nerves as I pulled onto the town square. We needed a run of good luck and a bit of magic, just like Grayson had said. "Everything looks great," Carol said, waving to me as I got out of my car. "It looks great up by the sharing tree as well. I think this is going to work. I feel it in my bones." Macy bounced up beside her, holding a coffee cup in each hand. "I agree. I'm excited, and that's not just the caffeine talking. Are both of those yours?" I grinned, wanting one of those since the delicious scent of gingerbread latte had wafted up my nose. "Because it might be the caffeine talking if they are." "No, silly. Neither one of them are mine," she said, handing me a cup. "Thank you," I said, taking a sip of the steaming liquid to warm myself up in the most delicious way. "Yum. And you can hold Grayson's, too," she said, handing me the second cup. "He and Cal are stringing lights." "Yes." Carol winked at me. "I hear you and Grayson have been spending more and more time with each other." "He's a keeper, from what I've seen." "Well, I can't argue with that," I said, opening up to my friends for the first time. "But you're aware he lives in California, right?" Macy grinned. "I'm just glad you're not denying your feelings about him anymore. We think you two would be adorable together. The rest will fall together like peanut butter and jelly. With less calories, I hope." I joked, and then followed her to the center of the booths. Cal and Grayson were in the center of the square working in a good rhythm, adding strings of Christmas lights wherever they were needed. Looking around, everything seemed to be on schedule. The stage was set up for that band, and Santa's sleigh was parked to the side for Macy and Cal. I told her I could help Cara with their Cupid's Cupcakes and Cookies booth since several club staff planned to be here to man the Christmas Mountain Country Club booth. I found myself excited to hear what everyone thought of the new gingerbread creation, which was a far cry from where I'd been emotionally when I saw the first gingerbread house on display. "What do you think?" Grayson asked, hopping off the last rung of the ladder. "It looks good. I have to admit, I'm impressed." "With me, or with the setup?" he teased. "Both," I said, handing him his cup of coffee, our hands brushing. His touch managed to warm me, even through my mittens. "Thank you," he said. "I'd like to take credit, but Macy got them for us," I said, watching her hand another cup to Cal. He leaned in for a kiss and they smiled at each other. "So cute." I turned to Grayson. "What time is your dad supposed to be here?" "I'm leaving in a few minutes to pick him up at the airport," he said, before taking a sip of his latte. "Max is fixing a special dinner for us, and then I'll walk him down the newly lighted path to the booths." "That's a great idea," I said, hating the thought of him ever leaving here. The Christmas Mountain charm worked on me. "I'm hoping it has a similar effect on him," he said, before leaning down and surprising me with a kiss on my forehead. My eyes widened a little. The look on his face told me he surprised himself as well. Sorry about that. I wasn't thinking. I know this might be awkward for you with your coworkers." "You don't have to apologize to me," I said, loving that it had been so natural for him to give me a kiss in front of everyone. He had really become a part of my life, an essential part. I'm pretty certain everyone in town already has one of those pet names picked out for us. "You know the ones where they mash the names together?" He chuckled. "I wonder what ours is. Granina? Or Neen Sun?" "It's Grana Harmony," said, coming up behind us. "That's the town favorite. I came up with it myself, thank you very much." "Of course, you did," I said, shaking my head. Do you need any help tonight with the Silver Bells Luxury Tours booth or anything? No, ma'am. I'm handling the carriage rides while the staff takes care of the booth. We made reindeer food all day long and I have been snacking big time. My belly is already full. Grayson! Cal called, waving him over. Can you give me a hand over here? Be right there, buddy, he said, giving my hand a squeeze before walking away. Harmony pulled me to her side after he left. He just kissed you in the center of town. I have a feeling about you too. And you saw how much it shocked both of us. Yes, but it still happened. He lives in California. What am I going to do? I said. You'll figure it out, she said, casually. Motioning for her to follow me, I needed a change of topic to something I actually had a solution for. Come on, let's do the check-ins for the booths. I need everything to be perfect. It's not just the club on the line. My heart has managed to get intertwined as well. I handed her a clipboard as we moved from space to space. A few booths in, Grayson caught up with us, telling me he was headed to the airport. I'd thought I was handling everything better until I saw him get in his car. Whether we liked it or not, everything might change in the next few hours. Yikes! Come on. Harmony laced her arm through mine, pulling me along. Let's finish the checklists and get some more lattes. By the time we finished, I was ready for more than another latte. I grabbed some cookies from Cara and Macy's booth and sat down with Harmony on the bench beside the sharing tree, listening to the sound of the falls and letting the beauty of the decorated booths around me sink in. We'd done it. Everything looked great. You, my dear, should be very proud of yourself. No matter what Grayson's dad thinks, Gramps said, sitting down beside us. Hey, I said, giving him a squeeze. I wondered if you were coming. Of course, I was. I wouldn't miss this for the world. The guys and I have a chess game planned in the square while we listen to the band. She did a great job, didn't she? Harmony chimed in. I had a lot of help, I said, nerves making my stomach bubble with worry. Above all, that's what I want Grayson's father to see. This town bands together and comes out on top when we need to. Community is what Christmas Mountain is all about. Here. Here. Harmony raised her coffee mug, giving me a quick hug. Just then, all the lights came on, twinkling in the setting sun like fireflies in the night. It was gorgeous. Everyone around us let out a collective cheer, and the nerves finally started to melt away. Until I felt the buzzing of my phone. Pulling it out of my pocket, my breath caught. It was a text from Grayson, at the club, getting dinner. I'm hoping I don't jinx myself, but he seems to be in a good mood. No matter what, we will figure it all out. The club, and especially you and me. I grinned and texted him back, forcing myself to keep breathing. I like the sound of that. We make a good team. Chapter 24. Sometimes when driving, I look over my shoulder to check the next lane and my hands inadvertently turn the wheel in that direction. Well, the whole start of Winterfest was like that for me. Each booth up by the sharing tree and in the town square had a fun, holiday craft project, and at each one Gramp and I visited I managed to mess the project up. With the team from Prancer's Pancake House, I poured so much batter into the reindeer-shaped waffle griddle that it dripped right off the edge of the red and white checkered tablecloth and into the snow, melting through with a hiss. At the adorable booth for Reed Bank, which shimmered with garlands of old pennies, the dollar bill I was supposed to be folding into a Christmas tree origami ended up much more, abstract than Connor's example. And thank goodness no one lost a thumb when I picked up the hammer at the booth for Parker's Furniture to work on a stocking hanger craft. Nina Elizabeth Abbott, Gramp chided at the booth for Silver Bell's luxury tours. What kind of a straight line is that supposed to be? What do you mean? I looked down at the hot glue gun in my hand and the nozzle steamed in the cold. But, unfortunately, I'd left a wobbling trail of glue along the beautiful wide ribbon of burgundy velvet. Gramp, with a handful of sequins, tiny bows, and miniature silver bells, frowned down at where he was supposed to place them. Harmony, who came up with the craft which mimicked the bridles of decorative ornaments and silver bells the horses wore while pulling the sleighs around town, leaned over the child's head who she was helping and took that moment to laugh at what I'd done. "Sorry, Gramp," I said, grimacing. "I was just looking over your shoulder while driving again? How many times have I told you how to do that correctly? A bazillion?" I grinned sheepishly. My stomach had been doing nervous spins the whole evening. "You need to calm down, honey." Gramp patted my hand, ignoring the craft for a moment. "Grayson's father is going to get here when he gets here. You've done your best, so there's no need to worry," he said. "Easier to say than do," I said. "Don't let what may or may not happen in the future keep you distracted from what's happening now," Gramp said, his tone affectionate. "You're right, Gramp," I said, plucking up a silver bell and pressing it to the velvet. "And what's happening now is our glue is drying." "We should do more crafts together, Nina," Gramp said, joining in again. "We used to do them all the time with Gran. Do you remember?" "Nina? Walter?" Grayson said from behind us. Gramp and I exchanged a quick look as we heard our names from that familiar man who had somehow become part of us. Gramp gave me a reassuring wink before we turned around together. Grayson stood behind the booth beside his father. "Hi," I said, wanting to kick myself. Could I sound any more nervous? "I'd like you both to meet my dad," he said, politely gesturing to the man beside him, who I wish didn't remind me so much of a suited-up Grinch. "Dad, I'd like to introduce one of the country club's best employees, Nina Abbott, and her grandfather, who is one mean bingo player." I felt a wave of nerves as Mr. Fisher extended his black leather-gloved hand. He seemed so imposing in his expensive coat over his suit. I searched his sharp-featured face for any sign of positivity regarding the club, but the man wore a serious poker face. "A pleasure to meet you, Ms. Abbott," Mr. Fisher said with a nod of his head. "You as well." I fought against my instinct to feel intimidated and delivered a gusto-filled, "Welcome to Winterfest." Gramp slung an arm over my shoulders and declared, "All thanks to my favorite granddaughter." Grayson's eyes were brimming with laughter as I peeled Gramp's arm from my shoulders and said, "Not only am I his only granddaughter, I think you'll quickly see, sir, that this was a town effort to support our local businesses." I watched Mr. Fisher's gaze move over the festive town square with its warmly lit booths, the strings of lights, all the way up to the sharing tree which reflected its string of light colors onto the falls behind it. But I hoped more than anything that he saw the smiling faces and the sense of community which knitted us all together. With a glance at Grayson, Mr. Fisher turned to me. "I'd love for you to show me around, Ms. Abbott." "Please call me Nina," I said. Extending his hand in front of us, he said, "After you, Nina." Grayson gave me one of his reassuring winks that sent a warm, tingling sensation from my beanie down to my winter boots. Gramp fell in next to Grayson as we walked along in the snow, and I resisted rolling my eyes when he told him about my disastrous crafting before their arrival. "The art apple apparently fell quite a bit from the tree," Gramp whispered too loudly. My heart seized a little when Grayson said, "I wouldn't be so sure." We stopped at the booth for the Jingle Bells Bakery, where the fabulous baristas were teaching anyone who wanted to try how to do some simple latte art. I ordered Mr. Fisher their Montana-famous gingerbread latte, remembering how quickly the delicious drink had worked to win over his son. "My son speaks very highly of you," Mr. Fisher said, seeming oblivious to his foam mustache. Grayson and I have done business together all over the world, and he's never taken to a place like he has to Christmas Mountain. It sounds like you had a lot to do with that. I nodded, trying not to squeeze my own drink too hard. I was trying not to be nervous. I was trying to enjoy the outline of the snowy peaks against the blanket of stars, the festive murmur of the townspeople I loved around me, the smell of cinnamon and sugar, pine and roasting chestnuts. Things would work out if I just let them. Wasn't that what Grayson and Gramp and Harmony and, well, everyone had been telling me? But how did positivity work? By trying not to try? I felt so confused. Mr. Fisher smiled down at me, and I recognized more of Grayson in his face than I had initially. Grayson talks about Christmas Mountain like he never wants to leave. The little cinnamon snowman atop my latte was jiggling as my hands shook and my brain tried to process his words. Grayson might be staying? Well, this is a very special place, I said, trying to sound more confident than I felt. Mr. Fisher gave me a side glance. With very special people, I'm gathering. We like to think so, I said, since I couldn't be sure he'd been talking about me. My heart leapt in my chest, but I warned myself about reading too much into what he'd said. Gesturing around the busy square, I said, the people of Christmas Mountain are kind and supportive. We all really care about one another, and we all know that we can count on our neighbors and friends to be there for us, no matter what. I believed what I was saying with my whole heart. And yet when I saw that we'd stopped right in front of the booth for the country club, which proudly displayed my most ambitious work yet, my gingerbread sharing tree, the sugar plum was displayed in the window at the club, I still felt a tinge of fear about everyone finding out I was the mysterious baker. I almost laughed out loud when I realized how ridiculous it sounded. How could I expect Mr. Fisher to put his trust in this town if I didn't show that by trusting first? It all became so clear to me in that moment, I had to reveal my secret. Mr. Fisher, I said, guiding him toward the booth. I'd like to show you what the country club has come up with for our contribution to the Winterfest. Mr. Fisher nodded and followed me. Behind him, I caught Grayson's eye. I wondered if he could see in my face a hint of what I was going to do, since my cheeks were hot, and I wore a secret smile that hopefully said, I'm ready. I couldn't be sure what I'd relayed to him with my stomach in knots, but he gave me a wink which made me feel strong and secure. As you can see, this is a replica of our town's sharing tree, I said, gesturing to the gingerbread sharing tree and then to the real sharing tree up the stairs by the falls. Incredible. His eyes widened in amazement as they darted between the real tree just across the square and the gingerbread one which I'd made so tall that you had to lean inside the booth to see the ginger snap star on top. Thank you, I said, feeling a supportive hand at the small of my back. It's beautiful, Gramps said, smiling beside me, his own eyes shimmering with delight. We have many traditions in Christmas Mountain, I said, my eyes burning as I remembered coming to the sharing tree with Gran when I was little, to hang ornaments in honor of the parents I had never been able to know thanks to a driver who'd chosen to drive while intoxicated and crashed into their car. The sharing tree has one of those traditions. How so? He asked. Each year we come to the sharing tree and share a hope, a wish, a prayer by hanging an ornament. Sometimes it's people in love who come together, looking to the future, I said, glancing at Grayson. Sometimes it's people who come alone, remembering the past, I said, squeezing Gramps' big hand in mine. But the ornaments are always as diverse and unique as the people of this town. Except for this year. Mr. Fisher raised a curious eyebrow. What do you mean? Smiling, I said, see the gingerbread ornaments hanging from the sharing tree? They're shaped like the country club, and every person who has visited this booth has taken one and written with this edible pen a memory they have of the country club on the back. Mr. Fisher glanced over at the real sharing tree and seemed to see for the first time what I'd been watching all night, the snowy limbs filling with gingerbread ornaments. Mr. Fisher, I hope you can see that you can put your faith in Christmas Mountain, I said, holding my breath knowing that was what I was going to do right now. My eyes burned and my throat tightened as I turned to Gramp. What is it, honey? You can tell me, he said. Gramp, I said, squeezing his hand nervously. I'm sure you've been wondering just like everyone else in town who the mysterious baker of these gingerbread houses has been. My heart was beating so hard I thought it might break out into the little drummer boy. Well, the mysterious baker is, I paused, looking past Gramp as my eyes widened in terror. What in the world? Rolling down Main Street like an unplanned parade were a long line of bulldozers, wrecking balls, and other heavy demolition equipment on the trailers of monstrous semis. Their engines were loud, making my body vibrate with the horrible sound. An uncomfortable silence descended over the town square. Gramps seemed to be the last to turn around to notice. He held my hand tightly. That's not Santa's sleigh, now is it, dear? Chapter 25. The rumble of the big engines faded slowly as they continued up toward the Christmas Mountain Country Club, and for a moment the town square was as silent as Christmas morning. Eyes that had seconds before been shimmering behind billows of piping hot chocolate steam now shifted uncertainly around from one to another. The whispers began not long after that, a quiet murmur that rose and rose until I heard not far off from me what the whole town had, and realized the purpose of the bulldozers, wrecking balls, and other heavy demolition equipment on the trailers of monstrous semis. They were going to destroy the country club. The festive spirit seemed dashed by the arrival of the demolition equipment. Families scattered, seeming to remember bedtimes, couples realized just how long they'd been standing arm in arm out in the cold, and soon the town square was moving again, but moving out. I felt stunned and helpless. It had seemed like Mr. Fisher was moved by what his son had told him about the town and impressed by what he'd seen of it tonight. I really thought we'd stood a chance of keeping the country club in one piece. I was left feeling naive. What could some tiny gingerbread ornaments really do against a bulldozer? Dad, Grayson said, stepping forward. I thought we agreed to hold off on any final decisions about the country club till after the holidays. Mr. Fisher looked around and seemed to notice the change in everyone's mood. I was surprised by Grayson's use of we. When he first arrived in town, he made it seem like it was his father's decision alone. It made me a little hopeful that Grayson had somehow earned a larger voice in his father's company. I was able to negotiate a very good price for the equipment if I acted quickly, Mr. Fisher said, scratching the back of his neck. That's why they're arriving in the evening. I couldn't turn down that price. It's just business, son. What about your word to give me until Christmas to come up with an idea? Grayson said, desperation and hurt in his voice. The equipment is just in case we need it, Mr. Fisher said, giving him an earnest look. It was an unbelievable price. Better to be prepared. Prepared to knock the country club down? Grayson said. I wondered if Gramp and I should leave since this seemed to be a very private conversation, but my feet seemed to be frozen in place. Gramp didn't look like he was going anywhere either. Now, Grayson, I've tried to teach you all that I can about success. I know we've had our disagreements, but I thought you understood that at the end of the day a business has to make money. Right now, you and I both know that the country club is not as profitable as a different business would be. We can't just put our heads in the sand, or snow, as the case may be. Mr. Fisher's attempt at lightening the tense atmosphere fell on deaf ears. Grayson's cheeks were red, his eyes bright, and his jaw was tense. Dad, just because I don't conduct business the same way as you doesn't mean I'm not conducting business properly, he said, firmly. You see me meeting with locals and think I'm wasting my time, but I'm learning about what's important to our potential customers, what they might value enough to spend their hard-earned money on. We have surveys for that kind of thing, Mr. Fisher said. Things run differently in a small town, dude. Things run differently in a small town, Grayson said, as if reading my mind. You see me making friendships and you think that makes me sentimental, but it's more than that. A community's trust is the most important thing for a business's success. I couldn't agree with him more. You see me falling in love and think it means I can't possibly be thinking straight, and, well, maybe you're a little bit right there. But what greater motivator is there than love? What could ever make me work harder than love? What is all this for, the making money, the building businesses, the portfolios and retirement plans, if not to enjoy life with someone you love? My tummy did like 100 cartwheels. He was in love with me? I turned to Gramp, who gave me a look that said, "I told you so." Grayson had gotten swept up in his big speech, spilling out his heart that I sensed he'd kept walled up from his overly pragmatic father. I felt his eyes shift to me, brimming with joy. Then to Gramps. And also to the staff of the Christmas Mountain Country Club still manning the now empty booth since all of the crowd gathered around us. Do you understand better now? Grayson said, turning to his dad. We've been doing things to help the country club this whole time, looking into ways to make it more profitable. Nina's gingerbread houses were a stroke of genius. Her gingerbread town has brought so much buzz back to the country club, and I've been in contact with the organization for the international competition. They are considering hosting it here next year, which would bring in more than enough profit to keep the country club around. My eyes widened and the town gasped. Grayson seemed to be the last to realize just what he'd accidentally done. My cheeks were still burning, but for a reason this time. I was still mute, but no longer out of happiness. There was a pause of silence in the crowd before the whispers started up, building from a quiet murmur to a roar around me. All the way across the street I saw that the people who had been leaving the town square after the bulldozers and other demolition equipment passed by were turning around upon hearing the news that the mystery baker had been named. Is it true, Nina? Max asked, glancing between me and my gingerbread sharing tree. People approached, patting me on the shoulders, but I couldn't hear any of the praise with the buzzing in my head that made me feel faint. Grayson's eyes met my horrified expression, and at first there was confusion in his expression. He'd been so swept up in the moment that it took him a second to put everything together. Between the jostling crowd, all the people who wanted to congratulate me or ask why I'd kept it a secret for so long, I watched Grayson realize his mistake. Horror and regret filled his eyes. Even though I was upset, I still couldn't help but feel bad for him as he looked around helplessly. He clearly wanted to take back his words, but the secret was out and it was his fault. And there was no changing that. I couldn't hear him over the excited noise around me, but I could read his lips well enough. Besides, what else was there to say except, "Nina, I am so sorry." Grayson tried to reach me, but I was swallowed up by the crowd. Harmony was there, squeezing my arm playfully and saying she knew it was me the whole time. The ladies of the Mistletoe Book Club somehow squeezed their way through the mass of people to beg me to make the sleigh cafe next. Over the chaos of the noise, I heard Carol insist that I do a little hemi in gingerbread. His color is perfect for it, she joked before she was elbowed out of the way. It was everything I'd hoped for, that my work was admired and appreciated, that it meant something to the people of Christmas Mountain. I was bombarded by requests to make Grand's houses and family cabins and this or that business on Main Street. No one had any negative comments, no one saw the imperfections that I was sometimes hyper-focused on. I should have been overjoyed, relieved and thankful that Grayson had outed me. But there was only one thing I could think of, the hand I'd been holding. When I looked beside me, I found only my empty hand at my side. Gramp was gone. Chapter 26. When I finally managed to push through the crowd, I scanned the town square for Gramp. My heart was racing and I no longer felt the cold of this Montana December night. I panicked as I imagined Gramp's hurt when he learned the secret I'd been hiding from him. I didn't see him anywhere. I felt mad at myself for not even feeling him slip his glove from mine, too stunned by the town's positive reaction. Where would he go? Had I upset him enough to make him go to Gran's grave in this bitter cold? Would he go to the place where they first met, all the way at the top of the ski runs and it's all downhill from here? Fear made my knees wobble as I pictured him slipping somewhere and getting hurt without my being there to help him. Did he even have his cell phone with him? As I was fumbling for my own phone in the pockets of my coat, I heard the crunch of footsteps in the snow behind me. I knew by the gentle touch at the small of my back who it was. And, unfortunately, it was the last person I wanted to see at this stressful moment. Nina, Grayson said, stepping in front of me breathlessly. You have no idea how sorry I am. It just slipped out and in front of everyone. I'm so very sorry, Anne. You promised. I snapped, pushing Grayson's hand away when he tried to put his hand around mine. I felt a flood of emotion bring on the threat of tears. His eyes tried to hold onto mine even as I kept looking away. It was an accident, Grayson said, holding out his hands helplessly after I pulled mine away. I know it was a mistake, but let me explain. I'm not used to telling my father just how I feel. I am so careful with my words around him. But once I told him that I loved you, I couldn't think straight because I hadn't even realized how much I love you. That wasn't how I wanted to tell you that either. I never intended to hurt you. Grayson loved me. The townspeople were ecstatic to discover that I was the secret baker. It should have been everything I ever wanted. It was almost the perfect Christmas. But Gramp had run off and I had no idea where he went. No word, no note, no text. And all I could think about was that my secret gingerbread baking had hurt him. Gran was his other half, his piece of the puzzle, and I'd shoved that reminder in his face by making those gingerbread houses. I'd hurt him emotionally. Because of that, he could be hurt somewhere physically, and that would be all my fault. Scared out of my mind, my hands balled into fists. It was really important to me that I tell Gramp my way, Grayson. I told you that. I know. You're right. I wanted to be able to explain to him how much making gingerbread with Gran meant to me and how even to this day it makes me feel close to her. I wanted to be able to see his reaction, to look into his eyes, make sure he was okay, and hold him if he needed me to hold him. Grayson nodded. I understand. You have every right to be upset with me. The pain in his expression sliced my heart. I hadn't admitted it to the whole town, but I loved him, too. But the sting of his mistake ran deep. Gramp was my family, my responsibility, and I had no idea if he was okay. I wish you'd been more careful, I said, knowing I didn't have time for this. I needed to find Gramp. Let me help make this right, Grayson said. How? I said, laughing bitterly and throwing up my hands. By rewinding time? You can't just toss money at this problem. It wasn't fair of me to say that to Grayson. He had more than proven to me and to the town that he was far more than a rich businessman's son. He was kind and generous and thoughtful. He'd invested more than just his portfolio here, and you couldn't put a dollar sign on giving your heart the way he had. But a chill had slipped beneath my wool scarf and I couldn't stop myself from thinking that Gramp was alone somewhere in the cold because of what Grayson had done. Still, the sting of my words was obvious and my pain only increased. I'm sorry, I said, feeling helpless. Grayson shook his head. No, you have nothing to be sorry about. He didn't seem to know what to say, but he didn't make a move to leave either. I shuffled my boots in the hard crust of snow. I didn't want to hurt Grayson. I heard Gran's wisdom, always choose love, Nina. But wasn't that the problem? I should have put my love for my grandpa first. I should have chosen him. Over gingerbread baking. Over Grayson. Over everything. My heart rebelled against me when I told myself I'd let things go way too far with Grayson. We're just different is all, I said, wanting to make things go back to the way they were before he'd arrived in town, before my heart had been exposed like this. My priorities are Gramp, my friends, and Christmas Mountain. Everything that is important to me is here. I have deep roots on this mountain. This is my home. Grayson hesitated. I watched the conflict on his face with an equal conflict in my own heart. Nina, home isn't always where you're from. Or where you grew up. Or even the last postal address you had. Don't you believe that home is where you choose it to be? Tears pricked at my eyes, but it was easy enough to blame on the bitter wind as I wiped them hastily away. My heart longed to believe Grayson, to hold on to his words. To hold on to him. But I had to choose love. I had to choose Gramp. Grayson, I said, shaking my head sadly. Please believe me when I tell you that there's nothing more in the world that I want to do than trust what you've just said. The hope that seemed to warm Grayson's pink cheeks and bring a shimmering light to his eyes was devastating considering what I had to say next. My breath caught in my throat and I worried I wouldn't be able to get out the words. But I trusted you once before when you said that you would keep my secret and you broke my heart, I said, looking down at my boots, unable to meet those beautiful eyes. When Grayson started to protest, I interrupted him. I know it was an accident. But it doesn't change the harm it's caused. I'm sorry. Grayson reached for me, but I pushed past him, needing to find Gramp. Did you really, though? Grayson called after me. His question confused me enough to make me stumble and pause. I turned over my shoulder to look at him, feeling like I was changing lanes while trying to drive straight. What? I said, my eyebrows coming together. You said you trusted me, but did you really? Grayson said, shaking his head. His expression looked worn out and it broke my heart. Trust doesn't break that easily. I shook my head, not understanding. You never let me in, he said, emotion in his voice. Your walls were always there, shutting me out or you would know I'd do anything for you. His words unsettled me, but I didn't have the time to consider whether what he'd said was true or not. So, I mumbled, I'm sorry, and turned away from him for the last time. I wanted to cry bitter, frustrated tears, but I had to focus on finding Gramp. I told my eyes this over and over as I searched the dwindling crowd at the Winterfest, but they absolutely refused to listen. The tears were hot against my frozen skin. When I saw Harmony coming toward me, I tried to wipe them away before she spotted them. Nina, she said, holding me by the elbows and searching my face with worried eyes. Nina, what is it? Everything. I wanted to cry. But my ruined celebration as the revealed secret baker didn't matter. My fight with Grayson didn't matter. Only Gramp mattered. I can't find Gramp, I said. Like a good friend, Harmony sprang right into action. I should have been the one organizing search parties, calling numbers, gathering warm blankets and hot mugs for when we found him, but I was kind of a mess and Harmony knew me well enough to recognize it. Nina, I need you to do something, she said after she had half of Christmas Mountain organized and out looking for Gramp. Why don't you go get some batteries from your house for any flashlights that die? That would really help. I sniffed a little. You're just getting rid of me, aren't you? Harmony drew me into a tight hug. Go home and wash your face. We've got you, sweetie. Wiping my still leaking eyes, I said. But Gramp. We'll be home before you know it. Go. What would I do without friends like you, Harmony? I said, shaking my head. She smiled at me, brushing my cheek. You know, I was thinking the exact same thing when you drove with me out to the farm for ginger snap. I squeezed Harmony's hand and then took her advice to go take a quick moment at home to pull myself together before coming back out to help find Gramp. With a heavy heart, I trudged up the shoveled pathway to my front door. What was I going to say to Gramp when he was found? I'd been so worried about his safety that I'd forgotten about the even harder part after that, explaining why I'd been baking gingerbreads when I was sure it would upset him with memories of Gran. At least I had time to think it over, I thought as I unlocked the door and stepped inside. The smell of molasses and sugar nearly knocked me off my feet. From the kitchen came warmth and merry light. I stood there stunned for a moment and then heard a clumsy clatter of dishes. Fishing out my phone with a sigh of relief, I texted Harmony, found him. Safe and sound and as adorably crazy as ever. Then I padded in my heavy socks to the kitchen where I leaned against the doorframe and crossed my arms over my chest. Looking up at me from over a mixing bowl, Gramp smiled the widest smile I'd seen from him in ages. Your Gran always told me I was too impatient with the stirring. Chapter 27. Christmas music played softly from Gramp's speakers. I recognized the album almost immediately as Gran's favorite and fought against a fresh wave of tears. Gramp had paused his stirring and was watching me from across the kitchen. He couldn't have been alone here for longer than an hour, but already there were flour footprints on the floor, a towering stack of mixing bowls wobbled in the sink, and his lips were sticky with molasses. I laughed, realizing why Gran did her best to keep him away from her kitchen while she was baking. At the sound of my laughter, Gramp smiled warmly and I knew that we were going to be all right. I approached him slowly. Try humming, I said, as I tiptoed through the spilled flour white as freshly fallen snow to lean my elbows against the island opposite my grandfather. A pink flush flooded Gramp's cheeks as he seemed to be overcome by the same memory as I was, Gran humming peacefully as she patiently stirred the richly brown dough with her old wooden spoon. A hush fell over the kitchen as Gramp's eyes shimmered, and for a moment my heart ached all over again at the way he discovered my secret. But then he began to hum along with Have Yourself a Merry Little Christmas. I smiled as his restless feet quieted and he stirred contentedly while we both watched each other. I joined in to hum along with Silent Night, and when the song ended he set down his bowl and pushed it across the brown sugar-covered island toward me. How did I do? He asked. I studied the gingerbread dough thoughtfully, but Gramp and I both knew he wasn't asking about that at all. He was asking about his reaction to the news that I was the secret gingerbread baker. He was asking if he'd upset me. Pain stabbed at my heart, because it was supposed to be the other way around. I'd searched all over town to make sure I hadn't upset him. I placed my hands on either side of the mixing bowl that Gran adored. Gramp, I said, but he shook his head. I know you were just trying to protect me, Nina, he said. His words filled me with relief. I should have known that Gramp would understand me. He knew me better than anyone in the world. Do you know how I know you were just trying to protect me? He asked. I think so, I said. His grin reminded me of doing homework on his lap as a young child. His reassuring nod. His full faith in me. Well, he prodded, like he was waiting for me to tell him something as simple as the solution to 2 + 2. Because you know I trust you, I said, remembering Grayson's words. And it was that simple. Gramp smiled proudly. Correct. And do you trust that I love you, too? He asked. Of course, I said, letting out an incredulous laugh. Gramp laughed as well before sighing. Then I hope you can understand why I've been trying to protect you, too. Protect me? I frowned in confusion, not understanding what in the world Gramp was talking about. He clearly saw my confusion, but waited for me to figure out the answer myself. He'd used that same look he got when I struggled with a math problem there on his lap. The look said it was all right to not know, and that he was there to help. Gramp, what do you mean? I asked, while he continued to smile gently across the kitchen island at me. Instead of answering, he dipped 2 spoons into the dough and handed one to me, keeping the other for himself. Did I put too much sugar? He asked, tasting the gingerbread dough on the tip of his tongue. Grant always said I ruined it with too much sugar. I tasted it and there was in fact too much sugar. You can never have too much sugar, Gramp. He smiled. You're just protecting me again. Now tell me how you've been protecting me, I said, with an uneasiness in my belly. He looked around the kitchen with tears in his eyes. I wanted to run through the flour on the floor and wrap him tight in my arms. But it seemed important that I be patient in that moment like Gran had always been patient. I shivered when I sensed her warm hand atop mine. Such a stubborn man, I heard her say with affection. Such a stubborn man I love. This kitchen is filled with so many happy memories, he said and then turned to look at me once more. And I just know you will add many, many more memories here. My smile faltered. With you, I said. Surely he'd just misspoken. Gramp lived here with me in the house he'd shared with Gran, and that was the way it was. And the way it would be. We all misspoke sometimes. But then why was Gramp giving me another one of his looks and not saying anything at all as snow began to fall outside? You'll be here, right? I said, my throat tightening, even though part of me knew it was useless to protest anymore. Of course I'll come visit all the time, he said, as if that answer were obvious. You can't get rid of me that easy. I shook my head and Gramp circled around the island to take my hands in his. His large, warm fingers encompassed mine and I thought about how strong he was even at this age. Darling, can't you see it now? See what? I asked, searching his kind eyes. You were protecting me by not telling me about your wonderful gingerbreads, he said while kneading my fingers. And I was protecting you by staying in this house for far too long. I was stunned. It was a good thing Gramp was holding so tightly onto me or I might have fallen straight back. But Gramp, I said, shaking my head. I never needed protecting. Well, neither did I, Nina, he said, giving me a look. All I could do was shake my head. I'm sorry, but I don't know what to say. How about we don't say anything just yet? How about we just listen to Gran's favorite Christmas music and make a gingerbread house together? Once again, my Gramp proved to be the wisest man in all of Christmas Mountain. There was a lot left to be said. But it didn't all need to be said with words. Gramp smiled when I nodded my agreement. But there really is way too much sugar in there, Gramp, I said, as we began. Nonsense, he said, laughing. That's your Gran talking. Now when do we get to do the fences? I raised an amused eyebrow. You like to do the fences? They were always my favorite part, he said, reminding me of Grayson. And just about the only thing your Gran trusted me to do on my own. I laughed because it was a joyous thing to hear the happiness in Gramp's voice. For a while, he and I focused on baking. And on munching on the various candy decorations for the house. But mostly on baking. The aroma of gingerbread filled the kitchen as snowflakes twisted in the wind. Outside it was freezing, but inside Gramp and I were warm in each other's company, cozy with the memory of Gran around us. Every time I began to regret not doing this with Gramp sooner, he would plop some icing on my nose or turn around with candy cane walrus fangs hanging from his still molasses sticky lips. It was like he was saying, what's done is done. Be in the present where you are, where we are. I tried my best, but finally Gramp said, out with it, Missy. I sighed and straightened my back. I set aside the bag of icing I'd been using for the icicles on the house's eaves. Gramp, I think I messed things up with Grayson, I admitted. When he accidentally revealed my secret identity and I realized that you were gone, I got really upset with him. I said some things that I regret. I'd been trying so hard to protect you that I think I got a little too comfortable with building walls. I chewed at my bottom lip, unsure whether I'd said what I needed to say the right way. Does that make sense? I said, turning to face my grandpa. He had just finished another fence. Even though I was a little heartbroken, I couldn't help but chuckle because we had enough fences to make that gingerbread house a gingerbread ranch. Did I not do them right? He asked. You did them perfectly. Gramps surprised me by picking one up and biting into it. When he offered me another one, I accepted. He nodded at me and I took a big, sugary bite. Take a seat, Nina, he said. We both scooted up to the island on well-worn bar stools. Gramp dragged the bowls of decorations in front of us and began to plop gumdrops into his mouth. He pushed the bowl toward me. You always were one smart cookie, and you're exactly right. Over a mouthful of gumdrops, I said, I don't want to be right. I know, he said, patting my hand. I don't want you to be right either. But that doesn't change the fact that you are. And that we need to make some changes in our lives. Love is no good when it makes us put up walls around our hearts. I nodded. I know that now. I need to build new friendships at the Living Well Center, Gramp said. I need to develop new hobbies and learn new things. I need to tear down my own walls. And you need to do the same. Not because we don't love each other anymore, but because it's the greatest show of love to create more love in our lives. I jostled Gramps' shoulder playfully beside me to hide the fact that I was about to cry at how deeply his words had touched me. I see where I got my smarts from, Gramp. He laughed loudly. No, that was from your mother and she got it all from Gran. I smiled and ate another gumdrop. How do I fix things with Grayson? I don't have all the answers, Nina, he said, with a sigh. But you did what you did out of fear. I'm sure the way out is to be brave. I sure hoped so, too. But there was only one way to find out. Chapter 28. Early the next morning, I arrived at the country club and pulled into the parking lot. Thankfully, no bulldozing was going on and the lights were on inside. I approached the front doors, glancing at my gingerbread houses sitting innocently in the front window. I would have saved myself a lot of heartbreak if I'd been honest from the start. I found the kitchen at the country club still dark. It had always been the place where Grayson had found me, even when I hadn't wanted to be found, and I secretly hoped it would be the place where I would find him. Instead, its long shadows and empty workstations filled me with apprehension. It wasn't supposed to be like this. Cold and quiet and pungent still with last night's cleaning supplies. Where was the smell of warm spices and the clatter of pots and pans? Silently I crept toward the office at the back, hoping with each nervous tiptoe to see a ribbon of yellow light beneath Grayson's door. My heart pounded and then sank. Grayson's door was open and it was dark inside. He wasn't there. Panic took over me a little. Our relationship was so closely tied to the country club, to the very kitchen I was standing in, that I didn't know where else to look for him. Since his door was open and since I was kind of desperate, I stepped inside his office and switched on the light. My plan was to take a peek at his planner to see where he would be that morning. The country club still had one more day of operation before it closed for its Christmas break, so I hoped maybe he could have plans to be out shopping today. I clung to the idea of it because the alternative was that Grayson would be heading back to— no, I couldn't even think it. When I went around to Grayson's desk, I was surprised to find icing fences on cling wrap littered across the desk. Honestly, they were really bad fences. Surprising since he'd had so much practice with me. But, wait. They weren't fences at all. It was Morning, Madam Baker. Ack! I yelped in surprise to find Mr. Fisher standing in the doorway of his son's office. I clutched at my thudding heart. Good morning, sir. I was just, tidying up in here. Without taking a second glance, I gathered the mess of strange icing fences into the waste bin beside Grayson's desk. I felt his intense gaze on me as I straightened some random invoices and jumbled around some pens in a I Heart Christmas Mountain mug. Wiping my hands, I said, all done. But as I went to leave the scene of the crime, I discovered Mr. Fisher smiling at me. He had his arms crossed over his expensive-looking wool overcoat. His leather-gloved fingers were drumming against his elbows. I believe I know what you're doing, young lady, he said. I feared he was going to accuse me of stealing, and my blood ran cold. Tidying up? He shook his head. You're looking for my son. I realized that I judged Mr. Fisher in exactly the same way that I feared he would judge me. You'd think after making the mistake with the son I'd learn a thing or two for the father. But taking down those walls was harder than it seemed. My first instinct was to deny this, because it felt too vulnerable to admit that it was exactly what I was doing. But I remembered what Gramps said about love being about building, and I figured I'd start with building trust. So, I gathered my courage. You're right. I'd very much like to speak to him. I have a lot I'd like to say. A lot I hope I haven't missed out on getting the chance to tell him. Mr. Fisher studied me for a while. I tried not to squirm under his steely gaze. I loved his son. And I was done hiding things that I loved. But this was new to me, so I had to admit my cheeks did get a little warm as I waited for his reply. After what felt like forever, Mr. Fisher said, Grayson has finally come to his senses. My eyebrows came together. What do you mean? Mr. Fisher drew in a deep breath before continuing. Grayson took the first flight out this morning, he said. My heart dropped to my stomach. Flight to where? California. California, I said, numbly. Our corporate offices are there, of course, he said. I wasn't even aware of my lips moving until I heard my hollow voice echo, yes, of course. I suddenly felt so silly for believing that Grayson would simply be out at the local grocery store today, chatting with Mr. Kim, the butcher, or waiting for fresh bread from sweet Mrs. Johnson. How naive was I to think that everything would stay the same after last night? Why would he be coming back to me when I'd made it clear there was no me to come back to? You know, Mr. Fisher said, drawing me out of my head. I'm really quite proud of him. Yes, I'm sure you are, I said. Grayson was giving up his fantasy of life in a small mountain town working to save a failing country club. He was returning to business as it should be. Of course his father would be proud. He took it quite hard when his mother left us, Mr. Fisher said. My heart stopped. Grayson's mother left you? I didn't know. I'm so sorry. I made a mistake with the business and she took it as her excuse to go. She said I wasn't responsible enough. Mr. Fisher couldn't possibly know how horrible his story was making me feel. My words from the night before tumbled like an avalanche through my mind. As Grayson grew up into a man, I saw that he started to believe that I might leave him too if he made a similar mistake. He wrongly believed that my love would be contingent on his being responsible with the business. I tried to tell him this wasn't true, but there was always in his memory his mother leaving. That seems understandable, I said. Mr. Fisher's stern, hard-lined face cracked with emotion. I hadn't thought him capable of such empathy, and that was wrong of me. While he and I wished different things for his son, I saw that he undoubtedly loved him. Grayson was hesitant to stand up to me, even when I encouraged it, he said. He deferred to my opinion, stepped in line with my assessments. He stayed under the shadow of my wing for fear of falling on his own and losing me. And then he met you, Nina, he said, smiling a warm, hopeful smile. So I suppose it is you I have to thank for Grayson finally taking his rightful place in the family business. You're welcome, I said, since at least one of us was happy right now. I knew that Mr. Fisher was watching me, growing more confused as I struggled to keep the hurt from my face. Grayson hadn't decided to go back to California because I'd trusted him and had given him confidence or shown him that unwavering love and support does exist in the world. He decided to leave and join his father's corporate office because I'd shown him the opposite. My walls were too high, my trust too weak. He was better off continuing to earn the love of his father in the only way he knew how. This realization devastated me. Is everything all right, Nina? Mr. Fisher asked with worry in his voice. I'm very happy for you, Mr. Fisher. I swallowed back my emotion in order to continue. And I truly hope Grayson is happy, too. Mr. Fisher hesitated. I know he hadn't wanted to upset me and he was backtracking through what he'd said to find the place where he had erred. But he'd done nothing wrong. It was all me. I'm sorry, Mr. Fisher, I said, wanting to get out of there. And fast. I have to go. I hurried past him even as he gave me a bewildered look. Nina, he called after me, but I ran through the kitchen even faster. All those memories of baking together with Grayson were crumbling and there was nothing I could do. Grayson had needed mercy and understanding and I'd been too afraid to give it to him. And now it was too late. Gramp was waiting for me back at home with 3 piping cups of hot chocolate he'd made from scratch. Our gingerbread house from the night before was on display for the one other person in the world I wanted to see it. The one person who wasn't coming. Gramp could see by my face how it had gone even before I shook my head with barely contained tears. There, he said encouragingly. I'll just get 2 bigger cups and it will all be all right. But I wasn't so sure. Chapter 29. An extra serving of Gramp's extra sweet hot chocolate certainly helped my heart break. How could it not? Something made with love from someone you love. But after a morning of watching It's a Wonderful Life from the couch and moving only to tug a fresh tissue from the box Gramp kept restocking for me, I knew what I really needed. I entered the kitchen, halfway through tying on my apron only to find Gramp dressed for outside with my own coat draped over his arm. The bigger the heartbreak you have, the bigger the kitchen you need, he said, jerking his chin toward the front door. Did Gran say that? I asked, crossing my arms over my chest. No, Gramp said, shaking his head. But she might have if she had access to a large, professional kitchen just up the road. He had a good point, but still I shook my head. Gramp, there's too many memories there. He just put a hand on my elbow with those strong hands of his and nudged me toward the door, forcing my coat on over my apron and seemingly not caring that I was wearing fluffy Rudolph slippers. Haven't we learned that it isn't good to hide from memories, Nina? He asked. Isn't that what got us into this mess in the first place? I laughed even as the burst of cold air from the open front door stung my cheeks as we went outside. Us? I said, pretty sure I was the one that drove Grayson away. Yes, us, he said. I liked him, too, you know. And if I'd stayed and invited him to bake with us, we'd all be starting Elf right now with a whole gingerbread house to eat between us instead of driving in this blasted cold. I hugged Gramp so hard that we both nearly fell into a snowbank towered up against the side of the house. I drove him to the Living Well Center where he said he would bingo away his own heartbreak. But as I was pulling away, he came back out and waved me down amongst the flurries of little snowflakes. Is something wrong? I asked as Gramp slipped back inside the car with a huff, dusting snow from his hat. Nobody's there, he said. What do you mean nobody's there? Just a sign that said bingo was cancelled for a town emergency at the country club. A little worry prickled at the back of my neck. What kind of town emergency? I glanced nervously at my grandfather, who was chewing at his lip, and then shifted the car into drive. The parking lot of the country club was so packed that it took circling around several times before finally resorting to double parking behind Harmony's car with its conspicuous decal of Ginger Snap, a gift from the Mistletoe Book Club a few Christmases ago. What do you suppose all of this is about? Gramp asked, leaning forward to look at the country club through the streak of the windshield wipers. My mind raced for an explanation, but came up empty. The bulldozers which had driven through Main Street the night before were now covered with an inch or two of snow, so that ruled out the imminent demise of the building. Grayson was soaking in the rays in California. So, I really had no idea what could be drawing such a crowd. I guess there's only one way to find out, I said. He nodded tensely, apprehension even getting to him. Do you want to come in or stay in the sea? Gramp had his gloves back on and the car door opened before I could even finish my sentence. A cold blast of icy air twisted with small snowflakes was answer enough. Well, all right then, I said, with a nod. Together, we trudged through the accumulating snow in the parking lot. Even with my head bent against the wind, I tried to look around for where in the world everyone was. In the increasingly bad weather, it seemed unlikely that they would be outside, but even when Gramp and I stumbled shivering inside the grand lobby, we found it empty. As I ran my hands up and down my arms, I glanced toward the dining hall. It unsettled me to find not a single patron eating inside, nor a single of the wait staff in sight. Gramp scratched at his downy white hair after slipping off his hat. Maybe they closed because of the bad weather, he said. I frowned, feeling uncertain. But then where is this big town emergency? It's so quiet, Gramp said. He was right. I only ever heard it that quiet when I snuck in to bake my gingerbread in secret. When there was no one else there but me in the kitchen. The kitchen! Grabbing Gramp's mittened hand, I dragged him suddenly through the maze of dining room tables. Come with me, Gramp, I said as my heart started to beat wildly. I'm with you, dear, Gramp said, hurrying along behind me. I was happy to have his hand in mine when I pushed through the swinging doors which led to the hallway to the kitchen and found half the town squeezed inside. I don't know how my knees wouldn't have just given out without the reassuring squeeze of his fingers around mine. About time, Carol said, grinning broadly when she saw me. She was one of the closest to me and patted my shoulder before urging a path through the excited crowd. I was urged along toward the kitchen by the people who made Christmas Mountain, hardworking, caring, generous people. What is this? I said. Harmony was there when I needed her as always. It's almost Christmas and the gingerbread town isn't completed, she said. We figured you could use some extra hands and we call for volunteers. Laughing merrily, she pushed open the doors to the kitchen and I was stunned to find it just as packed as the hallway. People were wearing homemade aprons like armor and wielded rolling pins behind their baking sheet shields. I couldn't help but laugh as I shook my head in disbelief. I had no idea my gingerbread houses could mean so much to everyone, I said in a stunned voice with my hand on my heart. With her arm over my shoulders, Harmony said, the care and love you clearly put into recreating each part of town reflects how we all feel, too. This is our home and we want to be able to show our love for it, to hold it in our hands. Nina, it's the most magical gift you can ever give a person, let alone a whole town of people. Nods circled the room and I heard agreement from the hallway. My stomach did excited somersaults. Was I really going to bake the whole town with the whole town? It was quite the leap from mixing dough in secret in the middle of the night. I looked over my shoulder to find Gramp still back at the start of the hallway. I could see that his eyes were shimmering and I knew without him having to say it what he was thinking, Gran would have been so proud. Save me offense, Gramps said with a sparkling wink, and it was a good thing that we both laughed because otherwise I don't think either of us would have been able to stop the tears. Turning back to the army of gingerbread bakers, I rubbed my hands together and their silence was full of anticipation. It was a magical moment, and the only pang of pain in my heart was that Grayson wasn't there to share it with me. "All right then," I said, fighting against the nervous butterflies. As my gran always used to say, the first thing we're going to need is a very healthy dose of patience. And so began an afternoon of carefully controlled chaos. The ovens roared to life and their orange glow filled the kitchen with a festive warmth. The aroma of ginger twisted delightfully with the cooked sugar of homemade candy window panes. Happy chatter sounded like roaring rapids at times, but I never had a problem getting anyone's attention for further instructions. They'd only just learned that I baked, and yet to my continued surprise they clearly respected and valued me as such. But my favorite part had to be all the pictures hanging where we normally hung the food orders from the dining room for the cooks to see. People from the town had brought in old photos of grandparents' houses and snapshots of businesses from 100 years ago. There were family photos and vintage postcards and sketches from memory and blueprints for a young couple's new nursery edition. And we baked it all, the Christmas mountain of yesterday, today, and tomorrow. It felt like the bittersweet turning of a page when I found Gramp decorating not the house he shared with Gran, but a quaint, cozy room at the living well center. "But who will make our home if not you?" I asked softly amongst the noise. Gramp offered me a gumdrop from his pocket. "It's your turn now, dear." Out in the lobby, some of the townspeople had pushed together several big tables to accommodate the ever-growing gingerbread town. Macy came up beside me just as I was adding Rudolph's wreaths, complete with a tiny orange cat in the window to Main Street. "This one looks a little empty," she said, tapping on the shingled roof of her own bakery. I studied it with a frown. It looked just like it did in real life, as much like a deliciously frosted cupcake as the ones they sold inside. "What do you think it's missing?" I asked. "Another baker." It took me a moment to process what Macy had said. Then I turned to find her grinning mischievously at me. "Wait. You mean?" I shook my head dumbly. I thought I understood what she was saying, but I was still too afraid to believe something so wonderful could be true. When I shyly pointed toward myself, Macy nodded enthusiastically. "You want to hire me?" I asked. Macy nodded. "What do you say?" What did I say? That it was my dream job come true? That there was nothing else in the world I wanted to do? That I surely must be asleep because this was all too perfect? That I still wasn't happy because the person who had made all this happen wasn't here to celebrate with me? In the end, I went with a simple, heartfelt answer: "Thank you, Macy." And yes. Yes, yes, yes. We hugged and I tried to squeeze her hard enough that she felt all the rest I'd left unsaid. At the end of the night, the whole town of Christmas Mountain was complete except one house, the one I grew up in with my grandparents. Harmony offered to give Grandpa a ride home in exchange for moving my car out of the way of hers, and I found myself once more alone in the kitchen with a gingerbread house to bake. It was what I needed. I switched on the radio to Christmas music, tied the apron that had been passed down to me behind my back, and looked down at the photo I'd brought in. "Gran, you and I need to talk," I said, and I began to measure the flour. "I messed things up with the perfect guy and I need your help." A warmth wrapped around me and I could almost see her smile and nod. Chapter 30. One thing is for sure, falling asleep in the kitchen of the country club after a baking all-nighter is not conducive to beauty sleep. My spine was crooked from being hunched over the counter on a bar stool I'd dragged in from the cocktail lounge. A candy cane I left out while decorating was stuck to my cheek. When I lifted my head with a start, I startled a pile of flour into a snow globe explosion. My lips were sticky with midnight snack molasses straight from the jar, and icing clung to some of my curls like frozen icicles. But it was all right because there was no one there to see me at the crack of dawn on Christmas Eve. Who else in the world would be in the kitchen of a closed country club the day before the big day? I was totally alone, of that I was completely sure. Until I lifted my head and saw those green eyes. "Grayson?" I asked, my voice thick from sleep. "Am I dreaming?" I blinked with bleary eyes, thinking I must not be seeing clearly. I tried pinching myself only to discover I'd fallen asleep with an icing piping bag in my hand. That didn't happen in happy dreams, did it? Just to be double sure, I reached out and touched him. His cup of piping hot coffee jostled in his hand. "Merry Christmas Eve," he said. "Grayson," I said, whispering in shock. Now, I knew that he was really there. But I still couldn't believe he was really there, dazzling me with those green eyes I swore I'd never see again. "I made a cup for you, if you'd like," he asked, smiling at me as if I were the cutest thing he'd ever seen. I could only shake my head. Words seemed impossible. In fact, I wasn't sure that I'd ever be able to speak again. Grayson tilted his head to the side at the sight of my stunned silence. But his confusion only confused me all the more. "Not a morning person, Nina?" he asked with amusement in his eyes. "I guess that's one off the list of things I'm excited to get to know about you." What was he talking about? Maybe I was still groggy from sleep, but Grayson was not making any sense at all. Then again, Grayson being there in the first place didn't make any sense at all either. Nodding and chuckling a little, he slid a second cup of coffee in front of me. "I'd say you're not a morning person." I'm honestly not much of one either. But coffee can certainly help. "You're really here," I said, my head still feeling fuzzy enough not to trust my own eyes. He smiled at me so lovingly, it was like nothing had changed between us. It was like I hadn't ruined everything, which I knew in my gut I had done. It was like the clock had magically turned back to the morning before the opening of Winterfest. "Drink up," he said, taking a sip from his cup. "Okay." I took a sip of my coffee because he said coffee made everything better. Grayson was very patient with me. He didn't seem to mind my silence at all as he drank his own coffee. I stared at him as he picked up the photo of my grandparents' house. "I was looking at this as you slept," he said. His voice was so calming, I ached at how much I'd missed it over such a short time. It's actually quite a bit different from how it turned out. I followed his gaze as he nodded toward the center of the country club's big kitchen island. There was the gingerbread I'd stayed up all night baking while talking with Gran, waiting to hear her advice. The hours had gone by so quickly, and then, without meaning to, I'd fallen asleep. It was really only now that I got to take a good look at what I'd baked and how I'd decorated it. With a small frown, I turned the gingerbread house to face me more. "Can I see that?" I asked, since I still didn't understand why Grayson didn't seem to think anything was strange about him being there. "Sure," he said, nodding and passing me the photograph. Shivers went through my body when his fingers brushed mine, and I thought how sad I'd be if I woke up to find this had been a dream after all. With the picture of my grandparents' house in my hands, I glanced back and forth between what the gingerbread house was supposed to look like and how it turned out. "See the flower beds here?" Grayson's voice was soft as he gestured. "You've made them go all the way around the house instead of just right here." I'd just noticed that. I remembered the night before and telling Gran about what I'd said to Grayson that made him leave. Or at least, what I thought had made him leave. I remembered thinking I heard Gran say that I needed to show Grayson I had room for him in my life. And that if there wasn't yet, that at least I was willing to try and make some. "The way the flower beds are now, there's really only room for one person to garden," I said, biting my bottom lip. I had been thinking it might be nice to expand, to have room for two. I glanced up to find him smiling at me. "I think it's a good improvement," he said. My cheeks warmed and I turned back to the photograph. I wasn't even aware of it the night before, but I also enlarged one of the front windows. Through the clear candy pane, I could see a home office made out of gingerbread inside. It was in the place where Gramp had his big recliner chair, where Gran used to sit beside him and knit while he chatted till the fire died down late at night. "Do you plan on working from home?" Grayson asked. "Not at all," I said, shaking my head and wondering at the change I'd made in the gingerbread house. "Macy offered me a full-time job at the bakery, if you can believe it." "Believe it?" He reached out and squeezed my hand. "Nina, the only thing I wouldn't believe is if she didn't offer you a job. You're incredibly talented and I'm just so happy that everyone gets to see that now." A delicious warmth spread through my chest, but still I pulled my hand from his under the guise of studying the picture more closely. I knew the truth about the unexplained home office even if I was afraid to admit it. I'd built it for Grayson. I'd created a space for him in my world and then he'd appeared like magic. Was this the work of Gran? I'd always believed she was capable of miracles. "You changed the trim from green to yellow," he said, pointing a finger to the scalloped edge along the gingerbread house's roof. "A little bit of California," I said, the words coming out and there was no way of taking them back. My eyes darted to Grayson, but I found him smiling. "And there's no fence in the backyard anymore," he said. My gaze was locked on his. If he hadn't been there, the warmth of his smile filling me with sunshine, I might have just said that I forgot, or that I'd just been too tired to finish it. Or even that I'd maybe been saving it for Gramp to do later after Christmas Eve pancakes. But that wouldn't have been the truth. It was time to be brave. "I imagined us being able to ski right up to the back door," I said, pulling down the last of my walls. I could see us leaning our skis against the siding, taking off our boots together in the sunroom, and walking into the kitchen for hot chocolate. Not even caring at all that the snow was melting onto the floor around us. He nodded. "Your grandpa wouldn't mind us changing things up?" The use of US made my heart rate go crazy. I wondered if he could hear how loudly it was beating. Did this mean he still cared for me after what I'd done? "Gramp will have more than enough bingo to keep him preoccupied," I said, softly. "And his own room at the Living Well Center to decide what to do with." "So you two finally talked?" he asked. "It was a long time coming," I said, appreciating his support through this hardest month ever. "And I only had the courage to face it because of you." When he reached for my hand, I did not pull away. "I can maybe put radiant heating under the floors in the kitchen," he said. "That sounds really nice," I said, wishing I had confirmation as to what he was really saying. He ran his thumb over the back of my hand. "Anything with you sounds nice," he said. My breath stuttered in my chest. How was all of this happening? A part of me knew I would have to ask. But the moment felt so special, as delicate as a single perfect snowflake. I was suddenly terrified of it all falling apart if I dared to touch it. It was my Gran who reminded me that I'd already taken several fences down. The protective one in my heart. The literal one on my gingerbread house. I couldn't stop there. I had to break free and pull them down once and for all. "Grayson, why did you come back here?" I asked, ready for everything I'd been so afraid of. "I was always coming back," he said, simply. I tucked my chin. "What do you mean?" I asked. "What do you mean?" he asked, looking at me with those green eyes. "Didn't you get my note?" he asked. "What note?" I stared at him. He nodded toward the office door, right where I had been looking. He saw on my face that I most certainly did not know what he was talking about. "Oh, Nina," he said, getting up to come and wrap me tightly in his arms. "You seriously didn't think I was gone for good, did you?" I wrote you a note that I had something to take care of and that I'd tell you the good news on Christmas Eve. But where is the note? I asked. He looked a little sheepish when he stepped back. I thought it would be romantic to write it in icing. Maybe it melted? Or the cleaning staff threw it out. Or I did, I said, remembering now the strange fences I'd dumped into the trash when Mr. Fisher caught me in the office. Realization hit me and I closed my eyes. But your dad said you were finally doing the right thing. I was, he said, cupping my cheeks with both hands. What you said in the town square was right. I needed to show you that this isn't just a stop on my journey. I want Christmas Mountain to be my home. I want you to be my home. Tears welled in my eyes. I completely misunderstood everything. It seems that we both had honest conversations with our families that night, he said, chuckling a little. I finally told my father that I accepted that we disagreed about the future of the country club and that it was okay. I told him that I'd always done as he said, but I had to stand up for what I believed in this time, for who I loved. I placed my hands over Grayson's. He said he was very proud of you. Grayson rested his forehead against mine. When he leaned back again to look at me, it was clear he was holding back tears, too. My father signed the country club over to me, he said. I was finalizing the papers in California. It's under my management now. Sink or swim, it's on me. I shook my head. On us. I love you, Grayson. His eyes twinkled before he kissed me and I slipped my arms around his neck to draw him closer. He smelled of amber and pine and cedar. My mouth melted with his as I realized that he was what home was going to smell like to me from now on. When he pulled back, he was smiling. So you are a morning person after all? I am now if you'll be here, I said, and pressed my lips right back on his. Right where they belonged. Chapter 31. It was one of the coldest Christmases I could remember, which was really saying something for the mountains of Montana. And that's when the new furnace went out. Of course. Well, it's no matter at all, Gramps said, twisting another scarf around his neck as we walked toward the basement. We have a repairman right here in the house. I smiled behind me at Grayson, whose nose was already a little red from the cold as he carried the heavy bag of tools on his shoulder. How different it felt from the first time I'd unwittingly dragged him inside the house under the wrong assumption that he was the repairman. Then I'd been filled with so much stress that I'd rambled over any opportunity Grayson had to set the record straight. I had been uncertain over my future, unsure whether I was doing the right thing for my career, for my finances, for my grandpa, and hadn't even been thinking about love. I'd second-guessed myself and turned those insecurities into walls around my heart. I so badly wanted to make the right choices that I ended up making no choices at all. But I couldn't really be too harsh on the woman I'd been. It was because of her that I'd become the woman I was today. Grayson winked at me and I thought if that wink was the only thing he gave me for the holidays, I would still be the luckiest gal in Christmas Mountain. Gramp, I said, halfway down the stairs, didn't we already make that mistake once? Gramp waved his hand at me. I believe that was your mistake, dear. And besides, repairmen don't just fix furnaces. We all came to stand in a semicircle around the malfunctioning unit and despite the cold I was rosy and warm inside. Gramp was right, of course. Grayson had come into our lives and repaired more than he knew. I felt closer to Gramp than ever and more excited about the future working with Macy than I could put into words. Some of Gran's wisdom rubbed off on you after all, Gramp, I said, leaning my head against his shoulder as I hugged his arm. Gramp wrapped an arm around me and squeezed. Grayson knelt to open the bag of tools. We helped with holding the flashlight at the right angle and passing things over when he asked. It wasn't exactly hot chocolates around the gramophone, but it was Christmas nonetheless, family and loved ones gathered together. Plain and simple. Sweet and quiet. I couldn't feel my toes anymore, but I was happy. So happy. After clanging around for a while, Grayson finally sat back on his heels. He had an adorable smear of dirt on his cheek as he frowned at the still not working furnace. With his elbows on his knees, he looked up at Gramp and I staring down at him expectantly, stamping our feet to stay warm. He let out a long sigh. "Walter, as it turns out, I'm not the repairman." "You're not?" Gramp said, playing along with shock in his voice and his hands stupefied on his hips. Grayson laughed and shook his head. "I'm not," he said, and then turned to look at me. "But I am someone who loves your granddaughter very much. I don't plan on going anywhere, so I'd better learn quick." Grayson had given me another present after all. Saying those words in front of my grandpa was all I ever could have asked for. Gramp, tearing up like the softy he'd always been, extended his hand for Grayson to shake. "I know she'll be in good hands," Gramp said, taking my hand to squeeze in his. Grayson blew warm air into his cupped hands. We were all freezing. "I'm sorry I wasn't able to fix it," he said. "But there are warm rooms at the country club where we can spend the rest of the holiday." "No need," Gramp said. "I have the perfect place in mind." After loading up all the gifts from under the tree, freshly baked gingerbread cookies from the oven, and enough ham and mashed potatoes to feed the whole town, the three of us drove to the Living Well Center. The wind and blizzarding snow attacked us viciously in the parking lot, but once inside we were greeted with such warmth and joy that it was quickly forgotten. The residents of the center were all gathered in the common area, which was decorated with an explosion of silver and gold tinsel. Christmas music blared loud enough for even those who had forgotten to turn on their hearing aids to rock out to. Red and green candies replaced the normal bingo stamps, and nobody ever won the whole afternoon because it was too tempting to snack on your winning pieces. Mr. Fisher even joined in for dinner, taking the seat on the other side of Grayson. With Grayson's hand interlaced in mine beneath the holly-printed tablecloth, I watched Gramp interacting with his friends. As always, he was the life of the party, and I could see that living at the center was the best choice for him, and always had been. Just like he trusted I would be in good hands with Grayson, I trusted that Gramp would be in good hands with the residents and staff of the Living Well Center. Leaning in close to me over pumpkin pie and spiked punch as Gramp and his friends serenaded the group with off-key Christmas carols, Grayson whispered, "We'll have to come teach them how to do the fences for your gingerbread houses." I turned to Grayson with a smile. I laughed when I found the dirt smudge from the furnace still on his cheek. I'd been so wrapped up in the happiness of Christmas that I hadn't noticed. Licking my finger, I gently wiped it away. His skin glowed pink over his warm cheek. "I was thinking I'm done with fences for a while," I said. He raised an eyebrow. "What were you thinking instead?" I tapped my finger against my chin. Grayson's eyes brightened when I broke out into a smile. "What is it? What do you think about people?" He laughed. "People? That's what makes a house a home, isn't it?" I said, giving him a knowing look. "The people who live there, who love there, and who visit there, whether they live there or not. It's the people who you invite inside that truly matters." Grayson kissed me softly. "You might have to be patient with me at the start," he said. I glanced over at Gramp, who caught my eye just at that very moment and smiled across the room packed with joy and friendship. Turning back to Grayson, I said, "Patience is always the most important ingredient, you know." "Yes, Gran always knew best." The end. A Gingerbread Christmas, the Mistletoe Book Club Series, Book 6, A Christmas Mountain Novel, by Susan Hatler, copyright 2023 by Susan Hatler, audiobook copyright 2024 by Susan Hatler. Susan Hatler is a New York Times and USA Today best-selling author who writes humorous and emotional women's fiction and young adult novels. Many of Susan's books have been translated into German, Spanish, French, and Italian. A natural optimist, she believes life is amazing, people are fascinating, and imagination is endless. She loves spending time with her characters and hopes you do, too.